What is up, everyone? Make sure to drop some feedback in the comments and enjoy the story. The legend begins with a vision of the past, an old man and a woman unleashing their arcane power. A mysterious narrator identifies them as Yan Shishkin and Chertyan Sakolova, names etched in history. We see a mage named Crumblestonwood lighting up the sky with magical fireworks, a display of pure mastery. Between the great wizards, a powerful magic book floats, pulsing with energy. Then there were Dimitri Kashin and Martha Parjarek, summoning a vortex that devoured everything in its radius. The history books claim these were the great wizards, the titans who left an indelible mark on the world of magic. Cut to the present. A teacher lectures a young girl reading a textbook, explaining how students must study these theories. They analyze the magical memoirs and the complex mechanical contraptions these ancestors left behind. Even those on different paths are forced to memorize their history and achievements. The instructor manifests a sphere of pale blue energy, shouting about how these great people raised the status of the entire empire simply by existing for hundreds of years. They were hailed as heroes of the empire. But immediately, the scene shifts. We are now in the Imperial Library of the Legendary Academy. Students crowd the tables, burying their noses in books, but the narrator scoffs to him. These legendary characters are nothing but worthless amateurs, while other wizards scour the shelves for grimoires and chatter about heroes, praising the sages and the milestones of history. Our narrator dismisses them all as talentless idiots. A girl pulls a volume from the shelf, unaware of the disembodied voice echoing in the void. It complains about how difficult it was to drag those fools to the rank of Archmage, and how much time was wasted on their education. Through the gaps in the bookshelf, we spot a hidden rack nestled among the ordinary texts. A mysterious dark grimoire stands there. A voice from within sighs, accepting that nothing can be done about it now. Glowing with a faint white light, the magic book decides the past doesn't matter. But memories surface. He remembers being human once taking a step onto a pedestrian crossing. The protagonist recalls it vividly. He turned his head and saw a vehicle barreling toward him. He realized too late he had been hit by a truck. A moment later, his world was stained red with blood. The narrator explains that when he opened his eyes again, he wasn't human. Visualizing a dark tome surrounded by an aura, the protagonist realized he had become a sentient magic book, reborn in another world. He was now a grimoire filled with infinite magical knowledge. Lying on the table among common books, the Dark Grimoire muses on how confusing those early days were. Yet, he found a purpose in this strange existence. He asks himself what kind of nonsense it is to transform from a man into paper and ink. Then, images of the great wizards flash through his mind. Every single one of them had used times him asterisk. He realizes his true calling was educating these wizards. Visualizing a human opening a magic book, the protagonist reasons that raising an outstanding wizard was actually easy. All they had to do was open him up. When a torrent of magic burst from his pages toward the student, the grimoire notes that they gained power just by reading. He recalls one specific wizard who took the grimoire into battle against a demonic snake. As the massive monster lunged, the sorcerer held out his hand. He activated a magic circle, launching a devastating fireball straight at the beast. The man looked back with a proud grin, asking, "How was that? Did I do a good job?" The dark book's response was to physically smack its apprentice. "You idiot!" Clutching the grimoire, the guy whimpered and begged for forgiveness. The grimoire lectured him, shouting that magic must never be allowed to flow in such a sloppy way. Remembering another user who wielded blue flames, the dark book seethes. No matter what, the theory and knowledge were literally written on his body. He wonders how many times he has to repeat himself before they finally understand. He imagines a girl unleashing a purple mist, hoping this time, someone actually learns. The grimoire prides himself on his instinctive ability to read souls, finding a twisted admiration in it. Humanity has absolutely zero talent for analyzing true power, blindly worshipping a dark tome crowned in shadows. After grooming countless disciples across thousands of years, he has come to a simple conclusion. Yet here he sits, gathering dust on a library shelf, trapped in a mockery of peace. Rotting away in this prison, the grimoire's mind drifts back to how every single one of his previous wizards met their grisly ends. Every time a master perishes, the crown of power slowly evaporates into nothingness. What is the point of this endless, vicious cycle? Trapped among common, useless paperbacks, the dark book seethes with impatience. 300 years have passed since he last raised a wizard, and he is starving for a new puppet to mold. He projects his will, begging for someone to read him, but only silence answers. Just as he screams into the void, a figure finally drifts past the aisle. It is a student, arms overflowing with a stack of textbooks, scanning the shelves. The academy student mutters to himself, recalling a rumor the librarian mentioned earlier. Adjusting his glasses, he peers forward, convinced the object of his search is hiding nearby. The dark book senses the boy turning. Is this finally his chance? As the boy walks by, the grimoire roars out to him, but the four-eyed student just keeps walking. Of course, he cannot hear a thing. But then, right as the book wallows in self-pity, a hand reaches out and snatches him up. Impossible. His voice should only reach those who have already forged a dark pact. There is no logical way this random boy can hear his telepathic screams. The student freezes, blinking in confusion. He definitely hears something coming from the artifact. He stares down at the ancient tome, resting in his palms, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. The grimoire panics. He needs to compose himself, to control the narrative immediately. A heartbeat later, the student's jaw drops. The book is actually talking. Terrified, the boy whips his head around, demanding to know who is speaking. Down here, the voice commands, forcing the young wizard's gaze back to the object in his hands. The entity introduces itself as a legendary artifact, leaving the boy completely stunned. The bespectacled student cannot process it, but the book presses on, demanding to be opened this instant. He obeys. The cover creaks open, and a blinding pillar of light blasts the wizard in the face. Pages flutter violently, unleashing a torrent of ancient memories and forbidden knowledge. Through the light, the black book whispers its promise, from a mere disciple to a low-ranking mage, climbing the ranks to the middle tier, then high tier, until achieving true greatness. Collapsed on the floor, the aspiring sorcerer stares at the glowing object in his arms, asking what is happening. The grimoire coos seductively. That vision was merely a taste of the destiny awaiting him. Resting in his new master's grip, the tome avows that, with its guidance, his latent talents will explode, etching his name in history as a legendary archmage. Ominous dark energy swirls from the pages as the grimoire privately scoffs. It is total garbage. Of course, he watches the four-eyed boy beaming with hope. The kid has zero potential. The promises are just empty bait to get him hooked on the text. Yet, technically, it is not a lie. With this tome, even a loser could become a god. The student looks thrilled, sitting there on the tiles, until he drops a bombshell. What if I don't want to be a mage? The grimoire freezes. Panic sets in. He stammers, urging the boy to reconsider his words immediately. I am the only one who can make you an archmage, the book shrieks. The bespectacled student shakes his head. He isn't interested. He has a different path in mind. He pictures himself clad in shining plate mail, sword in hand. I want to be a knight. The grimoire stared silently at its new master, the heavy silence finally broken when the black book asked for the boy's name. The answer came a moment later. I am Chen Yan Suela. Clutching the ancient tome tightly in his hands, the bespectacled boy asked how the book knew so much about him. The book replied that he simply needed to listen because the truth was, Chen was far better at wielding magic than he ever was at swinging a sword. The grimoire revealed it had been watching him all this time, leaving Chen wondering exactly what those ancient eyes had seen. They had only just met, but the book planted a vision in his mind, an image of an adult Chen, a warrior commanding both steel and sorcery. Standing before its new master, the grimoire claimed it had observed the potential of a true magic swordsman within him for a long time. The black book pitched the ultimate question. How would you like to wield a sword in one hand and devastating magic in the other? A wide smile broke across Chen's face, as the wizard's imagination ran wild with the concept of the magic swordsman. That sounds awesome, Chen admitted, and the magic tome assured him that such power would be perfect in his hands. The grimoire explained that all Chen needed to do was open the book, and he would transform him into a legendary figure. Not just a mage, but a magic swordsman, and without a second thought, the boy with glasses threw open the cover of the black book. Instantly, a massive surge of golden energy erupted from the pages, and a mysterious sigil materialized above Chen's head. The symbol burned itself into the dark pages as the grimoire explained that this pact gave it the right to instruct its new owner. The same glowing crest appeared on the boy's hand, a mark the magic tome declared was a bond that could never be broken. It was a contract that lasted until death. Standing opposite his new master, the grimoire realized its 300 years of lonely waiting were finally over. The education of a new wizard had begun. The black book slammed shut, declaring that preparations were complete. Chen looked on happily, noticing that the book's tone had shifted to one of palpable excitement. The magical artifact continued to rejoice, but the expression on the bespectacled boy's face suddenly shifted to confusion. Just as the grimoire announced it was finally free to leave the dusty prison of the library shelf, the mood changed. The magic tome froze in mid-celebration, stunned, as its new owner awkwardly explained that he had reconsidered. Actually, Chen stammered, scratching his head nervously, I don't think I want to be a mage anymore. The would-be sorcerer explained that he came from a strict family of knights, and if he learned magic, he'd be disowned and kicked out. So, with a sheepish look, He asked for forgiveness and tried to back out of the deal. But the grimoire wasn't having it. The black book flared with anger, asking if he seriously intended to run away now. It demanded to know why he was so terrified. Was he really so afraid that his father would punish him just for studying the arcane arts? Chen looked at his new master with displeasure and gave a firm nod. Yes, that was exactly the problem. The magic tome countered immediately, stating that if Chen learned magic from him, he would become 10 times stronger than his father ever was. If anyone tries to strike you, the book promised, a single spell will be enough to end them. But Chen stared at the grimoire in his hands, puzzled, not understanding why he would ever need to attack his own father. The bespectacled boy explained that his father wasn't the type of man who could be swayed by words or force. He reflected on the 300 years the book had waited, imagining the bloody consequences his father would unleash. The black book began to wonder if its centuries of waiting had been in vain, pointing a spectral finger upward in frustration. Desperate to escape, the wizard asked if he could perhaps introduce another student from the academy to take his place. He begged to know if someone else could sign a new contract, trembling under the book's displeasure. Much to Chen's shock, the grimoire explained that such a thing was impossible. The black book exploded in rage, shouting that there was absolutely no way to transfer the bond. Once a contract is forged, a new one cannot be made until the current owner dies. Hearing this, terror seized Chen as the magic tome asked why he was bringing this up only now. If he was going to get cold feet, he should have never signed the contract in the first place. The boy looked truly regretful, realizing his mistake. The grimoire mocked him, asking if he really thought a simple apology was enough, and laughing at the idea that a guy like him could ever become a knight. Visibly upset by the taunt, the wizard insisted he was truly sorry and had just exercised poor judgment. He pleaded for forgiveness one last time, but his remorse quickly turned to anger at the book's attitude. Pointing an accusing finger at the black book, the boy in glasses called the artifact crazy. "How dare you insult me?" he shouted, grabbing the magic tome with his bare hands in a fit of rage. The sorcerer realized the truth. He hadn't just offered a deal. He had forcefully shackled the boy with this cursed pact. Even the silent pages seemed to mock the hesitation. Fed up, the student shoved the grimoire back onto the dusty shelf. "I'm done with this," the boy muttered, turning his back on the artifact in sheer disgust. Shane scoffed, recalling the book's sob story about rotting on a bookshelf for 300 years. "Good," he retorted sharply. "If you've survived that long, you can wait a little longer. Wait until I'm dead, for all I care." The sentient black book stared daggers at the four-eyed coward walking away. "You can't do this to me," the grimoire screamed internally, desperate to keep his new host. "Stay here, be happy with power." Bound by ancient laws, the artifact knew he could only find a new master once the current one had perished. Panic surged through the magical tome. He needed to calm down. He needed to exert his influence. A golden sigil flared to life on the cover as the grimoire commanded the boy to halt. The air shimmered with arcane energy. Shane paused, sensing the disturbance. What the hell is happening? Surrounded by thousands of silent volumes, the invisible confrontation between boy and book escalated. But the spell fizzled out. The grimoire realized with horror that his powers were sealed. Now, he was stuck waiting for this loser to kick the bucket. Trapped on the wood, unable to move, the grimoire shifted his strategy from coercion to a simple, dark curse. Seething, the black book projected a malicious thought. Asterisk, just trip and bash your brains out against the wall. Asterisk, as his unwilling master retreated down the aisle, the tome prayed for a fatal accident, and then, fate intervened. Shane's foot caught on a stray sheet of parchment, sending him stumbling. From his perch, the grimoire watched in stunned silence as gravity took hold. A sickening thud times echoed, followed by the slow, dark spread of crimson across the floorboards. The black book was thunderstruck. Shane wasn't moving. He was actually bleeding out. The artifact couldn't believe his luck, his mind flashing back to the chain of events. It took 12 hours for someone to discover the corpse. The grimoire noted it was a girl who finally found the dead student. They found him amidst the blood-soaked papers, and within minutes, the body was hauled away like trash. Silence reclaimed the library as evening fell. The scene shifts to the dead of night. Hours passed. The magic tome remained perched on the shelf, vibrating with anticipation. Finally, he mused, "My ticket out of this boring prison." A fleeting image of Shane's goofy smile crossed his mind. Sure, it was a pity the kid died young, but the grimoire had been rotting here for 300 years. He had priorities. With a metaphysical sigh of relief, the grimoire prepared himself. The master was dead. The bond was severed. A new owner would come soon. He fantasized about his next destination, perhaps a royal study in a magnificent golden palace, or... The black book shuddered. What if he teleported to a damp basement crawling with rats? Or worse, a filth-ridden slum or a chaotic city gutter? He could even end up on another rotting shelf in a discount bookstore. The possibilities were terrifying. As his imagination ran wild, the grandfather clock struck 12. "Midnight, please," the Black Book prayed. "Anywhere but here." Asterisk, creak. Asterisk. A footstep shattered the silence. The grimoire froze. Shocked, the tome focused his senses toward the red carpet leading to the grand entrance. Who would visit the archives at this ungodly hour? His gaze locked onto the heavy wooden doors. That wasn't a key turning. That was the unmistakable scratch of a lockpick. Someone was breaking in. A thief? A burglar hunting for rare artifacts? Skilled hands worked the mechanism. A heartbeat later, the lock clicked, and the door swung open. A silhouette stepped into the moonlight. It was a girl wearing the academy uniform. The magic tome peered out from the stacks. A cadet? Here? Surrounded by forbidden knowledge? Does this academy teach nothing but stupidity? He wondered. First the coward, now a burglar? She didn't come here to study. Tonight, she enters the library not as a student, but as a thief. From his shelf, the Black Book observes her, knowing nobody sneaks in at this ungodly hour just for a casual read. The intruder sweeps past row after row of ancient texts, while the sentient tome wonders what prize she hunts in the dark. He watches the academy student frantically scanning the shelves, eyes darting over every magical treatise. The grimoire realizes she isn't just browsing. She is desperate for a specific book, one that has sat immobile for ages. Suddenly, the Black Book feels a spike of frustration. She is looking right past him. The robed girl stops, panic rising in her chest, whispering sharply, asking where it could possibly be. The magic tome silently screams that he is the one she seeks. But his attention snaps to the clock on the wall. The hands are seconds away from striking 12, and he knows that in less than a minute, his time is up. He is scheduled to be teleported away instantly, so the Black Book begins to mentally scream, begging her to notice him. But time is running out. The academy student reaches for the wrong volume entirely. The grimoire continues to project his will, calling out to her mind. When suddenly, the girl freezes. She whips her head toward the bookshelf, staring intensely at the empty air as if a voice just spoke to her. As the Black Book continues his desperate plea, the intruder turns back, and the magic tome practically begs to be read. In that split second, her eyes lock onto the grimoire, sitting inconspicuous amongst 100 other magical texts. Her expression shifts to pure awe. With renewed confidence, she takes a bold step forward. Still motionless on the shelf, the Black Book encourages her, thinking, "Yes, that is it. You are doing everything right." He watches with anticipation as the academy student stretches her trembling hand in his direction. The magic tome urges her to hurry, knowing she just needs to crack his cover before the clock tolls. Midnight strikes, the bell tolling through the hall, and for a terrifying second, the thief stares in confusion. The grimoire reflects that it has been 300 years since he was first exiled to this Imperial Academy. Suddenly, a glowing magic crest burns itself onto the student's hand. To be precise, the Black Book calculates he has waited exactly 109,561 days for this moment. As the robed girl finally opens the magic tome, he realizes that history is being made. He has just signed his second contract. Deep within the silent halls of the Imperial Academy, the story officially begins. Late into the night, the student slumps to the floor, sighing in relief as she clutches the heavy grimoire in her lap. She shudders, imagining the sheer number of guards and mages patrolling the academy grounds. The girl can barely believe she infiltrated the facility without triggering a single magical surveillance ward. Suddenly, the grimoire in her hands erupts with a blinding light, causing the student to recoil in shock. From the pages of the Black Book, a silhouette rises, materializing into the form of a black-haired young man. He stares straight ahead, his gaze piercing as he asks the little one to identify herself. The gray-haired girl clutches her hands to her chest, stammering that her name is Riley. The book boy demands her family name, but the student simply replies that she doesn't have one. Seeing Riley's anxiety, the protagonist brushes it off, deciding that her lineage matters little right now. He leans in closer, his voice dropping as he asks the grimoire's burning question. How did she know he was in the library? It seemed impossible that she knew exactly when to find him before he vanished forever, and the gray-haired girl turns sharp. It is as if she hears something unseen. The book boy narrows his eyes and asks if she can hear his true voice. He imagines a normal human mind would be shattered by his communication, wondering if his voice has finally found a worthy vessel. Perhaps it is high-level telepathy, a frequency audible only to those who have formed a pact with him, unless, of course, she is a creature inherently sensitive to magic, like a dragon in human form or a high spirit. Looking at the terrified student holding his physical form, The grimoire struggles to believe she could sense such a complex magical wavelength. A moment later, his arrogance is checked by sheer surprise when his new master gives him a simple answer. She admits she doesn't know anything about magic waves. Glancing at the tome, she explains she just heard a voice. A memory flashes in her mind, recalling a moment amidst a crowd of confused classmates earlier that day. She tells him she was just wandering the halls when she overheard rumors of a strange accident in the library. The upperclassmen were whispering nearby, their voices drifting over to her. All she could think about was escaping this dull prison, while the sky above churned with anger. Suddenly, the young student froze, staring directly at the floating book in surprise. Grimoire panicked, wondering if she had actually heard his internal monologue. He dismissed it as nonsense, shaking off the mental image of dragons soaring through the clouds. The living tome mused that anything was possible, visualizing fairies dancing amongst the flora. But he couldn't help but wonder, what if a child was born with inherent mana, power comparable to a dragon or a high spirit? It sounded impossible, yet looking at her, it felt strangely realistic. Gazing at Riley, who was engulfed in a massive aura of golden energy, Grimoire realized the truth. The odds are astronomically low, yet here stands a human with insane talent and limitless potential. The silver-haired girl stood motionless, concentrating all that raw power into her palms. Grimoire's mind raced. What if she wasn't just talented, but a prodigy? He pictured the legendary wizards of the past, the greats of history. He imagined raising his own students, seeing this girl cast spells that would rival the ancients. The greatest archmage might be standing right here, Grimoire thought, tapping the student's nose to snap her out of it. The living book decided he had seen enough. It was time for a proper introduction. Wearing a smug expression, he puffed up his chest. "I am the great Grimoire," he announced, and right then and there, he vowed to turn her into a wizard of legend. The scene shifts to a quiet moment in the dormitory, focusing on the girl with the silver hair. She was struggling to light a simple candle. Looking back, this was the room she called home. There were 5 beds in the suite, yet she was the solitary occupant. Riley explained that, since it was vacation, all her roommates had returned to their families. Grimoire watched her closely, asking softly, "Then why didn't you leave?" The student closed her eyes, silence hanging in the air, before she admitted she had no family and no surname. Hearing this, Grimoire fell silent, staring ahead as the weight of her words sank in. In this world, even commoners have family names. For her to have nothing was a tragedy. Riley glanced sharply to the side as the book spirit pressed for more details about her past. "If I'm going to be your teacher," he insisted, "I need to know everything about you." She paused, memories flashing through her mind of how she used to view the world. "I'm still learning," the silver-haired girl whispered, trying to distinguish the good from the bad. The memory shifted to her, snatching a coin purse from a stranger's pocket. She confessed she was a member of the Thieves Guild, a child with no name to call her own. "I was just tool number 2, she revealed. "There was another child, number 1. He was a boy in the same hell as me," she continued. "To the adults, we weren't people. We were just tools for opening dungeon chests." The girl concluded she just went with the flow, remembering how she used to sprint across rooftops. She recalled the pitiful handful of coins they tossed her for risking her life. "I lived day to day, just following orders," she said, crossing her arms defensively. Grimoire asked if the guild was really that terrible, prompting a dark memory to surface. "At some point," she said, her voice dropping, "the way they looked at us changed. The image of corpses scattered on the ground flashed in her mind. I killed them," she admitted. "I had to make sure they would never threaten me again." She could still visualize the blood on their hands. Riley added that, no matter how hard she worked, nothing changed for the better. Remembering the trail of bloody footprints she left behind, she asked herself what was left for her there. "So I ran," she finished, the image of her desperate escape burning in her memory. Resting his head on his hand, Grimoire pieces together the puzzle of her past. In an instant, he visualizes the scene in his mind: Riley's fateful encounter with the Academy sorceress. She claimed it was serendipity, stating that she accidentally bumped into a high-ranking wizard while walking. Allegedly, the wizard recognized her raw talent immediately and signed her up for the Academy on the spot. But recalling how effortlessly she picked the library lock that very night, Grimoire sees through the tale. "You're from the Thieves Guild, aren't you?" The book boy muses, picturing a gray-haired girl prowling among the bookshelves. The protagonist deduces that her stealth skills were the real reason she managed to infiltrate the library. A sudden thought strikes him. As a special admission student, she is a walking target. "Have you been getting bullied here?" he asks. Riley looks puzzled, trying to shrug it off. "It wasn't much in the beginning, but it's fine now," she replies. The book spirit listens as his new master claims a friend named Michael, from the Baylark family, has her back. "Baylark?" Grimoire wonders aloud. doubting such a family even exists, but he tells her he understands everything. Extending a hand toward the young student, the protagonist makes a solemn vow. I hope we will get along. He declares that he will mold her into a grand wizard who will go down in history. Riley beams, happy to finally have an ally. When times bang. Someone starts hammering on the door. A voice demands they open up immediately. The pair turns in surprise toward the noise. Suddenly, the voice screams, asking if she knows where they were forced to sleep the night before. Grimoire shoots a confused look at his new landlady. Didn't you say your neighbors went home for the holidays? He asks. Riley remains silent, eyes wide, while the unknown assailant continues to rage outside. The voice demands to know why the door was locked, and hurls vicious slurs at the gray-haired girl, the threat palpable. Is this the bullying? The bookboy asks. She nods. And Michael? Was that a lie? The student admits she lied. A split second later, the door gives way, and 3 girls burst into the room. The scene shifts abruptly to the grounds of the Imperial Academy. The sun has already risen, illuminating a brutal sight. Riley, lying on the floor, battered and bruised. Grimoire hovers over her, asking if she is okay as she abruptly pushes herself up from the floor. The gray-haired girl dusts herself off, claiming she is fine. It was very nice to get a beating from God's delicate flowers, she remarks sarcastically. The bookboy frowns. Don't forget who you are. Why didn't you use your skills? Why didn't you strike back? They are all nobles, she replies bitterly. If I start a fight, I'll be expelled. Looking down at her, the protagonist comes to a grim conclusion. If she stays at the academy under these conditions, she will never have the time or energy to train with him. The student of the Imperial Academy hangs her head in defeat, and Grimoire asks how she expects to learn magic. If these children constantly interfere, he begins, suddenly raising his head. What should I do then? Riley asks. The book spirit explains that there are 2 options. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist lays it out cold. You can endure the abuse and learn magic from me here. Or, you can drop out of the academy. Riley stares at him, stunned by the ultimatum. The girl with the gray hair realizes the cruelty of her situation. There is no good option there. It is a matter of choice. Grimoire counters, visualizing magical chains binding her mind. The bookboy muses that she must choose. A life of bullying with a guaranteed future in the academy, or freedom in uncertainty. The student silently lowers her gaze. Then, her eyes snap up, burning with resolve. She opens her mouth to speak, and the story cuts to the aftermath. The pair strides down the corridor, the protagonist walking with his arms folded at his chest. The withdrawal process took less than 3 minutes. The protagonist notes dryly, "You just need to fill out the paperwork," Riley explains, recalling how she tried to ask a passerby for help. She asked if he really did not see the bookboy floating there. The girl with gray hair confirms the strangeness of it all. It is true, the protagonist explains from behind her back. Only you can see my true form. He explains that this human form is merely a projection, a convenient interface to communicate with his master, while his true essence remains bound within the pages of the book. Clasping his hands casually behind his head, Grimoire remarks that the situation is honestly quite tragic. When his new mistress presses him for an explanation, he begins to list the opportunities she is throwing away. He points out the immense privileges she's walking away from at Lightmiss Academy, while visions of legendary artifacts dance through his mind. The spirit of the book reflects that these priceless treasures are usually awarded as trophies for dominating tournaments. He pictures rows of rare potions and elixirs given out at the annual games, reasoning that high-grade reagents are exclusive to the school. Such materials are reserved solely for honor, students with perfect grades, resources she simply cannot find anywhere else. Riley stares at him, completely baffled, asking why on earth he is bringing this up now, instead of mentioning it before she made her decision. A mischievous grin spreads across Grimoire's face as he teases her, asking if she is suddenly having second thoughts about dropping out. The gray-haired girl shakes her head vigorously, clarifying that regret isn't the issue at all. She points a finger off to the side, explaining the logistical problem with his statement. Latomi's warehouse is located on the opposite side of the main entrance, meaning she needs to double back right now. The boy halts, staring ahead in confusion, asking her what she is rambling about. Riley asks if the plan wasn't to rob the place blind of its artifacts and reagents, leaving the ancient spirit completely dumbfounded. Gesturing emphatically, the girl tries to piece together his earlier logic. She asks if he meant that by combining her raw talent with Grimoire's teachings, she would rise to greatness. He nods in confirmation, and she realizes that staying at the academy implies a different path. If she remains a student, she will just be given all those rare items as rewards. Her face suddenly lights up with joy. She declares that technically, it wouldn't be stealing at all. It would simply be claiming what she rightfully deserves. Grimoire stares at her, thinking there is something fundamentally twisted about her thought process. The scene shifts to an abandoned tunnel, where Grimoire asks how they intend to locate the emergency exit in this maze. Riley replies that there is a trick to everything, but their conversation is cut short when something catches their attention up ahead. The gray-haired girl stops, staring down a path that splits into two distinct directions. It is a fork in the road. The boy turns to her, asking if she actually knows which way to go. She shakes her head no. Sighing, he points a finger upward, preparing to instruct her. He decides it is time to teach her a proper technique, catching the student off guard. He visualizes the ancient method where a sorceress channels magic to scout ahead, explaining that this is a standard wayfinding spell. Riley notes that they covered this theory at the academy, and he challenges her to demonstrate it right now. Without hesitation, the girl closes her eyes, drawing blue magical energy from the surrounding atmosphere. Within moments, she condenses the mana into her palms and channels her internal power forward into the darkness. She activates the Pathfinder skill. Streaks of blue light shoot down the corridors, illuminating the path and immediately revealing hidden dangers. One beam rushes past a pressure plate, exposing deadly stakes hidden in the ground. The pathfinding magic continues to surge forward, mapping out the depths of the dungeon. Riley analyzes the feedback, reporting that the left path contains 3 traps, while the right path leads to a complete dead end. That means left is the only option. She maintains the spell, keeping her senses sharp. She asks for his assessment of her performance, and the book spirit shrugs, admitting it wasn't bad. However, there is plenty of room for improvement. He steps closer to his student to correct her form. He declares her method too boring and inefficient, raising a finger to emphasize his point. Grimoire explains that she shouldn't be bound by the rudimentary rules set by fools and lesser spirits. She is destined for something far greater. She needs to attempt a different approach. He reaches out, taking Riley's hand to guide her flow. He instructs her not to force the mana in a single linear direction, spreading her arms wide to demonstrate. He states that she must distribute her awareness, and suddenly, the blue energy begins to coalesce with new intensity. Raising her hands above her head, the gray-haired girl follows her teacher's command, ready to unleash the true potential of the spell. She stared in awe as the blue magical energy swirled and floated around her. Grimoire warned her to stay focused, reminding her that this was merely the beginning. As small beams of light struck the wall, the living book instructed her to guide his power. He told her to direct her attention to every single magical particle. As specks of light drifted onto the leaves, the protagonist explained they had to be tracked individually. The silver-haired girl shut her eyes, locking in her concentration. She visualized a massive circle of azure energy surrounding her, and then, with a look of pure shock, the former academy student cried out that she could finally see it. The scene shifts to the open sea, where a ship cuts through the waves carrying a small sack. Inside that bag rests a hoard of legendary artifacts. Watching his apprentice, Grimoire nodded, acknowledging that she had done an excellent job, though she asked if he really meant it. Gazing out at the horizon from the deck, the book guy declared that for a first attempt, it was perfect. It was time to say goodbye to their old life. The protagonist turned sharply to the side, thinking back on the 300 years he spent trapped in the Legendary Library. He could hardly believe he had finally escaped that wretched place. Grimoire glanced over at Riley, who stood beside him, wearing a faint, rare smile. The book guy stated they needed to clear the air on one thing, a comment that startled the gray-haired girl. Fixing his gaze forward with sudden intensity, the protagonist called out her name. Recalling how she had infiltrated the library late at night, Grimoire noted she had risked death just to find him. He pictured their time within the Imperial Academy walls, reminding her she had dropped out of an elite institution just to learn magic from him. He studied Riley's calm facade. The protagonist then asked the ultimate question. What was her true objective? The narrative plunges into a flashback, revealing a forest choked by ominous red particles. Balls of fire screamed through the air, consuming an entire city in a bright, raging blaze. Terror gripped the civilians inside the buildings as a sorcerer cast a magic circle, incinerating everyone in range, ignoring their desperate cries for salvation. 2 children sprinted through the streets of the burning city. Little Riley looked back in horror, her eyes locking onto a man standing amidst the flames who urged her to be faster. She reached out her hand toward him, but his voice only begged her to run for her life. Back in the present, Grimoire looked at the academy student with a serious expression and asked why she craved his teachings. Confronted with the question, Riley averted her gaze and held a heavy silence. A moment later, she surprised the book guy by admitting that she did indeed have a specific goal, one she could only achieve by transcending her current strength. As the student looked aside with a menacing glare, the protagonist observed that typically, those who seek power through magic are driven by a hunger for revenge. Riley lowered her head, whispering that it was true. Grimoire wondered who was on her list and how she planned to strike, realizing he wanted to ask for the grisly details. However, he let out a deep sigh, reasoning that it is never pleasant to recount the tragedies one has survived. Visualizing the gray-haired girl and the burden she carried since childhood, he decided not to pry into her dark past. Grimoire crossed his arms, reflecting that it had been less than a day since they joined forces, and they were still learning each other's rhythms. Suddenly, Riley asked if he would answer something for her. He looked at her in surprise, asking what was on her mind. The gray-haired girl pointed out that he, too, must have a purpose. Staring at the protagonist, the academy student brought up his stated goal of raising disciples like herself. Immediately, Grimoire's mind flashed to the image of a man, wielding blue flames, and he contemplated his true reason for training wizards, picturing a girl shrouded in purple mist. The living Grimoire questioned why he was being so generous with his wisdom. Visions of robed figures wielding dark violet energy flashed through his mind, his expression darkening into something truly menacing. Riley stared back, waiting for an answer, until he suddenly broke the silence. "What's the difference?" A manic grin twisted his features as the entity admitted the truth. He was doing this strictly for his own amusement. Letting out a heavy sigh, he told her to simply appreciate the privilege of living out such a story. Mere existence wasn't enough. Together, they had the potential to raise true wizards. The scene shifts abruptly, settling into the dim quiet of a tavern room. Perched on the edge of the bed, Riley muttered the harsh reality aloud. She had effectively gotten herself expelled from the academy. "So, what's the plan?" she asked. The Grimoire countered with a question of his own. "Do you still have that recommendation letter from the professor?" Riley nodded, confirming she did. At his command, the silver-haired girl reached into her bag to retrieve the document. The former academy student sat there, silently staring down at the rolled parchment in her hands. The ancient spirit drifted into deep thought as his apprentice announced the letter's origin. "It's from the magic tower of Irantes." The Grimoire looked up, genuinely puzzled. Irantes? Never heard of it. Images of grand castles and looming spires danced through his mind. If they were going to a tower, he wanted one that mattered. He demanded a recommendation for one of the Empire's 5 great magic towers, or at the very least, a legitimate establishment. Visualizing the magical architecture of the world, he tried to piece together the current political landscape, but there was a gap in his knowledge. He had no idea what had been built during the 300 years he spent sealed in the library. He pictured a mage casting amidst a circle of followers. "Listen," he lectured, "a magic tower isn't just for study, it's where wizards build their network." He visualized the vast web of towers across the continent. You can't become an archmage on raw skill alone. It requires influence. He emphasized his point, adding, "And there is no better place to cultivate political status than a major magic tower." He slapped a hand to his face, groaning in displeasure. "But this? Irantes? What kind of backwater name is that? I've never heard of it." Riley looked at her teacher, eyes wide with utter confusion. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "What are you talking about?" the gray-haired girl asked. "The magic tower of Irantes is one of the 5 great towers." The focus shifts to a heavy magic tome lying open on the table. Seated before it, the former student began her history lesson. "To understand the Tower of Irantes, you first need to know its founder, John Irantes." She pointed to an illustration of an elderly man in the text. "That's him," Riley said, tapping her finger on the page. The Grimoire scoffed. "Why would they use a portrait painted on his deathbed? They should show him in his prime," he argued, but the silver-haired girl shook her head. "This was his prime. This is when he became a legend." The entity looked at his student, stunned. She continued, "Jan Irantes was only 40 years old when this was painted." The protagonist stared at her, completely dumbfounded. 40? Did he die young? He stammered. "No," she replied calmly. "He's still alive." He glanced back at the text. "But this caption says the portrait was painted 300 years ago." She nodded confirmation. Peering closer at the book, the Grimoire asked the obvious question. "Is he a half-elf?" "No," came the immediate reply. "Then that makes no sense," he grumbled. "Even a half-elf wouldn't age like that." Riley frowned. "That's rude." Ignoring his commentary, Riley pictured the elderly mage casting spells. In any case, even though he was technically only a high-ranking wizard, John Irantes is a special case. His achievements are said to surpass even those of an archmage. She visualized scholars poring over his work. Because of the magic circles he created, the academic world is currently in a heated debate. They're deciding whether to grant him the title of Grand Wizard. It's safe to say he single-handedly elevated the status of the Irantes Tower to where it is today. The Grimoire stared straight ahead, finally impressed. Even after hearing the full story, Grimoire couldn't make the pieces fit. He thought back on the 300 years he spent gathering dust on a shelf, trapped among the countless tomes of the Imperial Academy Library. To anyone else, that spans an era. It felt like an eternity of silence. Yet looking at the world now, his expression darkened. 3 centuries wasn't nearly enough time for the Empire's magic towers to change this drastically. Something massive had occurred during his slumber, something the history books missed. Then, a specific passage caught his eye. Immortality. The forbidden dream of every mage who wished to cheat death without becoming a lich. The text claimed it was created by Martha Parjarek, Ian Arantes' mentor, and one of the Empire's greatest mages. Grimoire was stunned. He stared at the page, his mind racing back to his previous life. He visualized the complex flow of magical symbols. So, young Arantes hadn't just survived, he had achieved true immortality and ascended to the rank of Archmage, a man who elevated the Empire for hundreds of years. Grimoire pictured a woman with a bright, beaming smile. It finally clicked. Ian was fulfilling his master's dying wish. Grimoire stared silently at his own student, Riley, realizing the parallels were closer than he thought. The scene shifts to the present, the duo walking through the bustling city streets. A massive ship loomed over the pier, casting a shadow over the harbor. Clutching the black book tight against her chest, Riley announced that this was the heart of the Imperial capital. First time? Grimoire asked. She nodded, admitting she hadn't been here since fleeing the Thieves Guild. The gray-haired girl gazed forward, eyes wide with pure admiration for the sprawling metropolis. Well, since we're here, the book suggested. Want to take a look around? Moments later, Riley was holding the famous unicorn kebab. She grabbed a few skewers eagerly. She took a bite, convinced the flavor was unique. She couldn't believe she was eating the meat of a divine beast. Grimoire burst her bubble instantly. It's just lamb, kid. Unicorn is just the brand name. Riley froze. The light died in her eyes. She slumped forward in despair. But, it said unicorn, she whispered. I really thought I was eating a legendary creature. What kind of nonsense is that? Grimoire scoffed. Riley stood there, skewers trembling in her hands. She felt completely scammed. I want a refund, she pouted, feeling the sting of betrayal. Just eat it, he sighed. Out of spite, Riley shoved all the meat into her mouth at once. As she chewed aggressively, her attention drifted past her teacher to the plaza ahead. She looked sharp to the side. Towering over the children were magnificent stone statues. Riley craned her neck. The 5 great wizards, she murmured in awe. They say they were peerless geniuses, she recited. Talented beyond measure and obsessed with magic. Grimoire let out a broad, mocking grin. Geniuses? Hardly. They were all complete idiots. Riley looked at him, shocked. They were just the ones, he clarified, who didn't know how to give up. Staring at the statue of a woman clutching a book, Riley asked the question that had been bugging her. Is that your goal? Why do you obsess over raising wizards? Grimoire focused on the statue of the old man. It's simple, he explained. I wanted to take ordinary people and mold them into legends. His eyes gleamed with a dark satisfaction. It was my revenge against the people who turned me into a pile of paper. A proud smile spread across his face. And my students worked themselves to the bone to make that happen. His mind drifted back to the sorceress, Martha. Martha tried to create a resurrection ritual for me, too, he said. But she failed. He crossed his spectral arms. And as far as I remember, he added, looking at the statue, she never took a single student. Riley connected the dots. So Ian Arantes lied about his teacher? Exactly. Grimoire extended a fist toward her. Come on, let's go storm that tower. With rage twisting his features, Grimoire declared that forgiveness was off the table. He couldn't pardon the fraud who dared to impersonate his student's disciple. Hearing this, the silver-haired girl closed her eyes and steeled her resolve. She offered a blood oath, slamming her fist against her master's cover. Riley vowed to hunt down Jan Arantes for his sake, demanding only his power to exact her own vengeance in return. A sinister grin spread across the protagonist's face. The black tome in her grasp spoke the binding words, sealing their pact beneath the stony gaze of the great wizard statues. Grimoire reflected on that moment. The day master and apprentice swore to be each other's blade. As his fist met Riley's, the book boy realized this was the true beginning of their saga. His mind drifted back to a dusty library shelf. It had been 5 years since. He was reincarnated as a sentient grimoire. He recalled a desperate boy fleeing with a black book clutched tight. The thief who plucked him from that rundown store was Fendel, a slum rat scraping by just to see another sunrise. With a beaming smile, the kid had asked, "How about grimoire?" It was the ancient word for knowledge. The living book accepted the title, though his new owner claimed to hate the complex roots of magic, yet insisted on the name anyway. Fendel grinned, calling out to him. This was his first master. Grimoire watched the boy in silence, a faint smirk forming on his binding. Back then, he was still reeling from the confusion of his fresh reincarnation, but soon, he found himself laughing alongside the boy. Fendel was a spark of light in the darkness. He wanted to repay that kindness. He instructed the boy to hold out his hands. Fendel hesitated, asking if he was doing it right, claiming he couldn't feel a thing. The protagonist guided him, insisting he just needed a little patience. Suddenly, Fendel gasped. A strange tickling sensation washed over him. "Guide it to your heart," Grimoire instructed, as azure mana began to dance around the boy. It was working, but Fendel winced in pain. "That's it," Grimoire encouraged. "Just hold on a little longer." But in that very second, Fendel focused on the mana ball in his palms. "It's getting hot," he murmured. "Too hot." Frustrated, Grimoire turned, assuming the boy was just complaining. He thought the transfer was safe, wondering just how much the kid could handle. "Keep going," he ordered. Suddenly, Fendel convulsed in agony. "It burns!" the boy screamed. Grimoire froze, stunned by the sudden escalation. He tried to shout, "Don't rush it!" But it was too late. Blood burst from Fendel. The book boy stared in horror, the boy now standing in a widening pool of crimson. Words failed him. The protagonist lowered his gaze, crying out in desperation. The memory fades. We cut to a carriage rattling through a dense forest. Inside sits Grimoire, arms crossed, gazing out the window. He breaks the silence, calling out to Riley. The silver-haired mage looks up, startled. Grimoire notes the driver is present, but doesn't care. Magical glyphs on his apprentice's hands begin to glow. With their bond forged, the power of connection is active. He and Riley are perfectly synced. She unleashes a flare of golden magic. She calls his name. Grimoire realizes that by lacing their voices with mana, they've unlocked telepathy. Relaxing, he throws his hands behind his head. The book boy muses with a smirk. "Bet no one's ever tried unicorn kebabs." Riley challenges him, and he takes the wager instantly. Suddenly, Grimoire freezes, staring at Riley as she walks beside the carriage. Grimoire sighs, admitting that he really shouldn't be indulging her like this, but she has caught him red-handed. Staring at the master seated before her, the silver-haired girl demands an answer. Why did he wait until now to teach her such a simple technique? Privately, he notes that it is actually a rather convenient trick. Grimoire shifts his gaze to the side, hesitating for a moment before responding. He feigns ignorance, claiming he doesn't know, but his mind drifts back to the memory of his student, calling him by his true name. The truth is, he simply thought she looked incredibly cute when she whispered it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist knows better than to speak his mind. If he told her the truth, she would fly into a rage, so he chooses silence. Suddenly, Riley shoots him a menacing glare. She reminds him that their spiritual connection allows her to sense his true feelings, so lying is futile. Grimoire abruptly raises a hand to cut the tension, shifting the topic to something far more serious. Listen closely. If the magic tower of Orontes is one of the big five, that means there will be a brutal selection test. It is not something to take lightly. When Riley asks why it is such a big deal, he lays it out cold. The top 5 magic towers have no use for unpolished candidates. The gray-haired girl stares straight ahead, absorbing the hard truth. As she listens, Grimoire emphasizes that they are looking for battle-hardened masters, not novices. He visualizes the looming structures of the magic world, reflecting on the cruelty of the system. These selection tests are a strict meritocracy. He pictures his apprentice standing small amidst a sea of ruthless competitors. For Riley to even be considered for Orontes, the bar is set impossibly high. She would have to crush countless other wizards and prove her dominance. Grimoire spreads his arms wide. He points out that ordinary mages spend their entire lives preparing for this single moment. Visions of tombstones fill his mind as he delivers the grim reality of their situation. There is a reason they call this place the graveyard of promising talents. Grimoire waves a hand dismissively and drops the bomb. They are taking that test later this year. Riley reels in shock, looking away in total confusion at the insane timeline. Does he seriously expect her to grow strong enough to rival mid-rank wizards? To face down high-ranking sorcerers in just 6 months? She knows it is absolutely impossible. But Grimoire points a finger directly at her, his eyes blazing with intensity. It is possible. He makes a solemn vow, wearing an expression of supreme confidence. With him as her mentor, 6 months is all she needs to conquer this test. Breaking into a wide grin, Grimoire reveals that he has already prepared a special surprise for her. The scene shifts immediately to the dead of night, darkness blanketing the world. A lone carriage rattles along a desolate road, the driver gripping the reins tight. The coachman nervously begs for pardon, asking if they have truly arrived at the right destination. Grimoire turns sharply, declaring, "This is the spot." The driver is dismissed. Hearing this, the coachman doesn't hesitate. He spins the carriage around and flees, leaving them stranded on the forest road. Grimoire stares into the gloom, announcing that her 6-month hell training starts right here, right now. He adds that one of his former apprentices still resides in these woods. Riley blinks. Another student of Grimoire? Wait, isn't he over 300 years old? She can't believe any student of his would still be breathing. Grimoire points a finger skyward. The student is neither alive nor dead. Riley recoils in surprise. Standing in the middle of a decrepit graveyard, Grimoire reveals the truth about his pupils. One of them transcended death to become a lich. Suddenly, a skeletal horror looms in the darkness, staring menacingly. The creature remains silent. Grimoire raises a finger, offering a crucial lesson. Only a great magus can achieve lichdom. This disciple was an archmage when he walked among the living. Riley looks around frantically. Where is he? She sees nothing but twisted trees. Grimoire shrugs. He doesn't know either. She has to find the monster herself. It is her first test. Riley stares at her teacher, dumbfounded. He calls this a test? With a smug grin, Grimoire declares that anyone unable to track him is utterly incapable of mastering magic. The gray-haired girl remains completely silent, simply stepping forward to accept the challenge. Resting his hands on his belt, the book boy challenges her, asking if she even knows the basics of tracking. In response, Riley concentrates swirling blue energy into her palms, giving a silent but affirmative nod. He watches closely as the gray-haired apprentice activates her pathfinding skill, branching her magic out in multiple directions. The protagonist announces the objective. Locate the lich's hideout concealed within this forest. This is lesson number 1. A heartbeat later, her blue energy collides with a hidden barrier, revealing a complex network of purple magic circles surrounding them. Confusion flickers across Riley's face, but she persists, pouring more power into her detection spells multiple times. She murmurs that the area is saturated with disturbing spells, admitting the sheer density of the aura is absolutely terrifying. Grimoire observes the glowing purple circles with a wide, satisfied smile, recognizing the structure immediately. It is a barrier, a mix of high-level illusions and spatial distortions. He watches intently as his apprentice analyzes each layer of the magical defense. Through his own analysis, the book boy realizes that this is no simple wall. Search magic alone is not enough. There are hundreds of complex techniques woven together to manipulate the senses. Suddenly, the gray-haired girl looks up, startled. A strange, unknown voice cuts through the air, speaking directly to the golden-eyed girl. A skeleton monster materializes, wearing a smirk on his bony face. He notes her pride but offers a sharp rebuttal. He boasts that it took even an intermediate-level wizard 6 full months to locate this hideout. He mocks her arrogance, asking if she truly believes a mere apprentice could uncover him so easily. Hearing his taunts, Riley doesn't flinch. She simply looks away, folding her arms across her chest with confident ease. The protagonist observes this interaction, noting that her pride is fully justified. As he watches her blue energy effortlessly scan the purple circles, Grimoire realizes Riley possesses a terrifying natural affinity for mana. When her blue beam locks onto the lich, the book boy acknowledges the truth. She possesses legendary-level mana control. In a flash, Riley teleports right in front of her opponent, declaring calmly that she has found him. The skeleton monster's jaw drops quite literally. He stammers, asking how she did it, and frantically begging her to wait. The gray-haired girl stares at him, bewildered, as the lich explains that it has been ages since he last used his voice. He claims his throat is ticklish, then crouches down and begins to cough violently, a strange act for a skeleton. Realizing this bizarre behavior is apparently normal for him, the protagonist's apprentice just watches in awkward silence. Composing himself, the skeleton monster looks away and demands to know how she tracked him, insisting it usually takes intruders 2 years. Grimoire corrects the data in his mind. The fastest historical record was 4 months. He visualizes exactly how his apprentice dismantled the stealth magic. Yet, Riley obliterated that record, overcoming the complex barrier in less than 10 minutes. She pushed through the magical interference and backlash that usually makes searching impossible. Meanwhile, the gray-haired girl stands her ground, staring ahead with dead serious intensity. The lich theorizes she must have traced the residue of his spells, and the protagonist confirms the logic. That specific tracking method is only possible for those blessed with hypersensitive mana perception. Riley confirms his theory with a stone-faced yes, causing the skeleton to call times her, times the real monster. The scene shifts immediately, jumping forward in time. The lich guides the group deeper into the dungeons, walking past a stall containing a demonic horse. Glancing to the side, Grimoire notices the strange creatures in the pens. He still has the weirdest hobbies. Turning back, the book boy questions if this dump can even be called a shelter. The skeleton monster dismisses the insult, pointing out that his actual quarters are further ahead. The narrative jumps forward again as they settle in. The Lich sits elegantly with a teacup in hand, while Riley looks away, radiating silent displeasure. Grimoire notices her discomfort immediately. He points a finger at his apprentice and calls out the Lich. He scolds the skeleton, telling him to suppress his death energy because it is making the guests sick. The skeleton monster looks genuinely guilty, bowing and begging for forgiveness. He explains that he has been isolated for so long he forgot his manners. Then, he claps his hands together. The bookboy reflects on the Lich's tragic nature, a being who transmitted the laws of heaven, only to be cursed by the gods for his transgression. Watching the Lich disperse his shroud of dark energy, the protagonist realizes there is no turning back. He has fully embraced the essence of black magic, becoming an entity that defies the natural laws of death. The Lich confidently faces her, asking if his appearance passes for normal now that he has suppressed his aura. Grimoire turns to his student, asking if she finally understands why he left the Lich here to train a new apprentice. Riley nods slowly, a terrifying image of a massive legion of the living dead forming in her imagination. The book spirit explains, the world is full of evil god worshippers and necromancers, visualizing a woman wielding crimson energy. He reasons that dark magicians exist everywhere, alongside thieves' guilds lurking in the shadows. These criminal syndicates buy illegal materials from the dark users, dreaming of power while their flags flutter in the wind. Grimoire adds that the Holy Inquisition exists specifically to hunt down and punish these heretics. Every evil deed eventually faces judgment, he muses, as he sits at the table with the group. Dismissing the heavy philosophy, Grimoire asks how his former pupil has been holding up and if anything noteworthy occurred. The Lich casually replies that absolutely nothing has happened, and he hasn't stepped foot outside this zone for 2,000 years since turning undead. The protagonist is flabbergasted, mentally noting that he barely managed to survive 300 years of isolation. Yet here they are talking about 2 millennia, a time frame the skeletal monster dismisses as if it were days. The Lich admits he was only worried because his master hadn't returned for such a long time. Pointing a bony finger upward, the Lich explains he spent the centuries studying necromancy. He mastered black magic and curses, occasionally entertaining apprentices that the master sent his way. He notes that time flies when you are immortal, but mentions an incident from about 5 years ago. A group of adventurers caught wind of his location and raided his secret hideout. Staring at the skeleton in disbelief, the protagonist asks for clarification on the invasion. The Lich confirms the raid, recalling a magic circle pulsating with blue energy in his memories. He admits he has no idea how they found him, assuming his dark magical energy must have leaked out. They mistook his home for a dungeon, he explains, while tea pours uselessly through his jaw and splashes onto his ribs. The skeleton monster states they attacked on sight, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. Grimoire watches the tea puddle on the floor, staring blankly at his clumsy acquaintance. He asks what became of the intruders, and the Lich replies that he was conveniently short on staff. So, naturally, he converted them into undead slaves, pointing a finger casually across the room. He mentions they are right here, gesturing to the armored skeleton, currently pouring tea for the guests. The Lich introduces the servant as Jeremy, encouraging them to get acquainted. He calls Jeremy his right-hand man, leaving the group staring at the servant in stunned silence. The protagonist suddenly snaps, shouting that this is clearly a high-ranking Death Knight, not a mere seeker. Throwing his hands up, Grimoire demands to know how a regular adventurer evolves into a catastrophe-class Death Knight. Riley whispers to her teacher that this Lich is definitely a little unhinged. Grimoire wonders if she recognizes the undead warrior, his eyes fixing on the magnificent blade at its side. The silver-haired girl identifies the weapon as a cherished heirloom, noting the golden lion engraved on the hilt. She stares intently at the skeleton knight, her face paling as the realization hits. She reveals that this man was the Grand Inquisitor, the head of the Holy Inquisition. He went missing during a raid 5 years ago, and while the kingdom is still searching for him, he has been here serving tea. Hearing this, Grimoire shoots a look of pure disdain at his former apprentice, who feigns ignorance. The Lich insists he just defeated some intruders, raising his bony hands in a gesture of surrender. Grimoire realizes that dark magic has slowly eroded the skeleton's common sense over the centuries. He used to visit often to keep him in check, but after a 300-year absence, the discipline has faded. The Lich has clearly lost his marbles, causing the protagonist to slump in defeat. Lifting a teacup to his non-existent lips again, the skeleton monster changes the subject to the new disciple. He asks if there is a special reason for her visit, causing Riley to awkwardly look away. Grimoire declared that this child had immense potential. She was a sponge, ready to soak up every lesson he had to offer. The Lich nodded in agreement, his hollow gaze fixed sternly on the path ahead. The bookboy asked a pointed question. Did the Lich recall the last student he had guided? The answer came swiftly, Martha Parjarek. He asked if she was the one with the silver hair, only to learn that the two girls shared a striking resemblance. Clutching a mug of tea, the Lich revealed a bitter truth. A swindler was out there. This fraud was posing as Martha's disciple, and the Lich was heading to the Magic Tower to exact vengeance. Radiating intense seriousness, the protagonist confirmed his resolve to join the mission. As he refilled his cup, the skeleton monster voiced his skepticism. Why target the Magic Tower of Irantes? Why invite trouble when he could picture so many other towers in his mind? He wondered if it wouldn't be smarter to simply target a different magic tower. Why not seize control elsewhere, instead of challenging the 5 great towers dominated by Irantes? Wearing a grave expression, Grimoire admitted that such a path would indeed be simpler, more rational. But where was the thrill in that? A snide grin split the bookboy's face. No, it was far better to slowly rot the system from the inside out. That was where the real fun lay. The Lich recoiled in genuine horror, calling him an absolute freak. The protagonist just shrugged it off, while the skeleton monster pointed a bony finger at Riley. He demanded her take on this madness, warning that if she followed a teacher like this, she would be walking a dangerous path. But the gray-haired girl just flashed a thumbs up, declaring it sounded absolutely thrilling. The Lich realized she was just as twisted as her master and sighed, suggesting they just get on with the training. Riley blinked in surprise, staring ahead as she asked if this was really where they would study. She stood in the center of a massive magic circle as the skeleton monster asked if the flow of mana felt strange. He explained that this was a pocket dimension he had painstakingly crafted over ages. Together with his master, Grimoire did the math. They had 6 months before the selection exam. For a novice to catch up to a middle-class wizard in that time, it was nearly impossible. Riley stared ahead, stunned, as the bookboy reasoned that even a prodigy like her couldn't bridge that gap so quickly. But as he gazed at the glowing yellow arrays, the protagonist posited a question. What if they had 4 times the limit? What if she had 2 years? He stretched his hand toward the humming circles. Riley reached out, awestruck by the incredible subspace. Smugly pointing upward, the Lich and Grimoire spoke in perfect unison. Creating this masterpiece was no small feat. Keeping his finger raised, the bookboy explained that Riley held 2 distinct advantages over other wizards. He visualized his apprentice standing against the backdrop of the magic circle. First, her physical prowess, honed by her time in the Thieves Guild. Second, her innate, superior affinity with mana. Smiling broadly, Grimoire laid out the plan. From now on, they would hone only those traits and master a single spell. Blue energy began to swirl violently in his palm. As the bookboy prepared his demonstration, the skeleton monster recognized the technique. It was a spell that didn't just block magic, it unraveled it. It destroyed enemy attacks, removing the need for defense entirely. The Lich confirmed his suspicion. The protagonist pictured fireballs hurtling toward Riley. Dispel was the answer, the ultimate anti-magic. Grimoire envisioned the silver-haired girl obliterating the incoming attacks with a mere wave of her hand. Even a lethal fireball flying straight at her could be scattered into harmless dust particles. Throwing an arm around his student, the bookboy asked if the strategy made sense now. Riley nodded immediately, a spark of understanding in her eyes. She began to focus a massive surge of blue energy into her hand, visualizing the selection test. The plan was brutal. Neutralize the enemy's magic with the spell, then strike the defenseless opponent. Riley finished the thought once their guard was down. She would use her physical strength to beat them into submission. With a sharp thumbs up, the protagonist confirms that his interpretation is spot on. Glaring ahead with menacing intensity, Grimoire adds a crucial detail. It makes absolutely no difference if her opponent holds a higher level or possesses superior rank. Her only task is to sever the flow of mana to the Lich. Anything less is an absolute disgrace. Smirking at his former pupil, Grimoire insists this is the ultimate method for neutralizing enemy casters. Since they are currently being tested, he owes them this much, and the skeletal master nods his assent. Panic flashes in the silver-haired girl's eyes. She throws a hand up, begging them to halt immediately. Too late, the Lich is already unleashing his core power, ignoring the apprentice's desperate pleas to wait. Terror grips her as she witnesses the skeletal monstrosity cloaking itself in a terrifying aura of violet flame. Riley's voice trembles as she asks if she needs to act right now, confused by the sudden lack of a dispel command. He explains that she must master this the hard way, Latamita style, but she argues back that the magic is far too powerful. That is third-year curriculum material. Ignoring her protests, he hurls a mass of dark green energy straight at the silver-haired girl. Even better, the Lich rasps, while the apprentice stands frozen, eyes locked on the incoming doom. Oblivious to her panic, the skeletal instructor muses that a few near-death experiences are usually sufficient for mastery. Grimoire falls into a sudden, contemplative silence. Beside him, the Lich stands mute, watching the scene alongside Riley. But Riley is already out cold on the floor. Grimoire turns to his partner, questioning the validity of this brutal training. Is it really true that physical beatings improve magical proficiency? His former pupil confirms it without hesitation. Gazing down at her form, the protagonist puzzles over her stagnation. Why has her growth completely stalled? The Lich has no answer. Then, struck by a thought, he reignites his green hellfire and blasts it forward again. The silver-haired girl snaps to attention. In a split second, she shifts her weight and sidesteps the blast. She is not blocking, she is bolting. The apprentice scrambles desperately to outrun the Lich's assault. It leaves him completely baffled. He notes with disbelief that she has been running for a solid hour now. The instructors watch the exhausted Riley, finally wondering if their pedagogical approach might be slightly flawed. Grimoire recalls how this silver-haired thief first infiltrated the library. It has only been 3 days since their paths crossed. He pictures her with a comedic lump on her head, realizing that, in the grand scheme, very little time has actually elapsed. Yet, as he watches Riley struggle to her feet, he realizes he already understands the core of her character. She guards her weaknesses fiercely. The protagonist senses her intense, paralyzing aversion to failure. He envisions a memory of her, a silver-haired child picking the lock of a forbidden chest. Grimoire deduces the root cause. During her time in the Thieves Guild, a failed mission meant a forfeited life. She is carrying that same lethal pressure even now. He glares forward, his expression darkening. But perhaps there is another layer? The apprentice stares up at the protagonist, her eyes wide with admiration. He theorizes that her fear of disappointing him is so great that fleeing feels like her only option. Suddenly, Riley's voice cuts into his mind via telepathy. He is completely wrong. The silver-haired girl looks up, surprised by his overthinking, and explains the simple truth of her retreat. I'm just scared it'll hurt if that magic hits me. The Lich turns to the teacher, asking if such a basic fear is real. The protagonist closes his eyes, silence stretching as he accepts the absurdity. Perhaps it really is that simple. Grimoire studies Riley, who sits dejected on the floor, and demands a status report on her understanding. Does she simply not grasp the method? Her nod confirms his suspicion immediately. He begins to visualize a complex construct, a dense clot of pink energy, woven with countless arcane symbols. Grimoire lectures sternly. You must first identify the structure of your opponent's spell. Trace it back to the source. Dive deep into the technique's very core. Looking pensive, the protagonist wonders aloud if she requires a step-by-step breakdown. He prepares to launch into a long explanation, beaming happily at the silver-haired girl. But then Grimoire stops. He has already given her all the pieces. Now, she must solve the puzzle herself. Right on cue, the skeletal monster coalesces a terrifying sphere of green energy in its palm. The Lich unleashes a surge of power, but the boy with the book stays calm, telling her that panic was her only mistake. Fear invites failure, but clarity brings control. Hearing this, Riley steadies her breath and reaches for the verdant energy. Her fingers graze the magic, confusion washing over her as she stares into the swirling green mass. The silver-haired girl questions them, asking if that vague advice is truly the extent of their guidance. A nod is her only answer, while Grimoire glares ahead, his presence radiating an ominous pressure. His apprentice listens as he reminds her. He taught her pathfinding for a reason. He taught her telepathy not just to chat, but to weave these skills into a weapon she must now wield. Riley's gaze sharpens, cutting to the side as the realization hits her. She knows exactly what to do. Silence falls. The boy tilts his head, watching her with curious anticipation. He sees the shift in his student's stance, watching as she recalls the protagonist's arrogance. She remembers his words, logic and rules are chains for fools and fallen spirits, not for them. She is a being far superior to those constraints, and it is time to discard the standard methods. Without hesitation, Riley presses her palm directly against the pulsating blob of energy. Echoing her teacher's philosophy, she declares she will carve out her own destiny. Eyes shut tight, the silver-haired mage visualizes the magical structure. She sees it not as a wall, but as a labyrinth. Her eyes snap open, blazing with focus. She triggers the pathfinding spell, hunting for the flaw in the design. Simultaneously, the apprentice projects her own magical architecture, forcing her will upon reality. Memories flood back that smug, knowing smile of the protagonist mocking her. It clicks. They have navigated mazes twice before, leading them all the way to this graveyard. She thinks back to the dark tunnels beneath Themis and the hidden passages they traversed. And now, here in the Lich's sanctuary, the black tome falls open on its own. Grimoire commands her to chain the techniques, layering them one after another in rapid succession. Riley locks eyes with the green sphere, the puzzle pieces finally falling into place. Her expression hardens into a glare. This isn't about brute force, it is about absolute secrecy. To succeed, Her magic must remain invisible to the world. The past resurfaces in her mind. She recalls the carriage ride, the silent conversations via telepathy. Stealth communication was the key all along. In an instant, the green energy shatters into nothingness, and she extends a hand toward the skeletal horror. The apprentice stabilizes her mana flow as the protagonist places a grounding hand on her shoulder. The trial concludes, and Grimoire offers a rare word of praise for her triumph. Staring at her own trembling fingers, Riley asks the question burning in her mind, how long did it take? The boy with the book answers casually that it has been merely 4 hours. She closes her eyes, hoping that means only 1 hour passed in the real world, but he shakes his head. The protagonist points outward, clarifying that 4 hours passed in reality. But inside her mind, fighting that sphere, she has been battling for 16 grueling hours. The weight of it crushes her. Riley's knees hit the dirt as she gasps that time is slipping away too fast. Her teacher warns her to brace herself, for this is only the beginning of their hellish training. Grimoire is caught off guard when the silver-haired girl suddenly laughs. She claims it is fine, turning her face away to hide the exhaustion. Riley grins, declaring that she has finally cracked the code of his teachings. The boy smiles back, pleased by her resolve, as nature begins to bloom around the Lich's lair. She feels time rushing past at breakneck speed, blurring the days together. Again and again, she dissolves the green magic, unaware that seasons are shifting around her. While citizens stroll under the scorching sun, the student wages an endless war against Jeremy. Riley visualizes the Magic Tower advertisements, realizing with a start that the cool winds of September have already arrived. As twilight crept in, painting the sky in fading hues, a girl with striking gray hair stood her ground. She fended off grotesque monsters swarming towards her. Meanwhile, high above on the city wall, an urgent announcement echoed. It heralded the selection tests for the 5 great magic towers, a pivotal moment for the protagonist, an apprentice. He mused that it was indeed the season for these arduous qualifying trials, the gateway to the vaunted magic towers. Suddenly, Riley sensed a surge of emerald energy. The Lich, observing, widened his empty eye sockets in utter surprise. With her hands extended, the gray-haired girl effortlessly shattered the magic directed at her. Grimoire, arms crossed triumphantly, proclaimed the display perfect, without a single flaw. He mused that 6 grueling months of training, which felt like 2 agonizing years, had finally reached their culmination. The book-bound entity, smugly observing, believed she could now effortlessly contend with any mid-level magus. His apprentice then questioned, "Is that truly the case?" As they navigated the labyrinthine hideout of skeleton monsters, the protagonist declared, "Then we're done for today." The Lich, acknowledging their success, remarked they had done a commendable job. He promised to tell Jeremy to prepare a delicious dinner. Glancing at the broadly grinning skeleton monster, Grimoire added, "You're quite a good fellow yourself." Suddenly, Riley spotted a piece of paper fluttering toward her. Meanwhile, the Grimoire mused that a bit more work on the attack might be beneficial, and promised, "There will be candy." The protagonist then turned his gaze to the paper clutched in his apprentice's hands. He inquired, "What is this?" Upon reading its contents, the young duo realized it was the 12th volume of the Lich's audacious plan for world domination. Step 1. Create a Death Knight. Step 2. Train a magic-wielding chimera. Staring at the outrageous document, the pair stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. They slowly turned, fixing a glare of profound displeasure on the skeleton monster looming behind them. Simultaneously, the Lich guiltily averted his gaze as Grimoire demanded, "What in the underworld is this?" Had he attempted to conquer the world in their absence? Had he completely lost his mind? Grimoire continued, "You're not even trying to destroy everything around you." With jaw agape, the skeleton monster blurted out, "I am going to conquer the world. I just want to claim that small city in the east, and make it my kingdom." The protagonist, slapping his own forehead in disbelief, couldn't fathom the truth of such absurd claims. The Lich, a puzzled expression on his skull, questioned, "Can someone like me not harbor such grand ambitions?" Grimoire countered, "I'm afraid not. Sooner or later, you'll cause even more trouble." Grimoire added, "Though you've already done quite a good job of it." At this, the skeleton monster awkwardly scratched its skull. The Grimoire then queried, "What's with the sudden reaction to such simple words?" Suddenly, the Lich grew visibly agitated, protesting. It caused no problems whatsoever. Outside, the forest trees now lay blanketed in snow. The protagonist mused that, around this time of year, the Lich's grandiose plans would even extend to the frigid north of the Empire. Ahead, shadowy figures emerged into view, while Grimoire gravely observed that another sinister conspiracy was brewing amidst the desolate, snowy landscape. Amidst this harsh beauty, a black-haired girl hummed a quiet melody. Picturing the frigid expanse in his mind, Grimoire realized this was the Empire's north, the perilous road winding towards Wilhelm, the fabled city of wizards. More silhouettes appeared on the road. A group of men watched the girl, who walked ahead of them. One whispered to their boss, "She's right there." A broad, sinister smile spread across the aristocrat's face, while the bandits, noting her lavish attire, exchanged greedy glances. With a snide grin, one bandit surmised, "She looks rather frail, utterly careless and completely defenseless." Knocking an arrow to his bowstring, a man declared, "One cannot walk this path alone." The black-haired girl, her back still to them, remained oblivious, unaware of the imminent danger. A mere moment later, the robber released his arrow, a silent harbinger of death. The projectile hurtled towards the unsuspecting aristocrat. In that same instant, the arrow plunged into her stomach. The black-haired girl collapsed, bleeding profusely onto the snow. Seeing her fall, the bandits emerged from the shadows. "A perfect shot, boss," they exclaimed. After stripping her of all her jewelry, the bandits reveled in their loot, delighted by the sheer amount of expensive treasures she carried. Watching from the shadows, the robed figure lurks. He spots items that definitely don't belong in a standard dungeon, and a greedy smile spreads across his face. The gray-haired bandit clutches the jewelry tight, boasting about this massive jackpot. But the celebration is cut short when a subordinate frantically calls out to the boss. The bandit leader whips around, annoyed, barking that he's busy and asking what the hell is so important. His ally points a shaking finger. They need to look. Standing there is the same black-haired girl they just murdered. She is right in front of them, staring into the void with a look of absolute madness etched on her face. The gang leader freezes, completely stunned, stammering out a confused question. His men glance back at where her corpse used to be. The body is gone, and the treasure has vanished with it. The black-haired girl closes her eyes, and terror strikes them. They realize she is a magician. Blades are drawn in a panic as the leader screams for everyone to raise their swords. The gray-haired man instantly draws his bowstring taut, shouting a desperate battle cry. He claims victory belongs to them, simply because they have the numbers. But at that exact second, the noblewoman grins. The leader aims his bow right at her, mocking her as nothing more than a fragile little lady. A split second later, she strikes, slicing his hands clean off his wrists. The gray-haired man shrieks, trembling in agony as his severed limbs drop into the freezing snow. Screams rip through the air as he convulses, paralyzed by sheer terror. The bandit leader stares in disbelief at the carnage, while the sorceress glares back with pure fury. She tells them cold, they crossed a mage, and now, they are going to pay the ultimate price. Flash forward. An old man with a white beard stares at the scene, leaning heavily on his cane. The wizard analyzes the aftermath immediately. This was the work of a powerful mage, a clash with bandits. Scattered before him are the frozen corpses of the very robbers who dared to attack that girl. Thrusting his cane into the leader's corpse, the old master deduces the timeline. This happened about 5 hours ago. But calling it a battle is wrong. This was a one-sided massacre. It wasn't a fight, it was an execution. The carriage driver looks back, asking for orders. The white-haired elder replies calmly, "Ignore it. Just keep walking. He will report it once they reach town." As he climbs back in, he assures the driver that as long as he is there won't be any trouble. The driver nods, fully agreeing with the powerful figure. Placing his trust solely in the master, the driver waits as the white-haired man settles inside the carriage. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Sitting across from him is Riley. She gazes out the window, then turns away in surprise as he calls out to her. He questions her purpose. Why is she traveling to Wilhelm? Riley looks at the elder, sitting opposite her. The gray-haired girl explains her goal. She plans to take the selection exam for the 5 great towers. Her eyes are serious, fixed on the road ahead. The white-haired man bluntly declares she is marching towards certain death, asking if she knows the tragedy of that place. Every type of wizard flocks to these tests. In his mind, he sees the chaos of clashing magic circles. The old man warns her, "There are maniacs there who believe the exams are just a license to kill." Visualizing a woman wielding a wand, he adds that she needs real survival skills, not just ambition. If she wants to live, she needs more. Resting his hands on his cane, the white-haired man admits, it is impressive she reached such a rank at her age. But the magic tower selection is hell on earth. He suggests she reconsider and attend the academy in Wilhelm instead. The student protagonist remains silent, her expression hardened and serious. Riley thanks him for the sincere advice, but her mind is already made up. Hearing this, the old man watches her in silence, shaking his head with a heavy thought. It seems this year will claim another capable mage. As he thinks this, the gray-haired girl quietly observes the white-haired master. Gasping for air in the tight grip of his apprentice, Grimoire demands to know what that old man was rambling about, but she cuts him off with a bite of sarcasm, noting that their little transport spell worked a bit too well. They are already here. Riley blinks, finding herself standing alongside the living book in the heart of a sprawling, chaotic metropolis. The air bites her skin. It is freezing. She stares in awe. She has never seen a civilization this advanced. Grimoire recognizes the chill instantly. This is Wilhelm, the city of eternal winter. It is the absolute center of magical engineering. Snow blankets the streets, piling high against the curb despite the bustle. Above, magical airships cut through the gray sky. Suddenly, boom! A shockwave rattles the windows of a nearby building. A passerby barely flinches, asking a neighbor what happened. The response is casual, almost bored. It's just Roy. Blowing things up again. The protagonist scans the area. The architecture is new, but the chaotic energy remains. The vibe hasn't changed a bit. He turns to his student. Well, did you find the route? Riley stares blankly at the map in her hands, shaking her head. I have absolutely no idea. Grimoire groans. This is bad. The city has evolved so drastically that even his ancient knowledge is useless here. Unseen by them, a pair of eyes watches from the shadows. The living book complains. Why doesn't this map show the testing site? It's useless. Fed up, the gray-haired girl taps into her core, unleashing a surge of blue mana. Asterisk. Skill. Activated. Pathfinding. Asterisk. She isn't leaving this to chance. A pulse of azure energy sweeps through the city streets, attempting to overlay data onto her map. The student analyzes the feedback, pointing to the parchment. I'm picking up 10 locations that match the profile for management offices. All pristine, high-end buildings. Public access is restricted at all of them. But the problem is, these could just be school branches, or random research labs. Grimoire sighs, the image of the old man flashing in his mind. The old-timer had warned them. He'd seen countless wizards like them, arrogant at first, lost at the end. Grimoire mutters to himself, if he had known it would be this chaotic, he would have just followed the old geezer. Riley glares at her master. She should have just stuck with that wizard, even if it meant enduring his constant nagging. It is painfully obvious Grimoire is totally lost. Suddenly, a presence manifests behind them. Grimoire is still making excuses about how much has changed. It has been 300 years. Give me a break. Riley rolls her eyes at his incompetence. Did you really think the world would freeze in time for you? Before he can retort, the stranger steps into the light. First time in the city? The stranger grins, assuming they are fresh meat. The protagonist sizes him up immediately. Loose cape, confident stance, definitely a local. But there is a faint, hazy trail of magical energy clinging to him. He wears a wide, disarming smile. The brown-haired youth chuckles. Wilhelm is a maze for newcomers. Easy to get turned around. Grimoire senses the boy's aura instantly. He is just a novice mage. The stranger's voice carries effortlessly over the street noise as he explains the situation. Searching for a path with magic is useless here. Too much background radiation. The residual energy from all the experiments jams the signal. Your spell won't work. The gray-haired girl lowers her map, unimpressed. Is there another way then? The guy shrugs theatrically. Beats me. Then, he points a thumb at his own chest, smirking. Unless you count asking a handsome local for directions as a valid method. Riley stares at him, deadpan. She glances at her teacher for guidance on how to handle this clown. Grimoire stays out of it. Don't look at me, you decide. Sighing, she steps closer to the stranger. Fine, we need help. The guy's grin widens. Where is the little lady headed? The testing control office, she replies sharply. He snaps his fingers, pointing down the street. Easy. I know exactly where that is. His eyes twinkle with curiosity. You planning to take the screening test too? Riley nods. I am. He heaps on the praise, marveling at her talent despite her youth, claiming he still has miles to go himself. Suddenly, a stranger's voice cuts through the air, demanding an explanation. Since she is a newcomer to Wilhelm, he takes the lead, explaining the sheer scale of the metropolis. As they stroll down the bustling streets, he details how the city is split into distinct districts. The brunette guide rambles on about history, explaining the origins of the organization Union. He claims to run the magic towers, but Riley cuts him off mid-sentence. The silver-haired girl halts behind him, flashing a bright smile as she asks exactly how much longer this will take. The stranger pauses, estimating it is roughly 15 minutes to the management office from their current spot. But he is left dumbstruck when the student shakes her head. That is not what she was asking about. Riley points an accusatory finger directly at the man. Standing toe-to-toe with the brunette, she reveals she is talking about the spell he secretly cast on her. Her gaze pierces through him, identifying the magic he wove earlier and wiping the smile right off his face. The stranger's facade cracks. He demands to know when she caught on, his mind racing back to his initial charming greeting. Riley answers without hesitation she knew from the very beginning. She explains that from the moment their paths crossed, she knew something was wrong. With an innocent look, she notes how he placed a bizarre emphasis on specific words during their conversation. The apprentice dissects his technique, asking if he was weaving mana into his vocal intonations. She recognized it as the first step of a casting ritual. The brunette man just stands there, smiling, in silence. Riley presses for confirmation, while Brimworth realizes this stranger actually tried to bewitch his apprentice. A charm spell? Suddenly, the stranger throws his head back and bursts into laughter. He stares down the silver-haired girl, wondering if she truly grasped the situation. If she knew, why did she follow him? He asks the question, while her master watches the scene unfold from the sidelines. The living grimoire deduces the spell involves paralysis, and realizes that if it had worked, things would have ended horribly, as he imagines shadowy hands reaching out to snatch Riley away. Brimworth reasons she would have been paralyzed, then trafficked to dark magicians, or sold to slavers. Grimoire glares to the side, noting that such tragedies are all too common in the dark alleys of Wilhelm. Victims are usually children just like Riley, but then, a thought strikes him. She followed him for a different reason entirely, and a smug grin spreads across the book spirit's face. He wonders who would win, just as the silver-haired girl states that the kidnapper does not look like he could hurt a fly. Hearing the insult, the stranger grits his teeth, scratching his head in obvious agitation. The brunette sneers, suggesting she is far too arrogant just because she achieved the lowest rank at a young age. He vows to teach this cocky little wizard a painful lesson right here and now. Pointing a menacing finger at the apprentice, he asks if she realizes that even among low ranks, there is a massive chasm in power. Brimworth notes the irony. It is true, but in this case, Riley is the sky, and this thug is the dirt beneath her feet. With a dead serious gaze, the silver-haired girl asks if she is his first victim. He smugly points to himself, boasting that she is roughly number 13. The brunette claims everyone falls for his charming smile. He genuinely believes he is a handsome catch. The student ignores the praise, focusing on the fact that he has successfully kidnapped quite a few people. Riley stares in disbelief as her opponent continues to gloat. He brags that he has a face that brings women to tears. In the background, Grimoire is literally flipping him the bird. The silver-haired girl agrees that is definitely the case. Thinking she is complimenting his looks, the stranger beams with self-confidence until the realization hits him. He explodes with rage when the apprentice finishes her thought. Anyone forced to look at his face would find it impossible not to cry. Unleashing a torrent of orange flames, the brown-haired boy spits a curse at her. He concentrates the inferno into his palm, condensing the searing heat until a blade of pure fire materializes from the embers. The stranger forges a blazing spear out of thin air, activating his awakening ability. Riley simply stares him down, her expression thoughtful as she analyzes his manipulation of the fire. Grimoire notes that while their opponent is clearly a novice, his control over that raw power is impressive. The brunette swings his flame-wreathed spear, and noticing the motion, the bookboy lets out a knowing smirk. Calling it the perfect target practice, the attacker hurls his weapon forward, screaming for the girl to die. The protagonist's apprentice doesn't flinch. She stands absolute statue still, even as the world around her erupts into a firestorm. Both she and her master remain completely unfazed. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy manifests before her. Eyes snapping wide, the gray-haired girl triggers her accelerated thinking. In that split second, the protagonist recalls the lich magic encounter, visualizing how his apprentice dismantled that skeleton monster's attack. Grimoire realizes that through his hellish training, her mental processing speed has transcended human limits. He pictures her brain surging with green energy, understanding exactly what is happening inside her mind. She channels magical power directly into her neural network just as the flaming spear closes in on Riley. She still hasn't moved a muscle. Instead, her hyper-focused gaze locks onto the magic circles spinning at the spear's tip. The gray-haired girl stares dead ahead, a strange, volatile energy suddenly coalescing in her palm. The apprentice thrusts her hand out, aiming directly at the incoming fire magic. Meanwhile, the gray-haired master watches, stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Watching Riley unleash that blue aura, the stranger shouts in confusion, demanding to know what she's doing. She gives a cryptic reply, condensing the blue energy into a dense sphere within her grip. The gray-haired girl coldly asks if he understands the difference between heaven and earth. The protagonist watches the unstable blob of magic swirling in his apprentice's hand. Grimoire notes the stark contrast. Unlike the enemy's flashy technique, hers is just a raw, condensed mass of pure magical power. No spin, no fancy tricks, just raw power. In a heartbeat, Riley lets it loose. A massive sphere of blue energy blasts forward. The brown-haired boy freezes, terror washing over his face. The protagonist thinks she's moving too fast, but it's too late. The blue sphere slams directly into her opponent. Grimoire recognizes it immediately, a true magic bullet. The impact is devastating, forcing the brown-haired boy to cough up a spray of blood. Standing over her wounded enemy, the student realizes that, thanks to this fight, she has learned a valuable lesson. It is only right that she repays the favor. Gaze hardening, Riley lectures him. Having a high level of magic is meaningless on its own. It doesn't solve every problem. The outcome of a battle can flip in an instant, depending entirely on talent. Staring at the bleeding, motionless body, the gray-haired girl wonders if he's already dead. Suddenly, she glances back at her master, who is sighing heavily, looking completely dumbfounded. The book boy asks if she actually killed him. Riley casually replies, "You could say that." He explains that he didn't want to cause a scene, but well, they really did just kill him. Watching the summoning angels arrive to collect the body, the protagonist mutters a quick prayer for the guy to respawn quickly. Grimoire looks terrified, reminding her that they only came here to grind for experience points. It wasn't supposed to end in murder. He thinks that despite his best intentions, the guy isn't waking up. Just then, a magical airship casts a shadow over the city. Approaching a city building, Riley deduces that the 10th structure must be the management office. Grimoire realizes just how unlucky they are, picturing the student in his mind. While she concentrates her energy, the book boy reasons that they have already wasted time searching 10 different locations for the control center. He recalls how the gray-haired girl approached random strangers, asking about the office's location, only to be told they knew nothing. She could have just walked away, but the book boy thinks it was bizarre. Nobody seemed to know where the office was, despite the sign right in front of them reading Magic Tower. Standing before the selection test management office, the protagonist realized they had zero options. They would have to scour the entire building just to locate the correct room. Arms crossed over his chest, Grimoire analyzed the situation. He couldn't believe Riley had missed the sign. But then again, if the path was meant to be hidden, it certainly wouldn't be flagged on any standard map. Suddenly, the book boy froze, staring ahead in realization. The locations were being camouflaged on purpose. He turned to Riley. "Do you remember exactly where the other buildings were?" The gray-haired girl focused her gaze on the map. "I remember everything," she replied, marking the spots. "They're all right here." The protagonist instructed her to mark their current building and connect the dots. A smile tugged at the student's lips. It was an inverted pentagram, a massive magic circle. Grimoire grinned at the map. Those clever bastards. He visualized the massive blue arcane sigils hovering in the sky. They weren't just using buildings, they were using the entire city of Wilhelm as a catalyst for the magic circle. Special structures acted as nodes in each sector to activate the grand formation. Envisioning the different colored circles, the protagonist understood the barrier's nature. Stealth, hallucinations, illusions, spells, specifically woven to disorient and confuse any visitor. Staring at the city map in shock, Riley asked, "Why go to all this trouble?" Her teacher shook his head. "No idea, but there's only one way to get answers." Grimoire pushed open the heavy door to the main test office. This isn't just an office. Moments later, they stood in a room where a red-haired woman sat behind a desk. Sensing their arrival, she snapped her gaze toward the guests instantly. A snide, arrogant grin spread across the red-haired examiner's face. "Congratulations on passing the first stage." Suddenly, a glowing blue mark etched itself onto Riley's hand. The examiner explained that the crest was her official token of candidacy. Fanning out several cards, the red-haired woman made an offer. "Present this, and you can use Wilhelm's facilities for free. You have 1 week until the next trial begins. Take the time to rest." The gray-haired girl nodded, accepting the terms. Examining the cards in her hand, the protagonist's apprentice felt a pang of doubt. They had cleared the first test, sure, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it had been suspiciously easy. Grimoire noted that while visiting all 10 buildings was a logistical nightmare, it wasn't deadly. Then he realized it only seemed simple because Riley was a natural navigator. He recalled his apprentice hunting for paths that weren't on the map. It shouldn't have been easy. Even with a Pathfinder spell, locating 10 hidden management offices was designed to be impossible. Visualizing the blue magic circles again, he realized it was all a singular, cohesive system. Looking out at the bustling streets of Wilhelm, Grimoire grasped the true weight of the ordeal. He remembered the manager's smile, as she explained that the final office only materialized last. It only appeared after the other 9 locations were found, a detail she had subtly hinted at. With a thoughtful look, the protagonist analyzed the gauntlet they had just run. To track down 9 invisible locations and trigger the final control point was no small feat. Grimoire realized that for any other wizard, this scavenger hunt would be an absolute, living hell. But for Riley, it was just a walk in the park. Suddenly, the red-haired woman looked up, her sharp eyes catching something. As the gray-haired girl turned to leave, the examiner called her name, that smirk returning. A word of advice: avoid conflicts with other participants until the next test starts. Hearing the warning, the protagonist's apprentice nodded silently, and the scene shifts. As the group strolled down the bustling thoroughfare, Riley voiced the question hanging in the air. Grimoire spread his hands wide, dismissing her concern with a casual shrug, claiming it was nothing of consequence. The living tome explained that the path to power is often cluttered with fools who pick fights without thinking. They clash recklessly, desperate to gauge the strength of their rivals before the official trials begin. It was a chaotic filtering process, weeding out the troublemakers early. Riley glanced back at her mentor, processing this. The gray-haired apprentice assumed she could stay above the fray, but Grimoire cautioned her against such complacency. Some idiots simply refused to heed warnings. Suddenly, Riley froze, her body locking up in sheer shock. She whipped around to warn Grimoire, only to find the knowing look already plastered on his face. Standing amidst the chaos of Wilhelm City, the bookboy noted calmly that a razor-sharp killing intent was currently locked onto Riley. Visions of slaughtered bandits flashed through the gray-haired girl's mind. She recognized this magical signature instantly. Her expression darkened into a scowl. The apprentice realized this wasn't just bloodlust, it was raw magic. It was the exact same residue she had sensed on the bodies earlier. Grimoire confirmed her suspicion without hesitation. The source of this crushing, murderous aura was undoubtedly the killer responsible for the recent massacre. Without wasting a second, the gray-haired mage flared her mana, surrounding herself in a volatile blue aura. Acting on the command to hunt him down, the apprentice expanded her sensory magic, casting a pathfinding spell across the entire city. The living tome observed with interest as her azure energy rippled through the unsuspecting crowds, repurposing the skill for tracking. It was time to look beyond the physical. She shut out her normal vision, perceiving the world purely through the flow of magic. Asterisk. Ping. Asterisk. Her detection spell snagged on something. A solitary figure lurking just around the building's corner. Riley snapped her head toward the location, her eyes narrowing. Found him, she hissed. Separated from the bustle of the crowd stood a mysterious figure in crimson robes, staring dead ahead with unnerving calm. "What's the play?" the apprentice asked. Her teacher fired back. "What does your instinct tell you?" She affirmed she could take him, but before the words fully left her lips, a blinding flash of crimson erupted before her eyes. Grimoire's voice cut through the air, screaming at her to brace herself and maximize her defenses times now asterisk. A dense, volatile mass of red energy materialized instantly, inches from the gray-haired girl's face. She froze, eyes wide with shock, mind racing between options: disperse the magic, tilt her head, dodge. Too slow. She realized with horror that the projectile would drill through her skull before her body could even twitch. Instinct took over. In a split second, the apprentice concentrated her azure mana into her palm. She initiated a double cast, accepting the grim reality that she would have to sacrifice a limb to survive this. Riley analyzed the incoming red construct with her magic circle, praying it would destabilize quickly upon impact. If she could just deflect the fatal blow, she could simultaneously prep a magic missile for a counterstrike. Concentrating a dense sphere of blue power, she gambled on what her opponent was predicting. He expects a turtle defense, she thought. He won't see the counterattack coming. While tracking the trajectory of the Red Death, the apprentice scanned desperately for an opening in his guard. Riley intercepted the attack, but then her eyes bulged in utter disbelief. The Crimson Mage had enveloped his entire body in a seamless shield of red energy. There were no gaps, no openings. Terror gripped her as she stared at the red sphere. It was impenetrable. The red annihilation beam slammed into her blue barrier with cataclysmic force. Her defenses shattered like glass. The red energy punched straight through, piercing the apprentice's skull. Blood pooled instantly around her feet. The magic tome clattered to the ground, splattered with crimson. The figure in the red robe grinned broadly. Then, reality snapped back. Riley let out a blood-curdling scream. She was standing unharmed in the middle of the busy street, chest heaving, wearing a look of absolute terror. The gray-haired girl frantically looked around, patting her intact body. What was that? The woman in black and red leaned in, whispering the answer before Grimoire could interject. A mental battle. Grimoire analyzed the encounter. A mental battle, a hyper-realistic simulation fueled by intense concentration and killing intent. To initiate it, one first needs to lock onto a target and remember them. The blue energy surged forward, catching up to the mysterious figure clad in black and red. Grimoire realized the only way to trigger a lethal intent was to visualize his own apprentice fending off a sphere of crimson destruction. Deep down, the protagonist knew he had to confront the answer, realizing that this entire situation was just a widespread misunderstanding. At that exact moment, the hooded figure in black and red unveiled herself. She leaned in dangerously close to Riley, her voice dropping to a whisper as she asked if the girl had just witnessed death. Riley's gaze locked onto the strange symbol etched into the stranger's hand, her expression turning serious. Grimoire immediately recognized it. An inverted pentagram, the unmistakable mark of a selection test participant. He hadn't even registered the danger warnings screaming in his mind, too focused on the terrifying image of this raven-haired sorceress slaughtering bandits. To the book, this was a gruesome scene left by a deranged killer, a massacre where nothing but faint traces remained. Eyes fixed warily ahead, the protagonist urgently warned Riley to keep her guard up around this woman. Watching that unhinged smile spread across the stranger's face, Grimoire knew one thing for certain: she was a complete psychopath. But that was to be expected. You don't find sanity among those who have spent years wielding magic as a weapon of mass slaughter. The scene shifts to a bustling restaurant, where the witch is casually seated. She asked for recommendations, while the gray-haired girl currently double-fisting forks full of meat looked up. With a face beaming with pure delight, Riley declared that the food was absolutely delicious. The dark-haired mage noted that this was the premier dining spot in all of Wilhelm. Even the high lords of the 5 magic towers dine here after passing their selection trials. She told Riley she didn't need to answer, just eat, because she was picking up the tab for everything. Riley paused, asking if that was true, and the dark-haired girl nodded in confirmation. She explained it was an apology for being rude earlier. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl practically sparkled with joy. Grimoire glared at the scene in disgust, while his student simply announced that she liked this new friend. He immediately countered, instructing her times, not times to befriend this woman, even as Riley continued sampling different dishes. Riley offered her simple philosophy: anyone who buys me food can't be a bad person. Grimoire asked if the meal was really that amazing, and he received a resounding yes. Clutching a forkful of steak, the gray-haired girl clarified that the reason was simple. Compared to the garbage she was forced to eat back in the Lich's musty cave, this was heaven. The protagonist felt a pang of betrayal, picturing his skeleton form slaving over a stove to cook for her. Grimoire reflected on how hard he had worked to prepare meals for Riley. His dishes were nutritionally balanced masterpieces, generously infused with rare magical herbs. A moment later, the Lich was devastated when his apprentice dropped the final hammer. She asked what she was supposed to do if it tasted terrible, and Grimoire could only mutter that she was being cruel. Snapping his attention back to the sorceress in black and red, the book realized there were more pressing matters at hand. With a cheerful expression masking her lethal nature, the woman introduced herself as Rebecca Duncan. She asked them to drop the formalities and just call her that. Smiling mischievously, the raven-haired girl asked to be taken care of, while the protagonist mused that dealing with an abnormal serial killer was going to be a massive headache. When Riley finally rose from the table, satisfied and full, she expressed her sincere gratitude for the meal. But Rebecca waved it off, claiming she was just happy to see Riley enjoy it. Grimoire analyzed the threat. Rebecca Duncan, the broadly smiling sorceress sitting before them. At 27 years old, she was an advanced-level mage who had come to Wilhelm for the testing. The dark-haired mage tapped her cheek, telling them there was no need for such immense gratitude. "It's not that simple," she said, flashing the participant mark on her hand again. Rebecca revealed the catch. "Everything here is free for candidates," triggering Riley's memory of the examiner. The dark-haired girl asked if she hadn't heard this from the manager, showing the children her hand. Rebecca explained that certain facilities are free just by displaying the symbol. Recalling how she showed the cook her mark, she noted that this restaurant was no exception, realizing with a smirk that Riley was far more naive than she had anticipated. Riley stands there, a look of pure confusion plastered across her face. Her new friend immediately points it out, remarking that she is making a truly bizarre expression. As Riley awkwardly looks away and apologizes, Grimoire muses silently to himself that she still hasn't put the pieces together. Observing his apprentice's deadpan gaze, the book boy deduces the truth. That blank stare isn't emptiness. It is a mask for seething anger. Under the dazzling glow of the streetlights, Rebecca suddenly snatches Riley's hand. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" she demands. And when Riley mutters about finding a random spot nearby, Rebecca shuts it down. "Absolutely not." The black-haired girl yanks her aside. "You can't just sleep anywhere." She explains that even the accommodations for the 5 magic towers have strict hierarchies. Insisting on handling it, she whips out a city map and stabs her finger at a specific location. "Trust me, This is where you want to be, Rebecca insists, eyes lighting up as she imagines the luxury inside. She points to her top recommendation, the Sky Whale Hotel. It's perfect, she gushes, gesturing emphatically. Top-tier soundproofing, so it's dead quiet. The staff is charming, and the food? To die for, she adds, beaming with excitement. Rebecca notes there is even a cafe attached, and Riley actually pauses to consider the suggestion. Handing over the map with the locations marked, the black-haired girl decides her work here is done. Riley takes the map but looks back at her puzzled. Aren't you coming with me? Her new friend shakes her head. No. I'm staying with an acquaintance. Someone from Wilhelm, she clarifies, watching silently as the protagonist's apprentice studies the map. Then, Rebecca's face lights up with sudden excitement. Unless, you want to come stay at his place too? She offers, but Riley shuts that down immediately. Rebecca blinks, taken aback by the instant rejection, while Grimoire stares ahead in silent annoyance. The spirit remains quiet as Rebecca laughs it off awkwardly. Hey, I was just asking. Watching the embarrassed sorceress, the ancient book reflects on his centuries of experience. He realizes she wasn't faking it. The offer was sincere. If Riley had said yes, Rebecca really would have taken her home without hesitation. Riley mentally questions her teacher. Why is she so obsessed with me? I have no idea, Grimoire admits. The mind of a young murderer is a mystery, even to me. As Riley glares ahead, Grimoire speculates that Rebecca must be shocked. She is likely stunned that a total rookie passed the first stage of the entrance test. She's sniffing around, trying to figure out what skills you're hiding, he notes, earning a dirty look from his student. You talk a lot for someone who claims not to know anything, Riley snaps. Mere hypothesis, he defends. But glancing at his student, he realizes the truth. She thinks he is completely losing his mind. Riley shakes her head in denial, but her attention shifts as Rebecca begins walking away. Suddenly, the girl spins around. Go get some rest. I'll see you at the next exam. Grimoire watches her go, his mind flashing back to a vision of her wielding malevolent red energy. It is unsettling seeing such a bright, innocent smile on the face of a ruthless killer. He pictures the black-haired girl standing amidst a pile of fresh corpses. She had butchered those bandits without a shred of mercy. Say something before she leaves, Grimoire urges, and Riley nods. Glancing at her new friend with a rare, genuine look, the gray-haired girl calls out, We'll see each other again. Rebecca nods in agreement, but freezes when Riley speaks again. Clutching the black book tight, the apprentice drops a heavy line. Next time, I hope we get to fight together. Riley stares her down. And you don't need to use illusion magic to try and scare me. The color drains from Rebecca's face. She is completely thunderstruck. Staring down the protagonist's apprentice, Rebecca threw out a question about illusion magic. She got the confirmation she wanted, while Grimoire visualized his apprentice bleeding out in his mind's eye. The living Grimoire realized a mental battle had triggered the exact second they met. He replayed the tape the moment the raven-haired girl stepped up to Riley, and suddenly, the logic clicked for him. Riley had faced death in a simulation and snapped back to reality, a direct manifestation of the wizard's will. The protagonist noted that Rebecca referred to this phenomenon as a mental battle. It was very real. Riley locked eyes with her new friend and demanded to know why she'd cast a hex on her. The black-haired girl looked puzzled for a moment, then realized this apprentice was actually amazing. She asked how Riley spotted it, considering only high-tier magic usually detects such a weave. Arms crossed over his chest, Grimoire stepped in with a history lesson from the ancient era. There has always been only one way to shatter an illusion: absolute confidence. Rebecca stood there, dumbfounded. The gray-haired girl clarified that she would never die at the hands of an incompetent amateur. That hit home. The black-haired girl's hand tightened into a trembling fist of pure displeasure. Simultaneously, the book guy visualized the intricate flow of blue magical energy. It all came down to capacity, precise control, and the raw power of the mana flow. Tracing that energy current in his mind, the protagonist calculated the casting speed. With every rank up, abilities skyrocket. Surrounded by endless rings of blue magic, Grimoire noted that usually, a gap in skill isn't something you can just overcome with grit. No matter what tricks you pull, a difference in levels is typically absolute. That is the law of the wizarding world. But wearing a snide grin, the book boy realized this case was an exception. With Riley taking a bold, confident step forward, the dynamic shifted. The gray-haired girl declared they'd already heard that lecture today, and the guy who said it was currently rotting in Wilhelm's alley. Pointing a thumb at herself, the student added that he also ended up with a massive hole in his chest. Rebecca stared in total disbelief, while Grimoire quietly analyzed the situation. Riley knew exactly how to punch up against a stronger opponent. She had done it multiple times. He recalled the skeletal monster's magic, the desperate battle against the Lich. He visualized how his student neutralized the enemy's attack with sheer force of will. The protagonist remembered she had also slaughtered the chimera in the hideout. And, of course, the fool from Wilhelm they had just dispatched. Just as Grimoire finished his mental tally, Rebecca burst into sudden laughter. She claimed that, if she really wanted to, she could attack right now. The gray-haired girl looked ready for war, but the black-haired mage told her to save her breath. She asked if Riley was actually thinking, or if she just didn't understand the consequences. If she ignored the manager's warnings without cause, she would face immediate disqualification. Riley called her bluff, stating that was a lie, she was just running away out of fear. Wearing a smug expression, Rebecca proposed they settle this during the actual test. The raven-haired girl remarked it would be entertaining. She had met plenty of weirdos before the selection. Riley fired back that she had fun too, mostly because Rebecca had leaked a ton of useful intel. Wrapping herself in vibrant pink energy, Rebecca told her to watch her back until the test started. She evaporated into pink smoke, her final words echoing that she had enjoyed herself today. Staring at the empty space, the gray-haired girl realized with admiration it was a clone all along. Grimoire deduced the real body must be miles away, likely on the other side of the city. His student admitted it was a flawless technique, while he imagined Rebecca sitting casually at dinner. But in the back of his mind, the book boy sensed a strange, lingering flow of magical energy. It was a power that shouldn't exist in mortal vessels, and without hypersensitivity to mana, no one would have spotted a thing as she strolled casually down the street. Riley claims she has put the puzzle together, prompting Grimoire to ask what she means. Grimoire notes that Rebecca's obsession with her is already crystal clear. Envisioning the black-haired girl walking right beside her, the apprentice reveals it was mere curiosity. She waited, realizing it was nothing but a clone, and visualized Rebecca retreating. Riley adds that she just wanted to see the look on her face. The mystery was begging to be solved. Perhaps it was the fluctuation in magical energy, spiking at just the right moment. Staring dumbfounded at the gray-haired girl, the protagonist asks why she bothered. She replies simply, "It was fun." He is left wondering where this sudden attitude came from. Beaming with joy, the apprentice declares she loves the thrill of getting caught. She stands before him, practically radiating excitement. Grimoire admits he is shocked she understands the inner workings of such a lunatic. It is impressive, though Riley notes that, naturally, she does. He muses that he has completely lost the plot. Meanwhile, closing one eye, Rebecca tells the rookie to wake up. She is a wizard of the highest rank, spreading her arms wide. The black-haired girl declares Riley is just a beginner, barely stepping onto the lowest rung. The gray-haired girl watches silently as her companion notes the massive gap between them. It is a difference beyond words. Scene shift. A young man holds a questionnaire. He studies the participant data for the selection, recalling a rumor he heard. Plenty of interesting personalities this year. He sits at a library desk. A voice echoes from a glowing magic ball, asking how far he has looked. The man replies, he is reviewing the second son of the Stingwood family. The ball asks if this feeling is new. He admits it is. He cannot believe the student he once taught is already taking the selection test. It feels like just yesterday they met at the mansion. He pulls the paper closer. The woman in the ball interrupts. Discard the memories for a moment. Move to the next chapter. The most interesting part is still to come. The teacher scrutinizes the sheet, asking if it is true. Astonished, he stares at the document. The mentor looks at the photo, a low-ranking member. He pulls it closer to his face. The voice from the ball teases. Fun, isn't it? She notes the participant wanted to clear the qualifying round immediately. He calls it arrogance, typical of a student of Ledamita. The woman in the ball gazes ahead. Who knows? She asks if he knows how long it took the kid to pass the first test. Eyes glued to the paper, the mentor guesses. Barely made it? Probably wandered around Wilhelm for 3 months. The red-haired woman places her hands on the golden energy ball. Wrong. This child arrived in Wilhelm this very afternoon. The man checks the profile again. That means it took only half a day to find the management office? His hands tighten around the sheet. The fastest record was 4 hours, he stammers, and that was when Rebecca Duncan used 20 clones to scour the city. He looks away. The average time is 1 week. He muses that even Garen Edward von Theobald, a high-ranking expert, took a full day. The mentor picks up the paper again, realizing this little Riley is number one. Number one. The lady leans on her arm. I told you there would be something to see this year, didn't I? The man looks at the golden ball. In more ways than one. The lady checks the magic mark on her wrist, amazement clear in her eyes. Only 1 week left until the next test. With the mission finally over, she clenches her fist not in anger, but in sheer victory. It is time for some serious, uninterrupted rest. The grimoire chimes in, noting their relentless travel schedule, while Riley lazily shoves a forkful of food into her mouth. She takes lazy to a professional level, waking up at noon and enjoying breakfast in bed while the sun is already blazing high in the sky. Cutlery in hand, she doesn't even bother sitting up properly, reaching for her plate while still half buried in the sheets. But paradise has a limit. After 3 days of doing absolutely nothing, she stares at her fork and declares, "I am bored." Sensing her mood shift, the grimoire looks at the girl and suggests a change of pace. Why not go for a walk? The young sorceress stands before the mirror, admiring her reflection. She is dressed to kill, impeccably styled for the day. As she steps out, her companion nods in approval. "You look good." Meanwhile, the main character grips his book tightly, lost in thought. Even after splashing out on high-end fashion, the realization hits she is still loaded. Her bank account has barely budged. Her companion smirks, noting that she has barely made a dent in the fortune she acquired from the reward. "Let's go." Riley shifts her weary gaze toward the massive structure looming ahead. The Central Library of Arcady. Crowds swarm the entrance. The young man explains, "This building has stood here for centuries. It is history carved in stone." Riley's eyes widen in delight at the sheer scale of it, and the grimoire whispers, "Look at that size." It is likely the second largest in existence, a sanctuary where the vast majority of magical knowledge is locked away. The young man turns to her, a silent question in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to go in there?" He crosses his arms, skeptical. He figures they have time to kill anyway, so why not take a look? Besides, word on the street is that they can access the facility without any red tape or bureaucratic hurdles. The grimoire adds a pragmatic point. For test participants like you, access to this archive is a massive strategic advantage. Golden mana dances around, floating tomes in the air. Just stepping inside promises to be a rewarding experience. Shelves are packed with rare collections, but the guy looks down, hesitation creeping into his posture. He is still doubtful. As the books glow with arcane energy, a dark memory surfaces. He remembers the 300 years he spent trapped in a cursed place, just like this. It was a living hell of paper and ink. Beside him, the blonde sorceress stares straight ahead, unbothered, rows upon rows of knowledge. Riley clutches the grimoire to her chest and drops a harsh truth. "You can't hide from libraries forever." The young man shifts his worried gaze and reluctantly agrees. Unlike the digital age of the 21st century, in this world, paper is power. You read, or you die. He stares into the shadowy corridors. As the lady said, he cannot avoid his trauma indefinitely. Fear is just another wall to break down. The protagonist closes his eyes, taking a steadying breath. "Why not go in blind?" he jokes darkly. The girl just stares at him, intense and waiting. With renewed resolve, he marches forward, waving a hand dismissively. "If it sucks, we just walk out." Simple. Inside, the young sorceress is instantly captivated. Her eyes dart everywhere, soaking in the grandeur. "It is incredible," she murmurs. The protagonist relaxes, hand resting on his belt, the tension finally draining away. He reassures himself it is not like the chaotic mess of his memories. There are no books scattered on the floor here. Everything is orderly. A bit pompous with that ceiling, though, he critiques, trying to play it cool. "Pompous?" she asks. Ignoring the vocabulary debate, she flashes the pass in her hand. "Platinum tier." The boy's eyebrows shoot up. "Platinum? That is top-level clearance. We can go literally anywhere with that." Riley looks at him in bewilderment. "Anywhere? Why would we go anywhere, when there is only one place that matters?" They stand before the threshold of the restricted section, the forbidden zone. Riley is grinning now, clutching 2 massive tomes, buzzing with excitement. Her companion notes, "Those 2 are from the general collection, but the forbidden topics, that is a different beast entirely." She rattles off the titles, heavy academic works about the 100 great figures, who defined the modern era, and unlocked the secrets of the Second Awakening. Deep lore on the flowering of attributes. The boy rubs his temples, already feeling a headache coming on. "Grab that lamp," he orders, scanning the room. "We need a spot with decent lighting, stat." Riley points a finger at the dancing magical orbs. "There, that spot has perfect light." He grabs her arm, pulling her forward. "Great. That is where we need to be. Let's move." Deep within the library archives, a scholar sits motionless at a table, a book resting in his hands. Suddenly, a young girl's voice cuts through the silence, claiming the seat is taken, prompting the elder to raise his lamp high. The observer turns, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. When asked how she entered, she extends a hand to reveal a glowing magic pass. Garen stares in genuine disbelief, remarking on the absurdity of the situation before asking what she truly wants. He cannot believe she passed the first trial with such sloppy technique, while the young sorceress meets his gaze without flinching. Watching from the shadows, the protagonist scoffs, wondering what kind of trouble this eccentric old man is causing now. The elder leans heavily on his cane, listening as the main character analyzes the situation. She intends to tackle the selection exam of the 5 Great Towers, though the hero finds the old man to be an incredibly annoying obstacle. The commander studies the girl with a grim expression, asking if she realizes she is marching towards certain death. He asks if she is deaf to the tragedies of the past, warning that countless wizards flock to these tests only to perish. Riley glances down at her hand, clutching the proof of her first victory, convinced she has earned her place. She holds her certificate tight, but the elder blocks her path, standing like a wall before the younger generation. He demands she surrender, his gaze locking forward as he reveals the brutal truth of what lies ahead. The coming trial is far more savage than she imagines. He warns that the moment the scent of blood hits the air, everything changes. The competition field will transform into a slaughterhouse, leaving the young lady staring at Garen in pure shock. He presses on, explaining that a veteran wizard with years of combat experience might stand a chance. But for a novice like her, the test is a death sentence, a danger she is not equipped to handle. He tries to persuade her to walk away and return when she is ready. The commander of the magic squad standing firm in the center of the bookstore. Riley looks him dead in the eye, her voice steady, as she declares that her decision is final. The old man lowers his eyes, sighing that such stubbornness is a foolish trait of youth. He admits she is full of energy, to which the young lady retorts that others have described her differently. She claims people call it courage, causing the protagonist to watch the elder's reaction intently. Garen snaps back, telling her to spare him the nonsense about courage, insisting it is all in vain, but she refuses to back down. The commander regards his challenger thoughtfully as she holds out the lamp, illuminating the space between them. She suggests Garen let her prove her worth, and suddenly, the elder's eyes blaze with magical fire. He issues a challenge to a duel, his expression hardening as he stares straight ahead. If she is so desperate to pass the test, she must fight him first. Instantly, streams of mana begin to swirl around the old man. As he stands confident and immovable, the lady shifts her gaze, completely bewildered by the sudden escalation. She asks for clarification on fighting him, and he confirms that this will be an unorthodox challenge. She looks up in confusion, but he assures her he will not launch an attack. He grants her exactly 3 attempts. Cracking his neck to the side, he lays out the condition for victory. If she can force him to move even a single step, the win belongs to her. He plants his feet like roots in the earth. He promises that if she succeeds, he will step aside, acknowledging that if she can push him back, she might just survive. The observing hero looks on wearily, forced to admit that the old man actually makes a valid point. He recalls that this elder is a high-ranking expert wizard, watching as the man stares soulfully into the distance. The protagonist rubs his chin, calculating that among all the examiners for the selection test, this man is likely the deadliest. He realizes that this old master is the strongest obstacle, and if Riley can land a solid hit here, it proves everything. It would display her true potential, but Riley asks the terrifying question of what happens if she fails to land that hit. The wizard looks at her with cold necessity, stating that while he takes no pleasure in it, he will be forced to stop her. When she asks how, Garen points a menacing finger forward, declaring he will strike her with his full power. The young sorceress stares in horror, and the observer is outraged by the contradiction. He is indignant that the man who promised not to attack is now making threats. The elder looks up, his gaze burning. He clarifies with a dark reassurance that she need not worry about dying today. He will simply shatter her legs so she physically cannot walk to her doom, leaving the participant frozen in fear. Shocked by the brutality of his words, she stares ahead, realizing that this old man is absolutely insane. Riley stares at him in total shock, and he asks, "Why the long face? You look terrified." "It's my pride," she snaps back. "It's taken a beating." Garen closes his eyes, amused. He asks if she wants to settle this a fair fight, no holding back. She nods immediately. The old master bows his head, eyes shut tight, before snapping them open to lock onto her. "Retrieve the book from your bag," he commands. Riley turns, dread evident in her posture. Her trembling hands pull out a heavy tome, *100 Great Figures Who Defined the Modern Era*. The wizard snatches the volume. Her companion watches, baffled. "What do we need a history book for?" Riley watches him like a hawk as he rapidly flips through the pages. "Not bad," he mutters, scanning the text. "Surprisingly accurate history here." He shoves the open book back toward her. "Read," he orders. Riley looks down, eyes widening. The young man is bewildered. "Book club? Now?" Then he glances at the page number 67. The entry reads, Garen Edward von Theobald *. The illustration shows a lone warrior besieged by a horde of monsters. Her voice shakes as she reads aloud. Garen Theobald, commander of the Western Front Magic Division, renowned for the single-handed slaughter of 100 demons. She gulps and reads on. The incident was named the Battle of the Hazel Part Mountains. His Imperial Majesty honored Edward von Theobald's valor by inducting him into the Hall of Fame. Riley glances from the heroic portrait to the old man standing before her. The guys are absolutely floored. It is a stark reminder that not all wizards sit behind desks pushing quills. High rank does not always equal combat readiness. Some mages only study to chase levels. But then there are those forged in blood and fire, battle mages. The boy watches, stunned. Symbols of high magic float in the air. Garen rests his hands atop his cane, radiating absolute power. The text confirms it. Even among the elite, Garen Theobald is a living legend, a titan among mages. Riley stares at him, her perspective completely shifted. She is standing before a monster. Is that really him? She whispers. The boy nods, stunned. Looks like it. Suddenly, Riley speaks up. Can we make it 5 attacks? 3 is not enough. The wizard blinks, dumbfounded. Have you no shame, child? Then, a grin. I am kidding. Granted. Riley turns to her companion. We cannot fight here. It is a library. Too many obstacles. He agrees. But Garen just snaps his fingers. Asterisk. Snap. Asterisk. Trifles, the old man scoffs. Suddenly, mana begins to swirl, distorting the air in the library. Pure energy floods the room. With a sweep of his hand, the wizard warps reality itself. Is this spacious enough for you? He gives a casual thumbs up. Do not worry about the books. Nothing here will be touched. Your magic cannot escape this barrier. Riley looks around, skeptical of the containment. What if I break it? She asks. Impossible. This space is reinforced to withstand any impact. The male student crosses his arms, grinning. Well then, no excuses now. Go get him, Riley, he says. Show this old-timer what you have got. Asterisk. I need to see this. Asterisk. He thinks. Asterisk. How will her raw power fare against a true master? Asterisk. Riley squares up, hesitating slightly. The wizard watches her, eyes sharp as daggers. Asterisk. If she does not hit hard, asterisk. The boy thinks. Asterisk, she is going to get crushed. Literally. Asterisk. Asterisk. She will not even land a scratch. Asterisk. Garen's gaze shifts, catching the boy's reflection in his eyes. He analyzes the situation. Usually, reaching the lowest rank before age 20 is enough to be called a genius. A magical rune flares to life. Every wizard undergoes 2 awakenings. As Riley draws on her power, Garen recalls his own past. He faced his first awakening at 10 years old. True awakening is for those who grasp the instinctive truth of magic, the essence of mana and sorcery. He remembers his days as a novice, training until his bones ached. The luminous crystal floats suspended between his palms as the man explains the nature of the attribute seed. It lies dormant within the core of mana, waiting for the wizard to awaken their specific element. Once unlocked, the true potential of sorcery is unleashed, allowing for spells of devastating complexity and power. As the young candidate steps forward, the elder muses on the nature of growth. The moment they attune to that power, they shed the title of apprentice and ascend to the lower ranks. The Magic Squad commander fixes his gaze forward, contemplating the sheer disparity in skill. For an adult mage, power grows exponentially. Strength becomes an inevitability rather than a choice. Garen locks eyes with the girl, his mind racing with a singular conclusion. Any fledgling who shatters the lower rank barrier before the second exam isn't just talented, they are absolute monsters in human skin. Riley stands ready, arms outstretched, staring down the veteran. The elder bows his head slightly. He sees the limitless potential burning within her. That is precisely why he must stop her here. If she breaks now, the magical world loses a brilliant future. He sets the terms. He will endure 3 of her strikes. If she forces him to move a single step, then the victory is hers. He clasps his hands behind his back. It seems harsh, but he hopes the overwhelming gap in power will force her to retreat for her own good. It is his only way to save the child from herself. Riley raises a palm, and the trial begins. Mana condenses in her grip, forming a sphere of blinding, radiant energy. A magical projectile screams toward the elder. He stands rigid, noting the sheer velocity. His gaze remains tranquil. He identifies it as a brute force strike, heavy, direct, and utterly unsubtle. It lacks finesse. There is no spin, no curve, no complex trajectory manipulation. He conjures a standard barrier, judging the attack as respectable but basic. No need to waste an attribute on this. But as the mana slams into his defense, the old man's shield buckles. Garen watches the impact, and suddenly, his calculations fall apart. His eyes widen in shock. A phantom sensation of paralysis grips his limbs. This isn't just magic pressure. It is the primal terror of staring death in the face. Riley thrusts her hand forward, unwavering and cold. What has she done? The wizard instinctively raises his staff to defend himself. His weapon glows with arcane light. He flashes back to the countless times he danced on the edge of the grave. Hundreds of battles, hundreds of close calls. This child is emitting that exact same killing intent. The protagonist glares with hostility, while the examiner struggles to process his own reaction. How can a mere child radiate such overwhelming pressure? Their magical auras collide violently. The commander of the magic squad is baffled. He stares forward in disbelief. His defensive barrier is dissolving. Garen focuses on the orb. It's not just breaking, it's experiencing total mana dissipation. He shifts his gaze nervously as a magical rune ascends into the air. It scatters the ambient energy. Riley immediately snaps her hand toward the ground. A jagged green crystal erupts from the earth. She locks eyes with her opponent, intense and wide. The man realizes she didn't just fire. She intercepted his defense before his shield even faded. He exhales sharply, brow furrowed. Was that a calculated move? A sphere of blue energy closes in. He realizes the first strike was merely the opening gambit. His shield barely contains her onslaught. The veteran realizes his arrogance was a mistake. He snaps his head to the side. For the first time, his confidence wavers. He hesitated, deciding to observe, but she does not give him that luxury. She raises her hand for the finale. Her pupils dilate with focus. Garen finds himself engulfed in turbulent streams of magic. Desperate, he throws up a solid block as a swirling beam of pure energy roars toward him. The magic rune detonates with a blinding flash, catching the wizard completely off guard. His mind races. She's aiming directly for his mana's weakest point, a flaw no low-ranking novice should even be able to perceive. Instinct takes over. He tightens his grip on his staff, snapping it into a defensive guard. But as his foot slides backward, the realization hits him like a truck. He flinched. The elder shifts his gaze, sensing the terrifying proximity of her mana control. She isn't just casting spells, she's dissecting his magic, finding the microscopic gaps to strike with surgical precision. He raises a hand to signal a stop, convinced she must be the secret disciple of some legendary archmage. Clasping his staff, he accepts the hard truth. This isn't the clumsy power of a young girl. It is a mastery that bridges the canyon between their ranks, defying every logical expectation of her age. She is a prodigy. A monster. The protagonist extends her hand, eyes locked on her target. A sphere of volatile energy coalesces above her palm, priming for the next strike. The old master closes his eyes. He has no choice but to concede. He takes a deliberate, heavy step back. The test is over. This sorceress has survived. The leader of the magic squad leans his weight on his staff, humbled. But Riley isn't done. With the attack spell still swirling in her hand, she steps boldly toward the wizard and demands one final attempt. The examiner blinks, baffled. Is that necessary? The winner has already been decided. He gestures to his retreated foot. Your second strike forced me to move. That alone grants you victory. This contest is yours, he declares, and as promised, I will not stand in your way any longer. The stunned girl stares at the elder. To everyone's shock, the old master places a hand over his heart and bows his head to the student. I sincerely apologize, he says, for my presumptuous interference. Garen shifts his gaze to the young mage, standing defiant before him. He raises a hand to dismiss the class, but the girl interjects. I knew my second attack landed. Then why persist? He asks. The elder throws his hands up in exasperation. You said I had 3 attacks, she reminds him, the energy ball humming dangerously in her palm. She calls on her opponent to defend himself. The commander raises a hand, sensing her resolve. Riley levels the unstable sphere directly at him. I need to check something. Just wait a second. The man rolls his eyes, indignant. Check something? In the middle of a duel? He braces against his defensive shield, realizing he has been completely played. For the first time, he is on his back foot. Her second attack displayed a level of sophistication that simply shouldn't exist in a promising wizard. It was lethal. The veteran warrior stares at the glowing rune, disbelief washing over him. She wasn't fighting for her life. She was using him as a warm-up dummy. He, a high-ranking wizard of the academy, straightens his posture, bracing for the impact of the incoming spell. The magic ball screeches to a halt inches from Garen's face. You're absolutely insane, he mutters in amazement. The young man crosses his arms, realizing that the hierarchy of power just shifted. There are wizards, and then there are monsters like her. The elder strokes his chin thoughtfully. That was a rather unconventional attack. He hands her a handkerchief, his voice grave. If you had any more mana at your disposal, I might be dead right now. A tired Riley wipes the sweat from her face as the instructor offers his analysis. In other words, the technique is flawless, but you still lack raw firepower. It makes sense. She hasn't gone through her second awakening yet, so her mana pool is limited. She is stuck using basic magic missiles. To make them lethal without elemental attributes requires insane control. She has to manipulate the spell structure itself to create anomalies. It is the only way to compensate. The girl looks up at him, eyes wide. Her companion nods, continuing. That method is perfect for bypassing standard defenses. Even a high-ranking wizard would struggle to block it. You did good. Garen closes his eyes, hiding a proud smirk as the library doors creak open. He turns to the girl, his tone serious again. Can we keep this little contest a secret? She looks away, the administrator's warnings echoing in her mind. He warns her to steer clear of the other participants until the next trial begins, but she simply claims ignorance, acting as if she has no clue what he is talking about, before turning her gaze to the young man, and insisting she only knows what she studied in the books of Arcadia. He nods, confirming she is right to be cautious. The elder turns to his companion, asking where she is currently staying, and she replies that she is at a hotel, recommended by a so-called friend, a place known as the Sky Whale Rest Area. The man freezes in his tracks, snaps his head toward Riley, and mutters that whoever gave her that recommendation was definitely not a friend, leaving the girl completely confused by his reaction. He realizes that a psycho killer gives terrible travel advice and keeps talking, insisting there is far better accommodation in Wilhelm, and asks if her luggage is still stuck back at that hotel. The young sorceress looks at the old man in surprise, patting her bag to indicate she carries everything with her. He immediately orders the girl to follow him. Garen flashes a thoughtful thumbs up, and guarantees that the location they are heading to now is 100 times better than the dump known as the Sky Whale, causing the young man to smirk. He shoots a questioning glance at his companion, asking what kind of dwelling could possibly generate such hype, assuming there wouldn't be much difference, until the grand lobby of the Arpel Stinwood Resort rises before them. The manager warmly asks what the guests would like to eat, while Riley stares at the spread with pure delight. The boy drops his jaw in amazement, exclaiming that the quality here is in a completely different league. Gripping her silverware, the girl suddenly remembers that it was Rebecca who advised her, insisting she absolutely had to visit the Sky Whale area. And now she understands the betrayal. Rebecca had claimed it was the best spot, and Riley realizes she was played for a fool. The furious academy student slams up from the table, shouting that she will not let this slide. The boy asks why she is losing her temper again, watching as her eyes literally glow with rage. As she decides she needs to go back and exact revenge right this second, the young man turns to the girl, and calmly states it is their own fault for being gullible, but she snaps back that she is fine, and refuses to accept the blame, clenching her fists in white-hot anger. The guy cuts in, promising they will take their revenge during the testing tomorrow. Riley slumps her shoulders, reluctantly agreeing. The elder looks at the girl in total bewilderment, asking what just happened, and she mutters that she feels dizzy. He looks at her incredulously, pressing for details, until she admits she crossed paths with Rebecca Duncan. The girl looks at Garen, realizing he recognizes the name, and he replies grimly that it would be strange not to know her. He stares intently at his companion, asking if she recalls his warning that some people treat these tests as a licensed killing spree. A vision of a distraught woman raising a blood-soaked hand flashes by as the old man continues to explain that Rebecca Duncan is exactly that kind of wizard, noting she was disqualified last year for excessive slaughter, and adds the chilling detail that the year before that, she murdered the test administrator. The man stares anxiously ahead, explaining that she usually suppresses her madness, but she is mentally unstable and uses the annual test to satisfy her dark cravings. Amazed and horrified, Riley shifts her gaze to the man, who confirms she is not called a homicidal maniac for nothing. The shocked young man looks at the girl, and she asks the obvious question. Why do the 5 magic towers leave Rebecca alone? She turns to the elder, arguing that if a person is that dangerous, they should simply be blocked at the application stage, but the young man leans in toward the protagonist and reveals the dark truth. The 5 magic towers have simple intentions. They are using her as a filter. We see the cruel woman standing amidst the corpses of those she has defeated, stretching out her hand with clenched fists. The protagonist continues, noting that the lady has encountered a notorious homicidal maniac and asks how she plans to handle it. The image of Rebecca reaches out with a deranged expression. Cut to the elder and his companion walking along the pavement. The little sorceress stretches out her hand, palm glowing with a rune, and the man confirms that this is exactly where the seal is pointing. The group halts before a towering structure with sealed doors, where the wizard announces that the second trial begins right here. Looks just like the administration office, the young man mutters, causing the commander of the magic squad to snap his head around. The commander beckons him forward. As the boy's hand grazes the surface, raw magical energy explodes from the opening. Riley flinches, squeezing her eyes shut, while the protagonist watches intently, struck by a sense of déjà vu. He has felt this 1,000 times before, the aura of a high-tier grimoire drowning in pure mana. Arcane currents swirl through the air, forcing the girl to squint against the blinding radiance. They stand within a colossal hall packed with examinees, dominated by a massive gilded chandelier suspended from the ceiling. "Magnificent," the young man whispers, remarking that it feels as if they have stepped into the Imperial Palace itself. Flames dance upon the candelabras, illuminating a majestic throne that rests silent and imposing against the far wall. "This is the Imperial Palace," the guy realizes, awe striking his voice, while a shocked Riley stares straight ahead. But the protagonist frowns. This isn't the palace he remembers, and everything is twisted different from the great hall he knows. He spots worn scuff marks on the floor, while the young lady scans her surroundings nervously. Realization hits her: this is a historic site, and golden mana is illuminating a vast treasury. It is a sanctuary, housing ancient artifacts, priceless treasures, and forbidden tomes. Armored sentinels stand watch over dungeon relics, protecting the lethal traps and the darkness of the underground. This is commonly known as the highest level of difficulty imaginable. The girl whips her head around in panic. The main character scoffs, asking how the examiners dared to choose such a deadly location. "For a simple assessment," he adds, "this is absolute insanity." The young lady's gaze darts through the crowd, realizing that Sir Garantia Bald has vanished into thin air. A lone male figure looms among the students. Riley approaches him, calling out his name. Suddenly, she spots Rebecca. Her eyes widen, shifting anxiously toward the approaching sorceress. "Glad to see you," Rebecca smirks, asking why they had to cross paths again so soon. The woman grabs the girl's jacket, yanking her close to ask how she has been doing. "Did you enjoy your time at the Sky Whale Recreation Area?" she asks, to which the girl sharply replies that she did not. Rebecca feigns shock, fainting a hand over her mouth. "Oh my? Why ever not? Did things go wrong?" The protagonist intercepts, gripping her hand and asking if Rebecca herself has ever actually been there. Rebecca's eyes widen. She was not expecting him to challenge her with such a direct question. The blonde stammers, looking at him and claiming that she stayed elsewhere. "I was at the Stinwood Grand Hotel," she lies, boasting of 3 wonderful days, but the guy narrows his eyes. She is a liar. She scammed Riley. She was only there for 2 days, yet she refuses to drop the act or give up an inch. Riley looks past her, fixing her gaze on the 8-pointed star as the mentors step forward to face the candidates. A redhead takes the stage, greeting the crowd to announce the details of the second phase. Disgruntled, Rebecca rests a hand on her belt and leans in close to her rival, voice dripping with malice. "Just you wait." She vows that once this exam starts, she will be taking the top spot. "I'll make you regret ever trying to provoke me last time," she threatens. She sneers, asking if Riley really thought someone like him could save her reputation. "We'll be looking forward to it," the main character retorts, leaving the aggressive woman fuming with her back turned. She seethes, angry at the mean girl, muttering loud enough to be heard that her rival will see the truth soon enough. The young man taunts Rebecca, daring her to act now instead of making empty promises about the future. The administrator raises a hand for silence, announcing that the second challenge is a team battle. "This is a survival test," she continues. "The 42 candidates will form groups of 3. You will compete against others, with teammates randomly assigned by the administration. Cooperation is mandatory." Through the test gate, the girl stares with intense focus while Rebecca looks away in indignation. Olivia crosses her arms, greeting her new squad as the receptionist concludes the briefing. "The participants will be granted," she finishes, her voice echoing in the hall. The clock starts ticking. 30 minutes remain to get acquainted with the new team members. The test participants stand nervously on the carpet. Riley glances at the bitter woman beside her, asking what she heard, and awkwardly suggests they'll just have to be friends for the sake of the test. The protagonist buries his face in his hands, utterly bewildered, praying to any god listening that this is just a bad dream. Riley demands to know why she ended up on the same team as a killer, lamenting how sad it is, while the guy beside her mutters gloomily that hope is lost. Realizing they are trapped on a team with a certified homicidal maniac, the young sorceress presses a glowing hand to her chest to calm her heart. She whispers that Rebecca has completely screwed this up. The woman in question slaps a hand to her forehead, practically radiating fury. To the young man, she looks like a total lunatic. He has absolutely no idea what kind of chaos she is capable of unleashing. Terrified, the young sorceress anxiously asks for a promise that the maniac won't attack her during the test. The young man replies that the odds aren't great. Just then, the administrator raises a hand to command attention. She asks if the participants have any questions. The indignant woman shoots her hand up instantly, declaring she definitely has something to say. The redhead administrator locks eyes with her as she asks what happens if members of the same team decide to tear each other apart. The administrator shifts her gaze thoughtfully, replying that friction is natural when people meet for the first time. Disagreements happen, but usually, people try to find common ground for the sake of the mission. Rebecca waves her hand dismissively. She isn't talking about that. She stares ahead with wild excitement and asks the real question. She wants to know the consequences if team members actually start fighting each other with lethal intent. The administrator places a hand thoughtfully on her chest, while Garen stands stoically beside two children. The protagonist looks away, anxiety gnawing at him. The girl covers her mouth delicately and delivers the verdict. Team competitions are a specific testing method designed to evaluate mutual cooperation above all else. Therefore, the rule is absolute. If even one team member dies, the entire squad faces immediate disqualification. She warns everyone to burn that into their minds. Rebecca freezes, her left hand raised with an open palm. The redhead points a sharp finger, while the lady in the red dress throws her hands out in different directions. Her jaw drops in shock. She screams furiously that this cannot be happening. It is absurd. She demands clarification. If one person dies, everyone else goes down with them? She remarks that no matter how you look at it, the rule is simply too cruel. Gasps fill the hall as everyone stares in surprise. The girl rests a hand against her face. She declares that there is nothing she hates more in this world than being dragged down by someone else. The mademoiselle narrows her eyes with freezing arrogance, parts her lips, and commands everyone to be quiet. Instantly, every eye in the hall snaps to her. The protagonist clasps his hands behind his head, watching the display. He notes that silencing a dozen loudmouths is child's play when you possess the crushing aura of a high-level magus. Red locks cascade from her head as she speaks, stating that until now, they were treated with kid gloves simply because they were mages. Up until this moment, mages were considered priceless beings. Because of that status, no one dared to whisper a word against them, no matter how much trouble they caused. The girl with the scythe extends her right hand. Behind her, three dark silhouettes in hats loom in the shadows. She concludes that, as a result of such pampering over the decades, the consequences are obvious. Their personalities have naturally twisted and distorted, becoming self-destructive. Their social skills have completely rotted away. She points an accusing finger at the crowd. She adds that this ends today. To enter the Magic Tower, individual talent is no longer enough. They must prove they can function not just as solo acts, but as vital members of a group. Garen stands beside the group as she continues, explaining that this is exactly why the second test is a team competition. It is designed to force them to cooperate with total strangers. She notes coldly that if they are not ready for this reality, they can give up right now. Rebecca's jaw hits the floor at what she hears. A vein bulges on her forehead, throbbing with suppressed rage. She screams that she hates this, gripping Riley's hand aggressively and declaring she really does not want to do it. But if push comes to shove, she agrees to the terms. The main character cradles the back of his head with both hands. He watches her closely, noting to himself that she is barely holding it together. She is absolutely desperate to pass this test, disregarding the fact that she could literally explode from the strain. She came dangerously close to blowing herself up, but it turns out she actually has. She paused, averting her eyes in embarrassment, and murmured that she couldn't bear to be disqualified again. She was clearly against expulsion. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing she wasn't just some psychopath who killed for sport. Riley mused that you can never truly know someone. Maybe it was all an act. He raised an eyebrow. Regardless, priorities came first. Olivia awkwardly clasped her hands and bowed to the group, standing apart. Rebecca gave her a bewildered stare, unable to figure her out. The girl was barely audible. Riley wondered if they hadn't just been standing together a minute ago. The redhead stepped closer, whispering that she liked ancient magic, then fell silent, at a loss for words. He suggested she start with her name. Blushing crimson, she introduced herself as Olivia, from the Lasso School of Flames. Rebecca's jaw dropped. She asked her to repeat that, glaring menacingly at the girl, and screaming that they were a cult of idiots obsessed with dead magic. Why was this fool on her team? Riley asked if ancient magic was really that bad. The reply was blunt. It had a garbage reputation, filled with dusty books and potions. He explained that ancient magic was a relic, a system used in the past that was virtually extinct now. Traditional was the polite word. Obsolete was the truth. Rebecca glanced at her teammate, realizing she was stuck with a fanatic. Riley cut in, adding that they were seen as fools, chasing romanticized delusions. Red energy swirled around her staff. He noted the fairy tale's magic wiping mountains off the map, or parting the seas. But believers were branded mythical idiots and treated with disdain. Riley stared ahead, baffled that such a sect still existed. At this rate, they'd be gone in 300 years. Rebecca stood gaping in rage. Riley summed it up. They had a murderous illusionist with anger issues, a socially inept ancient magic geek, and himself. Olivia clasped her hands, looking terrified. She pointed at herself nervously, then threw her hands up in panic. Riley sighed. What a fantastic team. Olivia turned at Garen's voice. The instructor asked how she was feeling, noting that first-time teleportation often caused nausea. She smiled kindly, assuring him she was fine. When asked about the team, Garen stroked his chin, declaring he was quite satisfied. Thanks to the first test, they had a top-tier mage. The gray-haired man glanced at her, seeking clarification. What about her? He asked, hearing she was on the roster. He narrowed his eyes. Rebecca looked ready to lose her mind. They were doomed. Standing before Olivia, she couldn't fathom why an idiot knowing only ancient magic was even here. Riley noted she kept her distance due to the noise. Garen observed them, thinking the mix of Rebecca and the lasso warlock was a twist of fate. Sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. Reputation aside, he admitted, she was undeniably powerful. The girl's eyes widened as he explained the real problem. Was unpredictability, betrayal, sudden rage, or something worse? They had to stay on guard. Olivia clutched her hands. He reasoned that ancient magic was a wild card lacking practical use, and she had zero combat experience. Rubbing his chin, Riley concluded the only reliable fighters were himself and Rebecca. While other teams had 3 fighters, they effectively had 2. Riley saw the hopelessness in her eyes as she looked at him. He didn't have a plan, but they had chosen this test. They had to pass it with sheer grit. Rebecca looked suspiciously to the side. Riley assumed they were the only ones unhappy, then realized of course not. Everyone thought the same. A girl sneered at her partner. He glared back arrogantly. Discord was everywhere. Riley stroked his chin. They had to overcome this negativity, find their strengths, and cooperate. That was the essence of the second trial. 3 hands clasped together. Rebecca cupped her ear, fuming. She asked how it was possible to take a whole minute to say one sentence. She was sure Olivia was doing it on purpose. Olivia stammered that she wasn't used to speaking to people. Riley realized expecting teamwork here was laughable. Garen leaned in, telling Riley he had to leave. He was glad Riley wasn't nervous. Riley looked up and thanked him as the black-robed man walked away. Riley watched him go, puzzled. Why leave now? Then, his eyes widened with realization. The stern man was walking toward the exit. He was a rival. Riley's gaze hardened, confirming it. Riley stretched out his hand, stubborn determination burning in his eyes. He felt no fear. The 6 months of training in the Lich's hideout had been significant. He had no worries. As the girl looked at him, he knew with absolute certainty that he would conquer this selection test. Success wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. As the boy and girl locked eyes, a phalanx of mages in pointed hats stood silently in formation. Riley positioned himself protectively before his companion, watching her from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the redhead raised a hand, cutting through the tension to clarify the situation. If we're done with the pleasantries. She pointed toward the swirling portal. That passage leads directly to the ruins, the stage for the second trial. She requested silence to explain the rules, holding her right hand up for emphasis. Inside lies a labyrinth. Your objective is to locate the treasures hidden within its depths. Her gaze shifted to the floating sphere beside her. And this is what you are looking for. As the sphere emitted a blinding light, the students shielded their eyes, looking up in anticipation. Rebecca stared in bewilderment, struggling to identify the shape. A hologram materialized in the air, a massive, shimmering golden golem. The proctor's voice boomed. The time limit is 24 hours. There are 2 absolute conditions for success. The announcement sent a shockwave through the hall, eyes widening in disbelief. She cradled a small orb in her palms. Condition 1. By the end of the trial, you must possess a golden golem core. Lifting the core to eye level, the lady narrowed her gaze, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. Condition 2. Every single team member must survive. Rebecca planted her hands on her hips, clearly displeased, while the main character rubbed his chin in deep thought. He broke it down, extending an index finger as he tallied the requirements. It all boils down to this. 1. Locate the golden golem. 2. Rip the core from its chest. 3. Keep the whole team together. And 4. Stay alive for 24 hours. It was a classic treasure hunt in the ruins, assuming they could navigate the deadly traps and guardians. Doesn't sound too dangerous, does it? Nearby teams murmured among themselves, but the girl with long red hair rested a hand against her cheek, calculating the odds. Then the realization hit. There are only 3 golden golems. With 42 applicants forming 14 teams, the math was brutal. Only 3 teams could possibly pass. The protagonist crossed his arms, his expression hardening. A pass rate of barely 20%. He looked away. realizing even that was optimistic. There was no guarantee the golems would even be found. Limited resources, excessive demand, the examiners wanted to engineer a bloodbath. Cruel, Riley muttered, glancing at the proctor from the corner of his eye. The 5 great magic towers thrive on this, he remarked. To put it mildly, it's a meritocracy. To put it bluntly, they just love pitting us against each other like dogs. The red-haired woman tapped the sphere again. However, your biggest threat isn't each other. An image of a grotesque monster flickered into the air. Beware the chimera. The administration went to great lengths to procure this specimen. It is a high-risk entity, bred solely for destruction. The protagonist stared blankly at the hologram. Why did that thing look so familiar? As the holographic monster roared, jaws gaping wide, the proctor noted, "Some of you may recognize this beast. 5 years ago, during the Lich's invasion of the Eastern Empire." The young man's eyes widened, the memory triggering a visceral reaction. These were the creatures that slaughtered the citizens. A vein pulsed on his temple as he silently cursed that damned skeleton. Raising her hand over the sphere, the proctor finished her briefing. "Once you cross those gates, you and your squad will be teleported to a random location. It won't be easy, but survive, and you'll bask in the glory of the 5 great magic towers." Her gaze swept across the room, challenging them. She gestured to the gate. "Enter." A cold drop of sweat rolled down the main character's cheek as they were warped into the testing dimension. "Why is this palace so massive?" Riley muttered, scanning the towering walls. "It's excessive. We look like dwarves, visiting a giant's palace." Both of them widened their eyes as a thunderous boom shook the ground, the sound of a shackled foot crashing down. Rebecca rested her hands on her belt, trying to process the scale of the threat. In the distance stood a titan, wielding a colossal weapon. Riley looked up, genuine fear flickering in his eyes. "Did they mention anything about this?" The guy recalled the briefing. "They said there would be obstacles. That's a statue. Just an obstacle, right?" He swallowed hard. "I really hope they didn't release that thing for us to actually fight." The steel-chained titan shifted its gaze directly toward them. A drop of sweat traced the girl's jawline. "It's like a moving forbidden zone. We need to find the golden golem while avoiding that monstrosity," she whispered. The guy crossed his arms, nodding grimly. "That statue is a walking death sentence." He locked eyes with the titan, his instincts honed over thousands of years screaming one warning. Asterisk, do not engage. Asterisk, it would take at least 3 or 4 Garuns to even stand a chance against that thing. Who in their right mind would provoke that? He turned to check on his team, only to find Rebecca staring at the titan with manic enthusiasm. She pointed a trembling finger at the giant. "Let's fight it, right now." He realized with horror that he was trapped in a dungeon full of lunatics. "Stop her!" He lunged, grabbing her wrist before she could charge. She looked back, blinking in genuine confusion. "Why are you stopping me? When else will I get the chance to fight such a magnificent monster?" Riley ignored her, turning desperately to the other girl. "Olivia, help me hold her down." Olivia grabbed Rebecca's other arm, struggling against the warrior's strength. "We don't even know how strong it is." Rebecca grinned wildly. "Exactly. That's why we find out in the fight." Riley looked at her with a mix of pity and exasperation. "If you fly in there recklessly, you die. And even if we win by some miracle, we gain absolutely nothing." The girl with purple eyes twisted back, her face flushed with battle lust. "But don't you feel the excitement?" The main character's eyes go wide, staring at her in disbelief. He opens his mouth, needing to clarify just what kind of absolute nonsense she is spouting. She is recounting the story with way too much enthusiasm, a grueling battle against a powerhouse, ending with a cheap shot to the groin and a hard-earned victory. Apparently, it is a rush every mage should experience. She whirls on him, shouting that even he understands the feeling and he isn't even a mage. Riley wonders if this is really how wizards conduct themselves. He shoots back that, no, she is just unhinged. No sane magician would provoke a monster like that. Then again, normal rules do not apply to a battle junkie like Rebecca. The girl shuts her eyes, nodding in agreement, just as a massive beast looms over them. "Rebecca?" She is practically drooling over it. Her jaw drops as she demands to be unleashed. She is terrified they will miss the chance to fight. Riley sighs, lowering his gaze. She points frantically, begging him to look, and he reluctantly shifts his attention in that direction. Emerald lightning erupts from a mage's fingertips. He threatens to grind the stone to dust as a torrent of raw energy surges from his hands. The blast slams into the titan, but the charge completely dissipates against its chains. The mage stares in paralyzed shock. The thing did not even flinch. A cold bead of sweat traces his cheek after his strongest attack fails. The chained monster lifts a massive leg, and suddenly, droplets of blood spray through the air. Bloodstains mark the beast's limb as the major's squad scrambles to escape. The shackled giant swings its weapon, looking to crush them. Rebecca watches the chaos with stone-cold indifference. She closes her eyes, suggesting they ignore the brawl and focus on hunting the golden golem. Riley notes that sounds like a plan. Beside him, the girl plants her hands on the ground, her palms glowing with an azure light. She grunts, noting that distributing mana here is like wading through mud, and asks if every dungeon is this oppressive. The guy taps his chin thoughtfully. He answers that this place is an anomaly. Glancing up, he notes that these ruins are ranked among the deadliest dungeons in existence. That means the difficulty curve is naturally brutal. Sweat beads on his face as he concludes that, no matter how she looks at it, it is overwhelming. He drifts in the air beside the group, explaining the layers of interference, mana dampeners, perception blockers, and forgotten ancient spells woven into the architecture. Each one is a nightmare to bypass. The young man clasps his hands behind his head. He notes that standard pathfinding is practically useless here, then asks for a time estimate. Natasha spreads her hands, replying she needs at least 5 minutes. But if she rushes, maybe 3. Riley extends a hand in front of the mage wearing the witch's hat. Her mouth parts in surprise. Throttling mana dissipation for a mage is like fighting blindfolded. The young man crosses his arms over his chest. He thinks it is a miracle she is not raging, yet she remains unnervingly calm. He rolls his eyes, adding that unlike times, sometimes people. Rebecca is visibly irked by the dungeon's resistance. She shoots a glare at Olivia, demanding to know why she has not brainstormed a solution yet. They need that golden golem, but their radar is jammed. What is the plan? Olivia hangs her head, flustered. She admits her ancient magic offers nothing for this situation. She cannot even cast a basic pathfinding spell. She stands before the redhead, stammering that even without combat skills, she is supposed to be useful with utility magic. But right now, she is dead weight. At Rebecca's sharp command, Olivia raises her right hand, eyes swimming with tears. Rebecca orders her to smack herself on the head hard. The protagonist watches the toxic dynamic, noting she is forcing the poor girl to do it again. Tears streaming, Olivia stammers a suggestion. Why not use Rebecca's clones, just like she did in the first trial? She could scatter them everywhere. The protagonist crosses his arms, recalling what Garen said about the girl's chaotic history. Hands on her hips, the young man muses that it is actually a solid strategy. If they carpet the ruins with clones, then finding the golden golem becomes just a matter of time. Imagine the target sprinting past a dragnet of copies. It allows for massive surveillance coverage. In a place where magical searching is blocked, he rests his chin on his fist, adding a caveat. That is only in theory. Rebecca lifts her left hand, gesturing to a clone standing before them. The copy stares blankly ahead. She explains she times dispatch them throughout the ruins, exactly as suggested, to harvest intel. Since they share her senses, it would be like planting live observation crystals in every corner of the dungeon. She raises her hands. Olivia watches, terrified. Rebecca points out the catch that only works if the clones survive. Suddenly, she throttles her own double. She asks her companion, can she dodge lethal dungeon traps while puppeteering a dozen bodies simultaneously? Furthermore, if they run into monsters, she fixes Olivia with a look. Controlling that many proxies drains an astronomical amount of mana. Picture this. The clones get wiped out. Her mana hits 0. That is the inevitable outcome in a place like this. She adds that when a clone is destroyed, the mana backlash is severe. Now does she understand why reconnaissance is off the table? Olivia stands there, chastised and embarrassed. Riley watches from a distance as Rebecca presses the girl. Does she have any times? Actual times, good ideas? She is losing patience with her. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, I am done. The girl's eyes snap open in shock. The blonde mage extends her hands, hovering her left palm over the spell circle. Rebecca's jaw drops. What on earth is that? She notes, it does not look like any pathfinding spell she knows. The mage retorts, what difference does it make? In the end, it finds the way. The protagonist crosses his arms, declaring that the constant modifications over the last 6 months were absolutely worth the effort. It is practically a brand new spell now. He turns to her, asking if she has a knack for naming things, and she shoots back, telling him not to doubt her abilities. He offers her the honors. She agrees, stepping up beside him to confidently propose her chosen name for the spell. Immediate regret. He realizes he was deeply mistaken to trust her judgment. The squad marches forward in unison until Riley spots something ahead, signaling for everyone to freeze. Suddenly, arrows whistle through the labyrinth air. Olivia's jaw drops in terror as she realizes they have walked right into a local trap. The blonde mage hurls a stone to trigger the mechanisms. A massive cobblestone crashes down near the squad, and Rebecca demands to know exactly how this is happening. She wonders how he is so good at dodging these traps. looking at him like he is a veteran member of the Thieves Guild. Riley holds his hand out, analyzing the system screen. The protagonist crosses his arms, observing that her traits are perfectly balanced, specifically, a high affinity for mana combined with expert pathfinding skills. It is like she has actual experience with the Thieves Guild. He asks if she has ever met one. She admits she hasn't, it was just a figure of speech. The young man looks away, thinking about how other mages handle this. They usually waste energy casting defensive magic constantly or keeping a mana shield active at all times. But that just drains their reserves. If they ran into monsters in that exhausted state, they would face a gruesome death. Olivia grips her backpack straps, knuckles white, her mouth hanging open in fear. Rebecca snaps at her not to make a fuss. Then, they see it. A mage's corpse lying on the cold ground. She deduces he was attacked by monsters, likely hounds, after exhausting all his mana. They must have come through the trap zone just like them. She looks at Riley and actually thanks him for navigating the traps without wasting a drop of mana, admitting she recognizes his skill. She looks up, wondering why she couldn't just say a simple thank you. Instead, the gratitude comes out dripping with sarcasm. She points out that he is definitely ruining the moment. He shoots back that yes, he wanted to ruin it because he felt her murderous intent earlier. When they first met, he promised to buy her a meal but took her to a free charity kitchen instead of the luxury Sky Whale hotel she recommended. They stand face to face, arguing about hotel recommendations. Rebecca retorts that he was the one who started this feud. He called her a bad mage, and she has to admit it stung. Rebecca yells that he is getting a big head just because he disarmed a few traps. She suggests they settle this with a fight right now. He refuses, pointing out that if a team member dies, they fail the mission. Olivia just stands awkwardly on the sidelines. Finally, Olivia turns to them, begging them to stop in a trembling voice. They look at her in surprise as she bends down over the corpse. She says they should at least close the dead man's eyes so he can rest in peace. Rebecca steps toward her. She asks why Olivia is meddling where she shouldn't. She exclaims that she doesn't feel pity for the dead, holding her hand out to stop her. This is why rookies are so annoying. She didn't tell her not to touch the corpse for no reason. It is covered in a shimmering slime. That is hound saliva monster drool. Rebecca points a finger at the bloody corpse on the ground. She explains that those beasts have a sense of smell, like wild dogs. They can track their own scent perfectly. If she touches that corpse, she becomes a beacon for them. Olivia's eyes widen in shock, and she stammers an apology. Rebecca warns her to be careful since they are in a dungeon. Then, Rebecca looks at Riley, asking why he is staring at her like that. She realizes what he is thinking. He assumed she would just let Olivia touch the hound traces. She calls him crazy. She values her life too. The guy counters that this is rich, coming from someone ready to fight a stone giant earlier. Rebecca raises her hand, insisting that was different. The stone giant was strong, cool. There was excitement in that battle. She looks ahead, adding that hounds are just worthless trash mobs. She only fights opponents on her level, that is her principle. Suddenly, the squad stops in front of two other mages. The girl throws her hand out, exclaiming that for their first battle, she expected to at least face proper magicians. A drop of sweat rolls down Olivia's cheek. The two strangers turn back, their eyes going wide with sudden shock. Sweat beads on the stranger's face. She screams that she cannot see anything. She does not understand what is attacking them. Drops of blood spray through the air. A hand clamps over Olivia's mouth as the squad dives behind a corner, hiding from the monster. The protagonist peeks around the edge. He remarks that this ordeal is truly cruel. Just watching it is enough to make him sick. Rebecca keeps her hand tight on Olivia's face, warning her not to even think about vomiting. If she makes a sound, she is dead. Riley figures Olivia might throw up on him if he isn't careful. He turns to Rebecca, asking if she still wants to fight the invisible chimera. The beast is right around the corner, blood dripping from its maw. Rebecca looks at Riley with steely resolve. She asks him again if they should try. He gauges the situation and suggests it looks possible. She adds that no one is left to interfere. Riley glances up, noticing a critical detail. The more the monster eats, the more visible it becomes. The beast opens its jaws wide. The young man smiles faintly. Time to warm up. Riley grips his bag strap and tells Rebecca she can stop hiding now. It is time to come out. He turns to her, reminding her of her own words. She wanted to feel the excitement of battle, didn't she? Well, here is a golden opportunity. She uncrosses her arms and raises a hand, exclaiming that this is a different matter entirely. The chimera looms before the girls. The young man points his left index finger forward, signaling the start of the hunt. The chimera unhinges its massive jaw, a volatile surge of energy crackling deep within its throat. Riley stands firm, extending her hand with an open palm. She senses the incoming blast. A sphere of blue mana ignites with blinding intensity as the girl locks her focus on the beast. A torrent of power erupts from her hands. The chimera's eyes go wide, caught completely off guard by the sudden counter-offensive. It looks pathetic, frankly. The protagonist watches, amused that the monster's desperate, full-power attack is effortlessly blocked by a single dispel spell. Riley quips that it's rude to disturb a dog while it's eating. The main character, standing just behind her, dryly remarks that the creature is about to die anyway, so the etiquette hardly matters. Rebecca lands nearby, hands on her hips, turning to the girl. She positions herself behind the monster, asking if Riley is having fun, and maybe pressing a bit too hard. Rebecca eyes her teammate, noting that despite the danger, there isn't a shred of hesitation in Riley's movements. The monster snaps its mouth shut, but Rebecca is already there, stomping on its head. She extends a hand, sneering that the beast is nowhere near her level. Riley looks up, unimpressed, asking why she felt the need to add such a childish taunt. Rebecca balances on the monster's skull, gripping her weapon. She teases that Riley couldn't handle it alone. Darting around with blinding speed, she deliberately provokes the monster into striking. Riley extends her hand, suggesting they just end this now. Rebecca closes her eyes, finally agreeing. A sphere of crimson energy manifests above her palm. Simultaneously, a blue orb shoots from Riley's hand. Both mages launch their assault. The monster's eyes widen as it realizes its death is inevitable. The twin projectiles tear through the creature. Olivia clasps her hands in prayer, while Rebecca declares with a smirk that it's all over. She tells the others to move. Olivia flinches at the sharp tone, clutching her head and stammering that she already said it was finished. Riley watches the exchange silently. The protagonist notices the dynamic Rebecca is actually looking out for Olivia. The girl rests a hand on her hip, her actions speaking louder than her words. She's showing concern in her own twisted way. Olivia gasps in shock at the carnage. Rebecca covers a yawn, while Riley rolls her eyes, noting that Rebecca isn't a villain by nature. He agrees she isn't the bloodthirsty killer the rumors painted her as. The girl in the red hood holds out her hand, and the protagonist analyzes the situation. Sure, she's eccentric and aggressive enough to start a brawl the moment they met, acting on crazy impulses without a second thought. Rebecca yawns wide. A drop of sweat rolls down the protagonist's cheek. He realizes that, when you really think about it, Rebecca is acting almost exactly like Riley. The girl gives them a confused look. He concludes, she's not someone who kills for pleasure, but he recalls the guarantor staring ahead, warning that she is a maniac who vents her desires through these selection tests. The protagonist remembers Garen's warning and struggles to decipher its true meaning. He looks away, realizing this bothers him, but since they're stuck together for the second test, they'll inevitably uncover the truth behind the dark rumors. Olivia clasps her hands together, solemnly praying for the great mother of magic to watch over the souls of the dead, and for the goddess of duty to collect their spirits. She kneels before the corpses of the fallen mages. Finished with her prayer, she states that she is done. Rebecca looks utterly confused. She can't understand why Olivia bothers with such rituals. When asked, Olivia replies it's to honor the dead. Rebecca wonders what the point of that is. Eyes sparkling with conviction, the girl explains that in ancient magic, the Great Mother guides deceased mages to the afterlife. To ensure the guide arrives, the dead must hold no lingering grudges. Riley watches her, dismissing the entire concept as mere superstition. She steps up behind Olivia, stating she has a question. Rebecca shoots a displeased look, clarifying that Olivia seriously can't use basic pathfinding magic. Olivia replies that ancient magic doesn't include pathfinding spells. She looks down, recalling that she had indeed admitted this earlier. No GPS in the ancient texts. The girl in the red dress stands nearby as Olivia sits back on her heels. Riley wonders how on earth she passed the first test. Without navigation magic? Riley leans in close, reminding Olivia that she explicitly stated she couldn't find her way with magic. So, how exactly did she find the administrative office to pass the qualifiers? Rebecca scratches the back of her head, puzzled. It's a valid point, it is true. The protagonist realizes that all Olivia has done so far is flex her modest knowledge of useless ancient lore. A nervous drop of sweat slides down Olivia's cheek. She purses her lips, looking visibly frightened at being cornered. Olivia nervously clasps her hands, arguing there was no rule saying she had to find the office times herself *. So, she just asked a guild mage. Specifically, one who specialized in pathfinding. The entire squad stares at her, jaws on the floor. She sits there and claims she hates to brag, but she is a genius who knows ancient magic better than anyone else in her academy. Therefore, she belongs in the 5 great magic towers, and they should revere her. She opens her mouth, shouting her own praises. She exclaims that she is a singular talent in this world. The girl stands next to the hat-wearing mage, adding that she just couldn't find the office alone, and when she asked others, they claimed they didn't know either. Olivia presses a hand to her chest, looking aggrieved. Just because she can't use navigation spells? Is it fair for a genius like her to fail the test over that? So, she desperately begged a mage who had just passed the first test. The protagonist places a hand on Riley's head, concluding that borrowing someone else's power during a trial, to prove your own worth? That is definitely counterintuitive. Olivia hysterically objects, claiming she did times ask for help, but they didn't help her. She recalls politely asking for assistance, only to be looked at like she was insane, and flatly refused. They called her a fool for being unable to pass the selection on her own, and for trying to leech off the strength of others. The Archmage pointed an accusing finger at the girl. The guy beside him took one look at her and realized, yeah, he was thinking the exact same thing. The more she spoke, the less it made sense. How did someone like her even pass the entrance exam? She just closed her eyes, ignoring the judgment. She claimed she was reluctant to use torture magic. But Olivia stared at the young man, a dark realization dawning. Ancient magic holds some truly horrific spells, and wouldn't you know it, her specialty is torture magic. The chain mage threw his hands up in frustration, shouting that he'd just handle it himself. Facing a girl wearing the twisted expression of a maniac, he begged her to stop, but Rebecca chimed in, clarifying that the administrators had actually greenlit this brutality. The redhead grabbed Olivia's hand, offering a cheerful congratulation on passing. Apparently, she had successfully located the administrative office. Wearing a sly grin, the girl tapped a finger against her chin. The entire squad huddled together as she posed a question to the group. She reminded Olivia about the importance of respecting the dead. Olivia shot her a bewildered glare, demanding to know what that had to do with anything. Rebecca shouted that this girl was a certified psychopath. Riley and the boys just watched the chaos in silence until she collapsed, clutching her stomach. She was howling with laughter, declaring there wasn't a single sane person left in this place. Riley realized she wasn't done talking just yet. As the main squad marched down the tiled streets, a system window popped up for the blonde girl. 12 hours of the second trial were already gone, and they still hadn't secured a golem core. He glanced back, asking if their target was still fleeing. The girl confirmed the bad news. The redhead held the tracking orb close to her face. She reviewed the victory conditions. They needed to secure the core of the golden golem. To get the core, you have to catch the construct. The problem? It runs like the wind, and dodges every single trap set for it. That thing moved with lightning speed, effortlessly outpacing the protagonist's group. No wonder they hadn't been able to corner it all afternoon. Rebecca crossed her arms, frustration evident. Catching just one of these things was proving to be a logistical nightmare. Riley checked the system screens and spotted a glimmer of hope. Good news. 2 of the golems had stopped moving completely. Elsewhere, a hand gripped a sphere tight. A young man in a green coat held a golem core, a nervous drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. He knew the truth. Garen had done almost all the work. The man standing beside him was a living legend. This was the hero who single-handedly held back hundreds of demons in the mountains. It was a blessing they were allies. Facing him as an enemy would be a death sentence. The gray-haired veteran looked down at him. The young man sweated profusely, closing his eyes. No point stressing over what-ifs now. He tried to shake off the anxiety. As they walked toward the city, he tentatively asked if they could take a breather now that the golden golem core was secured. After all, he'd been using search magic non-stop for half a day. The older mage turned and shot that down instantly. There was no time for rest. He signaled that he needed to ask something. Shocked, the boy pointed at himself. The veteran rested a hand on his cane, asking a sharp question. Haven't you had any questions since we entered this place? The boy looked confused. Garen simply demanded the golem core. Garen examined the sphere, noting its bizarre magical signature. He had never encountered power like this in his entire life. He surmised this was a special core, custom-built by the 5 great magic towers for this test. He narrowed his eyes, digging deeper. Why did we spend half a day searching for a core radiating this much power? The young man's eyes went wide at the implication. Even with the ruins' magical interference, it made no sense that they missed such a unique signal. Another drop of sweat rolled down the boy's face. He had to agree it was strange. This bespectacled youth was Arpel, a highly skilled magician in his own right. At 29, he had reached the middle tier of the upper category. As the second son of the prestigious Stingwood family, he had walked the elite path since childhood. Arpel lowered his head. It was inconceivable that he failed to detect such potent magic, especially since even Garen could barely trace it. Holding the core, he concluded this was just another trick from the organizers. Let me see what the 5 great magic towers are up to. He inspected the object. An incomprehensible aura oozed from the golden golem's headpiece. Dragon skin, he realized. Judging by the engravings, it was enchanted for maximum anti-magic properties, rendering it invisible to most detection spells. That explained why it was so damn hard to find. As the memory of the fleeing golden golem played in his mind, Arpel held out his hands, but he had to wonder, why would the towers waste such valuable skin on a mere selection test? Garen looked at him, realizing the boy didn't understand the true meaning of this trial. He stood his ground and spoke. In any case, there is one more thing to consider. Back in the hall, everyone shifted their gaze to the red-haired woman. She spoke up. There were 42 candidates total. Impossible to say how many are left. But everyone here passed the first test. They were all capable. Garen held out the orb. Now that we know the core is shielded by dragon skin, how do you think the situation will develop? Arpel's eyes widened as the insight hit him. The veteran took a knee and explained the harsh reality. From the start, this wasn't about finding cores. They can be found. Or taken. Around the corner, an enemy team was already watching them. The team that kills the golden golem is strong, but the moment they extract that core, they become public enemy number one for every other team. The young man gritted his teeth. Many against one. That was the 5 Great Magic Towers plan all along. But how does a single squad handle an army on all sides? The gray-haired man grips his spear, ready for blood. He shuts his eyes tight, realizing this entire ambush was a setup to test their limits. A cold drop of sweat traces his cheek. He points an accusing hand, demanding to know if this was the plan all along. Why reveal the core now? He asks. You could have left it hidden on the corpse until the final seconds of the test. The gray-haired student shoots him a sly grin. We have to fight them eventually. Why not wipe them all out in one go? Spear in hand, he waits. As the enemy teams swarm Garen's squad, he shifts his grip, clutching his cane with lethal intent. Pure energy erupts. He stands like a statue amidst the chaos, while his attackers suddenly claw at their own throats, gasping for air. His own teammates watch in horror. The enemies drop to the ground, veins bulging from their faces as invisible hands choke the life out of them. Garen's magic surges, sending the attackers launching into the sky. Jaw-dropping, the girl can't believe what she is seeing. She realizes he turned the Academy's own traps against them. He spins around, commanding his team to get ready. He steps behind them, voice calm. United, a dozen enemies is child's play. Rebecca gapes, turning her shock toward Riley. Is she sensing this too? The blonde girl looks up, fingers tapping her chin. That magic signature, it is definitely the golden golem core. We need to move. She grips her bag strap, ready to sprint. But then, she hesitates. Rebecca screams, furious. Why are we stopping? We need to go now. We could ambush the team holding the core while everyone else is distracted. Riley turns, eyes sharp. You think we are the only ones with that idea? By the time we get there, it will be a war zone. Rebecca throws her arms up, frustration boiling over. So what do we do? Riley holds up a finger, silencing her. While every other idiot is focused on that chaos, we are going to snag the other times golden golem core hidden nearby. She points to the distance. Have I ever steered you wrong? Rebecca hangs her head, defeated. Fine, you win. The protagonist watches the exchange. He knows Riley is right. Unless the other students are sensory geniuses, they cannot track magic through this interference. Only a handful of mages here, maybe 3 or 4, have the raw talent to pull that off. Standing beside the sensory prodigy, he catches her side-eye glance. The rest are just hoping for luck, she whispers. He scoffs. The administrators must be insane, making luck a grading criteria. Elsewhere, greedy hands grasp for the first core. Suddenly, the dormant artifact erupts with blinding power. Like moths to a flame, the candidates swarm. The protagonist crosses his arms, watching the distant flare. Total chaos, he mutters. The girl frowns. Why did the signal spike like that? It is a beacon, he suggests, designed by the towers to force a bloodbath. Riley stares at the ground, thinking. She looks up. Or maybe, someone triggered it intentionally? To thin the herd? Amplifying the signal to bait the competition. He points a finger at Riley. Clever. Who would be crazy enough to do that? She asks. Cut to Garen, waving his cane casually. Man, my ears are burning. Meanwhile, our squad strolls down a quiet street. Rebecca clutches her chest. Everyone else is fighting for their lives, and we are taking a nature walk. I am bored to death. Olivia walks beside her. Patience. We are close. Rebecca eyes the quiet girl. Hey, I have been wondering. Why ancient magic? Olivia clasps her hands, confused. Why do you ask? I told you, Rebecca groans. I am bored. Entertain me. It is just. Is that not the most useless major in the academy? Rebecca presses. No practical application. Everyone looks down on it. So, why pick it? Olivia starts to answer enthusiastically, but Riley cuts in. You are basically in the same boat as the Dolores School illusionists. That hits a nerve. Rebecca frowns. Wait, are you comparing me to them? You are both niche. Riley shrugs. Rebecca snaps her fingers. Wrong. I can use basic spells too. Olivia is a one-trick pony. She is basically half a mage. The protagonist closes his eyes. Harsh, but true. Olivia has zero versatility. A nervous drop of sweat rolls down the ancient mage's cheek. I am sorry, she stammers. I know my magic is not very flashy. It is not about flash, Rebecca sighs. You cannot even use a basic search spell, can you? He realizes she is right. Olivia failed to cast a simple mana detection circle back at the dorm. Olivia shyly raises a hand. Olivia's cheeks flushed crimson as she insisted there was a deeper reason for her obsession with ancient magic. But the truth? She just thought the childhood stories were cool. Legends of forgotten archmages. Riley watched her closely from behind. Closing her eyes, she told herself Rebecca had to understand. Surely, she knew how awesome those forgotten archmages were. She had read the same stories. In her mind, the images flashed scenes from fairy tales, where a single spell could shift entire mountains. Blue energy rushing to the heavens, seas parting in two. But then, reality set in, and the girl hung her head in dejection. She admitted they were just fairy tales. Olivia looked up, startled, as Rebecca stepped in to block her path. Rebecca didn't hold back. Those legends were complete nonsense. But Olivia stood her ground, objecting that it wasn't just fantasy. It was real history, backed by records and academic texts. Rebecca countered cold and hard. If it was real, why hadn't anyone at this school ever done it? Olivia clutched her hands to her chest. Rebecca pressed on. If the stories were true, Olivia should be able to demonstrate this ancient magic right now. If she did, no one would ever look down on her again. So why not do it? Desperate, Olivia looked at the floor, muttering that she just needed to research a little longer. Rebecca stood tall across from her, clarifying that she wasn't trying to be cruel. She was genuinely worried about her. Raising her index finger, she pointed out the harsh truth about the magical path others tried to follow, but failed. She asked point blank, was Olivia really going to waste her life studying illusory tales, even if she could replicate ancient magic? What practical use did it have? Did she have anything other than this ridiculous, self-torturing magic? Olivia shyly averted her eyes and whispered an apology. Rebecca just wanted her to face reality. But deep down, she remembered a younger version of herself sitting at a table. She had been exactly like Olivia once. There was a time she believed wielding that illusory magic would make her strong. She had wasted years on it. Catching herself, Rebecca glanced at the ground before looking back up. She told Olivia not to take it personally. It was for her own good. Olivia looked at her with wide, frightened eyes and thanked her. Riley, meanwhile, stared off into the distance, hands casually linked behind his head. As he looked away, the question was thrown at him. Did the ancient magic from the fairy tales actually exist? Olivia and Rebecca stood side by side, waiting. Rebecca demanded to know who was right. Riley stared straight ahead and dropped the bomb. Olivia was right. Ancient magic was real. Thunderbolts striking in all directions. A single spell wiping out mountains. Seas split in two. Entire enemy armies annihilated in an instant. The protagonist stretched out his hand, his voice firm. Ancient magic wasn't a fairy tale. It was history. Feats achieved by him and his students, now reduced to mere legends. Riley levitated dozens of books in the air with a thought, explaining that ancient magic was the legacy he and his disciples had built. Now, it was just a collection of myths. Looking up, the girl asked the obvious question, why had the world forgotten them? Spreading his arms wide, the brunette explained that this is simply how time works. He asked if the academy hadn't taught her that magic is intrinsically tied to the flow of history. Torn pages fluttered down around them. Centuries pass. People change. The hero explained that the era of constant warfare had long since ended. The Empire, backed by powerful archmages, had united the continents. Peace had settled over the land. He described the emperor who united the realms standing in profile, summoning the state historians and scribes. An era of peace was declared across the continent. In this new world, pure destructive power lost its value. Riley looked back, noting that battle mages were no longer needed. The brunette opened his mouth to confirm the grim reality. That was why mages were sent to research labs. It became more profitable to study magical engineering for the Empire's benefit. Their focus shifted to clearing the dungeons that had been abandoned during the Great Wars. Tables were filled with inventions and artifacts. Mages now stood facing goblins instead of armies. The protagonist continued his explanation. To effectively conquer a dungeon, new types of magic had to be developed. While high firepower magic was great for destroying armies, it had a fatal flaw underground. Use it in a dungeon, and the ceiling collapses on everyone. Mages activated a spell. One guy shouted for the monsters to come at him, threatening to sweep them all away. The brunette cursed under his breath. A massive pile of rocks came crashing down. The mage's hand twitched feebly from under the rubble. The magician placed his hand on the floor as the book demanded an answer. The gray-haired man looked down as a bag was opened. Showing the contents, he explained that magic had evolved for the sake of safety and efficiency. Navigation spells were created for dungeon mapping. Magic with narrow destructive power and high pinpoint accuracy became the new standard. Modern magic became fast and precise. Riley activated a massive card, displaying a warrior attacking with a focused, fiery spear. Back in the library, the grimoire concluded its lesson. Pure destructive magic was obsolete. No one sought it out anymore. The materials were lost, and scientists who clung to the old ways found themselves out of work and in distress. The hostess glances back at the girls as the ancient tome reveals a harsh truth. Following the restoration of the empire, interest in the old ways has withered. The gap in history grew too wide to bridge. Legends faded into myths. Myths dissolved into fairy tales, and those tales became nothing more than illusions. The spirit hovers over the team, his voice bitter as he explains that no one remembers the legends that once breathed life into this world. Sensing the regret in his tone, the silver-haired woman asks the burning question. Does the grimoire still remember how to wield that ancient magic? The dark-haired spirit scoffs, looking up. Of course I remember, but it is useless now. Undeterred, the girl takes the heavy book into her own hands. After scanning the pages, Riley declares that she has the will to learn it, but the spirit flies up to the hostess, exasperated. He complains that the girl isn't listening to a word he says, repeating that ancient magic is a weapon of war, and in this era of peace, it has no purpose. The woman with the golden eyes offers a chilling smile. Peace is fragile. If war breaks out again, that ancient power will be the only thing that saves us. The spirit dismisses the idea as nonsense, but the girl stands firm. With a heavy sigh, the grimoire warns that this magic cannot be mastered simply by reading. To use it effectively, he explains, you must memorize countless spells and carve ancient runes into your very flesh. The girl stares ahead, unwavering. The spirit delivers the final blow. To learn this, she must destroy her current magic counters and engrave new ones on her body, a total system reset. She would have to abandon all the power she has accumulated up to this moment and start from absolute zero. The dark-haired spirit adds that she would lose access to every spell she has ever known, and the silver-haired mage would sacrifice his greatest advantage. He would have to give up his natural mana affinity. Riley's expression falls. I do not like those odds, she admits. The mage closes his eyes, sensing defeat. It seems you will have to wait for your next life to master this art. The spirit agrees, with a smirk, floating back to the lady. Pondering the mysteries of reincarnation, the trio settles on the floor. Nearby, a golden golem lies trapped beneath a magical net, awaiting its fate. Rebecca frowns, though her tone suggests satisfaction. Wonderful work finding him. The hostess notes that they aren't alone, another team is present. Two men stand nearby, chests heaving from exertion. The protagonist notes that capturing the target was clearly a brutal task for them. The lady narrows her eyes. They neutralize the golem, but the core is still inside. Suddenly, the man with yellow eyes begins to scream in frustration. His teammate raises a hand to silence him, calming the target. Watching from the shadows, Riley is confused. Why didn't they just kill the golem and take the core? She asks. The grimoire floats up. Who knows? Or perhaps there is a reason to keep the beast alive. The spirit's eyes snap open in realization. Dragon skin, the dark-haired man whispers. The yellow-eyed woman nods, staring ahead. That is why the core's magic signature is so faint, she says. The grimoire explains that the moment they extract the core, the shielding vanishes. It will act as a beacon, Riley realizes. If they take it now, every other team on the map will sense it and come running. A battle royale would erupt instantly. So, they plan to extract the core only seconds before the test ends. A student checks his digital tracker, confirming the theory. The dark-haired spirit crosses his arms, warning the girl, stay sharp. These guys didn't use traps, they caught that monster with raw skill. The lady in red steps forward, hand extended. So, simply put, we need to be careful when the fighting starts. The academy student shrugs. You're missing a few details, but yes, Rebecca grins, spreading her arms wide. In that case, it's nothing to worry about. The lady takes a confident step forward. We are used to fighting strong enemies. The girl in red is already sprinting toward the center of the room to face their rivals. The long-haired woman shouts for the battle to begin. The opposing men exchange glances as a sphere of volatile magic forms in the girl's hand. One wizard charges forward, smiling confidently, but Rebecca just bursts out laughing. Suddenly, the man collapses, slamming into the floor. "I give up," he screams. His attack freezes instantly. The lady is indignant, mouth open in shock, yelling at them to stand up and fight properly. His teammates are baffled, asking why their leader is surrendering. He stays face down on the stone, apologizing profusely as he lifts his head. "Get down," he screams at his team. "Lie down immediately like me, or we're all going to die." Terrified, two of them drop to the floor. The team freezes, confused. The guy asks what is happening, and Rebecca wonders just how strong the opponents must be to react this way. To surrender without throwing a single punch? The silver-haired woman turns, realizing the truth. It might be because of the lady in red. She is notorious, a legend of fear in the world of magic. They surrendered the moment they recognized her face. The dark-haired man closes his eyes. The rival leader begs for mercy, screaming a single name. Olivia. The entire team turns to look at the terrifying girl. "Take the golem." The surrendered man babbles. "We'll give you everything, just don't torture us with your magic." The redhead touches her face, thoughtful. "Ah, it must be him." The mage smiles darkly. "This is the man who helped me pass the first test." She looms over the victim, who is phantom-bound in chains of trauma, begging for his life. A single tear tracks through the dust on the man's face. Meanwhile, the golden golem sleeps peacefully. Riley cradles the creature on her lap, noting that it looks surprisingly like a puppy. The grimoire corrects her. It looks more like a sphinx. The white-haired woman tries to pet it, but the golem snaps, biting the black-haired girl who screams in pain. The long-haired woman checks her hand. Riley watches the chaos. Is she okay? The reply is immediate. No, she is not. The white-haired woman continues to stroke the creature amidst the noise. It is a chaotic scene, but they have successfully captured the golden golem without a fight. Rebecca squints at her bandaged fingers while Grimoire insists that avoiding battle is the right move, even if the brunette isn't exactly thrilled about it. She turns toward Olivia, who scratches her red hair awkwardly. Rebecca points out her terrifying talent for torture magic, prompting a shy response from the bespectacled girl. She admits it is the only ancient magic she actually knows. The brunette's jaw drops, and she pauses, planting her hands firmly on her hips. She demands to know why Olivia was trembling, instead of unleashing that power earlier. The redhead raises a finger with a sheepish smile, explaining that the spell has a brutal 1-month cooldown. Rebecca scoffs, noting that ancient magic always comes with a catch, while Grimoire rests his chin on his hand, and the dark-haired mage calls the girl in glasses absolutely insane. The young man mutters that he is not the one casting judgment here. Smiling, the brunette asks Olivia if she hails from the southern region, and Olivia blinks, wondering how she guessed. The long-haired mage points a finger at her, replying that the accent is a dead giveaway, adding that even her mumbling carries that distinct regional twang. It was pure dialect. The young man agrees that Olivia definitely has the southern look, but Riley notices Grimoire frowning and asks what is wrong. He bluntly reveals that the South is crawling with lunatics. The hero snaps his head around as the girl accuses him of blatant regional discrimination. The protagonist throws his hands up defensively, claiming this is hard data collected over thousands of years. The Southern Empire is simply a breeding ground for eccentrics. The white-haired woman crosses her arms, stating that it is definitely discrimination, and she is thoroughly disappointed. Grimoire looks at her awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Rebecca finds the conversation amusing. The brunette places a hand on her chest, smiling broadly as she declares that she, too, is from the South. Riley and the young man stare at the pair in stunned silence, while Olivia beams, saying how nice it is to meet a fellow Southerner. The white-haired woman frowns deeply, leaning in to tell the guy that he was right there. Really are a lot of crazy people in the southern region. He assures her that is exactly what he just said, but she asks him not to discriminate. Riley's eyes shine with mischief as she feigns ignorance, wondering when she ever made such a claim. The young man calls her utterly shameless, adding that she must have been inspired by the tales of Pinocchio. The girl's eyes widen in genuine surprise. She asks how Grimoire knew about that story. He looks surprised that such a work even exists in this world, but Riley places a hand on her chest and claims she was just teasing. She strokes the golem, mentioning it is the only fairy tale she has ever read. The guy assures her he has never heard the title, to which she replies that it is obvious why. He looks at her as she explains that Uncle Robert wrote those stories specifically for her. When the guy asks who that is, the girl frowns. The image of a man standing amidst flames, urging him to run faster, flashes by. Grimoire sits beside the white-haired woman, who reveals that the man was from the Thieves Guild. The guy wonders if the stories are actually true. Riley raises a hand, insisting they teach valuable lessons, and the young man claims he understands. Internally, he notes it is no surprise she grew up a bit twisted reading stuff like that. While Rebecca and Olivia sleep, Grimoire checks the time. It has been 20 hours since they entered the ruins. Riley studies the map, noting that the other candidates are closing in on their corner. She sighs, remarking that the day has felt incredibly long. The guy replies that they just need a little more patience, only 4 hours remain. Then, everything will be over. He crosses his arms smugly, telling himself the test is nearly complete and they are going to pass without a single problem. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. Riley reacts an instant later, as a purple sphere rushes forward, a projectile flying straight at the hero's group. The white-haired woman raises her hand, intercepting the blow with a frown. Rebecca and Olivia wake up, eyes wide with shock. They scramble to their feet. The brunette demands to know why Riley did not warn them of the approach, while the white-haired mage stares at her own glowing hand. She reveals that her search magic did not detect a soul. The brunette looks incredulous, telling her not to spout nonsense, but all three girls freeze as they spot arrows embedded in the wall. The hero mentally notes that Riley's mana is incomparable. She should have been able to identify any trap, even those hidden by the 5 magical towers. The white-haired mage holds out her hand, projecting a holographic map. Grimoire silently adds that her ability to use such magic inside these interference-heavy ruins is extraordinary. The ruins are full of interference. The hero squints, realizing that if Riley missed them, something is very wrong. It seems impossible, unless they are wearing dragon skin. Above the settling violet dust, 3 figures stand tall, their faces hidden behind blue cloaks. The hero thinks this cannot be happening. A menacing purple aura radiates from the trio, proving they really went to great lengths to remain undetected. Riley holds out a shining hand, deducing that if they have dragon skin, they must have hunted a golden golem. She agrees with her own assessment, wondering why such high-level players are targeting them. Grimoire frowns, thinking that there are too many hypotheses to count. The leader of the attackers remains silent, hiding his face deep within his blue hood. The hero mentally notes that these guys are dangerous. As another projectile flies, the white-haired girl blocks it again. He notes that she is weaker in terms of raw output, her palm already trembling. Seeing the familiar mana signature, Grimoire crosses his arms with a nervous smile. He realizes his most disturbing hypothesis might be true. The protagonist's group readies their magic, while the 2 hooded figures mirror their rivals' actions perfectly. One of the attackers forms a blue sphere. The white-haired woman instantly copies him, and a multitude of magical rays surrounds everyone present. The young man squints at the magical ley lines. This is not just a fight, it is reconnaissance, a magical cold war. They are assessing each other's strength through subtle mana manipulations. An image of a violin flashes in the hero's mind as he reflects on the nature of mana. Just as instruments remember the sound of their owners, mana carries a signature. Riley raises her hand, tension visible in every muscle. Depending on the type of magic, mana forms a unique wave. The protagonist notes that for a mage striving for speed, the energy flow moves rapidly, and Rebecca frowns, watching closely. The hero analyzes the pattern. For a wizard focused on destruction, the mana is filled with pure, unadulterated violence. Olivia grips her backpack tight while our hero calculates the odds. For a mage, precision isn't just a skill, it's a requirement for survival. The stranger adjusts his hood, but he can't hide his aura. The grimoire senses it instantly, a mana signature, thick with bloodlust, the mark of someone who deals in death. Purple and blue energies crash together in a violent spark. The young mage realizes he has to push hard. Clashing head-on is the only way to read his enemy's rhythm. It's not just a fight, it's data collection. He is testing their magical compatibility, mapping out every possible outcome of this duel. This is pure reconnaissance. Heavy boots step forward. "It's been a long time," the man says, his voice rough. Riley frowns, caught off guard. She never expected a reunion like this. The old man shifts his cloak, and the realization hits. The grimoire knows that voice. It is all too familiar. The hero's expression tightens. Of all the mages in the world, why did it have to be him? Garen pulls back his hood, a look of regret on his face. "I'm sorry it came to this," he admits. But apologies don't change the facts. They are standing on opposite sides of the battlefield now. A massive golden golem towers over the white-haired woman. She thinks he is here for the core, but the elder holds up a glowing bead. "Wrong," he says. "I already have what I need." He closes his eyes calmly. Riley demands to know his real objective. "I've already told you," he replies, his voice steady. "My mission hasn't changed." The two teams face off, tension crackling in the air. Garen explains that this selection test isn't just a competition, It is a magnet for mages with dark agendas. Some see this as a licensed killing field, he adds, implying he is no exception. Riley narrows her eyes as the old man's gaze ignites with a terrifying crimson glow. He drops the bombshell. His target is Rebecca. The girl stiffens. It's personal, the old man confesses. I have a profound loathing for that maniac. Across the field, the trio in blue robes holds their ground. Garen warns them that leaving Rebecca alive will only invite greater catastrophes into the magical world. The girl in the white cloak raises a finger, smiling dangerously. Careful, she taunts. If even one person dies, the whole team gets disqualified. Those are the rules. Riley snaps back. If you kill Rebecca, I go down with her. The elder opens his glowing red eyes, his expression sorrowful. And that, he says, is why I am truly sorry. The situation spirals. The brunette steps up, locking eyes with Riley. I'll handle the old man, he declares. We have unfinished business. The white-haired girl raises a shining hand to protest, but the grimoire cuts in. Rebecca is right to take point. None of the others stand a chance against a monster like Garen. The hero launches himself toward the elder, realizing the matchup is unavoidable. It all comes down to magical compatibility. Riley stands ready, her hand raised and glowing with power. She is not a traditional mage. Her fighting style is unorthodox, treating herself like a living, magical rocket. She manipulates speed and trajectory mid-flight, turning physics into a weapon. The grimoire observes silently. She is tearing through the enemy's defenses by shattering their spells before they fully form. Garen points his staff, summoning barriers. While she plays offense, the old master is the ultimate fortress, relying on impenetrable defensive magic. His gaze is piercing, his guard absolute. The hero realizes, with a sinking feeling, that Garen's defense is flawless. He offers zero openings to exploit. Staring into those intense green eyes, the grimoire delivers the bad news. Garen is the worst possible matchup for them. They need to switch targets and engage his teammates instead. A girl in a blue robe taps her cheek, looking bored. Riley shifts her glowing hand, flanking Rebecca. This isn't going to be easy, she warns. I know, Rebecca replies coolly. The brunette smirks, arrogance radiating off him. Finally, he says, I only draw my weapon for opponents who are actually worth my time. She beams with terrifying excitement. A perfect target. Why would I ever refuse a dance like this? Meanwhile, Garen remains stoic, his focus unbreaking. He glances at his young companions. Be careful, Garen warns. The mage you're fighting is dangerous. Dorothy just hums, unbothered, bringing a hand to her temple. Don't worry about the one who relies on dusty, ancient magic, she thinks to herself. Her eyes drift to the other target. But that second one. She's quite a beauty. Dorothy frowns slightly, asking the old man to hold on a second. Aaron stands beside her, his gaze locked forward. Are you kidding me? The blonde asks. Is Riley really just a low-rank mage? The man confirms it with a nod. She is. Dorothy raises a finger, scandalized. The audacity. A low rank in this test? But Garen cuts her off. Do not judge a mage solely by their rank. That is a fatal mistake. That makes no sense, she complains, clutching her head in mock horror. Garen ignores the theatrics and issues a command. April, deal with the girl. Understood, she replies, the playfulness vanishing. The blue-eyed mage scratches her head. So we just need to eliminate those two? Simple enough. She lifts her heel, ready to strike. Stay sharp, Garen cautions. Do not let your guard down. She nods, acknowledging the order. She stomps her foot, and the ground erupts. Shadowy tendrils shoot toward the hero's group. The grimoire analyzes the black energy instantly. Dark magic. High level. The enemy team stands motionless as a purple vortex swirls around them. It is a shadow shift spell. In an instant, the blackness swallows them and dissipates. They are gone. Suddenly, Garen reappears directly in front of Rebecca. Now, he says, it is just us. The girl smiles, unfazed. She executes a mock bow. An honor to fight you, she says. She starts rambling about Sharon, taunting him. The yellow-eyed girl grins maniacally, calling out to Rebecca. She talked about you constantly, Rebecca teases, eyes closed. Though this is the first time I've met you in the flesh, old man. Hearing Sharon's stories made you feel like family, she sneers. The old man's patience snaps. He turns to Rebecca, his face a mask of fury. His eyes pierce through her. Do not, he snarls. Let my granddaughter's name pass your filthy lips. For the first time, a flicker of genuine fear crosses the girl's face. The taunting blonde suddenly breaks down, weeping and begging for mercy, a bizarre, twisted performance. Blood splatters across the ground as black shackles materialize, binding Riley tight. The grimoire and the girl scan the surroundings. The vegetation here is massive, overgrown like a garden built for giants. The hero leans in to inspect the terrain. This place is wild, he mutters. Complete wilderness. He wonders if they are truly alone. Suddenly, he flinches. Olivia is weeping nearby, startling him. "You nearly gave me a heart attack," he yells. As if on cue, a golem bursts from the thick foliage. Toby reaches out, grabbing Riley's leg. "I'm here too," he whispers. Grimoire breathes a sigh of relief. Losing him would have been a disaster. He scans the flowers, his mind racing. Why were they teleported to this specific spot? A flashback reveals a swirling purple vortex. The hero realizes it's shadow shift magic, a forced displacement spell that separates targets but comes with heavy limitations. Dorothy and April's eyes flare with magical energy. Grimoire calculates rapidly. They wouldn't risk splitting the team like this without a strategy. There has to be a deeper reason. The scene shifts to a dense, overgrown garden. The hero mutters to himself, "This terrain favors them." Riley scans the thick foliage. "These plants block our line of sight and scramble mana detection. Ideally, this is a terrible place to fight," the protagonist murmurs, rubbing his chin in thought. "True enough, but we have to look at the bigger picture. We're up against mages who specialize in this exact environment. They are completely hemmed in by greenery." Grimoire realizes this isn't random, this kill zone was chosen deliberately. Despite the chaotic shift, the guy's eyes widen. April and Dorothy emerge from the brush. Grimoire and Riley lock eyes with them. The dark warlock clutches her head, clearly frustrated. "I still don't get it," she groans. "Why did the old man blow the ambush? He could have ended this with one precision strike." Her partner sighs. "That wouldn't be very noble." The blue-eyed girl wipes her face. "We aren't knights. And honestly, why do I have to go all out against a coward?" Olivia is shaking like a leaf. The dark mage sneers at Riley. "And you, just a low-level little girl. Sharon warned us to be careful with them," she muses. April leans in, voice low. "Don't let your guard down." Dorothy turns to Riley. "Think this is unfair?" Grimoire and the short-haired fighter scowl. "It's effectively 2 against 1, the blue-eyed mage taunts. "Since your trembling friend, there won't be much help. High risk, low reward," the guy notes. Sharon's eyes glow crimson. Dorothy drops a bombshell. Rebecca is as good as dead because the old man is fighting for real. Grimoire analyzes the board. No matter how skilled the girl is, holding off a high-level warlock solo is a nightmare scenario. Riley and Rebecca are trapped in the center. The hero realizes the truth. This is a race against the clock. Either the white-haired woman breaks through, or the brunette dies, and they fail the exam. Riley glances at the grimoire. "Can we win?" The hero is blunt. "Odds are thin. These are mid-level veterans." The girl lowers her head. April raises a radiant hand. "We don't want a drawn-out fight either," Dorothy says. The ground begins to fracture. Vines explode from the earth. Dark energy swirls as a nightmare of vegetation encircles the two mages. Per the old man's orders, the blue-eyed mage announces, "We're taking the gloves off." Carnivorous plants lunge at Riley. "So this is why they brought us here," Riley gasps. April strokes the leaves with a chilling smile. "My personal ability, inherited from the great Archmage of my bloodline." A dark probe snakes toward the short-haired girl. She recognizes the ancestor's name. Suddenly, a black blur shoots for her leg. Riley looks down trapped. She barely dodges. Mid-air, she scans the battlefield. Dark energy and predatory flora are everywhere. "Attacks from the sky and the ground," she notes. She lands, panting. April and Dorothy stand side by side. "Dominate. We don't want to hurt our pride by crushing you," Blue Eyes says with a frown. "Threats end now. Surrender." Riley stares them down. "You're still young," Dorothy adds. "There will be other exams. Don't throw your life away." Grimoire forces an awkward smile. They make quite the team. The short, slim girl steals her expression and asks the hero, "What's the play?" The Earth Mage and Dark Mage loom amidst the shadows and giant plants. Riley wonders if victory is even possible. April and Dorothy hold the line. The hero admits internally that defeat looks certain. His partner is facing two mages, who are perfectly prepared and above average level. The short-haired girl looks to Grimoire. "I've faced countless enemies," he reminds her. "Anything is possible," he grins, referencing a strategy book from his hometown. Written by the infallible. "Know the enemy and know yourself." April watches, impassive. Grimoire quizzes Riley. "Who is the priority target?" "The plant controller," she answers instantly. "Why?" the hero asks as the Earth Mage charges his magic. "He's the core. If the plants die, the shadow clones lose their cover." Riley beams at the protagonist. "Correct." Suddenly, a garden of horrors sprouts poisonous mushrooms and thorns. "He's dangerous," Grimoire warns. Binding vines, paralysis spores, direct attacks, a cunning opponent. The hero raises a finger. But I have one question. He smiles mischievously. Who raised the Grand Archmagister who invented this plant magic? Flashback time. He lists the 5 legendary Archmages. Geniuses, talented. Grimoire laughs. No, they were a bunch of absolute morons. The short-haired girl looks at him in shock. But they weren't the type to give up, he adds. She exhales, a smile returning. I've heard enough about your students, she says. You must know the story of our pal's ancestor. Grimoire floats in front of the mage. What does he like? The hero's eyes widen in surprise as something stirs behind the pot in front of him. With a disarming smile, the young man steps forward, cradling a green sprout in his hands. I love plants, he confesses, standing boldly before the hero. He adds that he loves nurturing them. The protagonist simply smirks, tapping his chin thoughtfully. I understand exactly what you mean. How's this for magic? Riley grins, standing beside the grimoire, who reveals they've already analyzed their opponent perfectly. Dorothy furrows her brow. Have you made up your mind, girl? Her blue eyes flare as she unleashes shadow shackles, forcing the ultimatum. Make your choice. Will you fight us, or surrender? The grimoire crosses his arms as Riley speaks up. She mentions a fairy tale that left a deep impact on her times, the fraudster Amy Asterisk. Riley glances at her partner. Is that the same book your uncle from the Thieves Guild wrote? She nods. Flashback to a younger Riley flipping through the pages. I'm going to show you, she declares, exactly how Amy pulled off her deceptions in the story. The protagonist gasps aloud in surprise. The short-haired girl speaks, making an offer that leaves Dorothy and April stunned. Riley points sadly to the golden golem. Take him. Blue Eyes stares in pure amazement as Riley delivers the bombshell. We don't need Toby anymore. Garen warned us you'd fight back, the enemy stammers, confused. The short-haired girl averts her gaze, hiding her red eyes. Dorothy laughs, realizing the absurdity. If you're fighting here, you must be crazy. The Earth and Darkness mage steps up to Riley. The blue-eyed woman smirks. Well, it would be nice to have an extra core. Hand over the golden golem. Toby looks at Riley with big, sad puppy eyes, but she just waves him off. Stop crying. Just go to them. Dorothy gleefully drops to her knees, beckoning the construct. Come here, little one. I'll take good care of you. The grimoire stares blankly. What kind of scam is this? He asks his partner. Riley crosses her arms, revealing the trap. Humans don't defend themselves against creatures weaker than they are. She smirks, explaining the psychology. I'm using that against them. Look closer. Toby freezes at his mistress's voice. Riley gives the order. Bite. The golem coils, preparing to lunge. Blue Eyes peers into the beast's mouth in confusion, then recoils in terror. Toby clamps down on her arm, and she screams in absolute agony. April watches the screaming girl with twisted excitement. Seizing the opening, Riley conjures a bolt of blue magic that flies straight for Dorothy's face. The Earth Mage panics, hastily summoning a mana shield. The grimoire watches, unimpressed. Only one barrier, he notes. Careless. The projectile smashes right through the defense. The hero nods. Fatal mistake. Riley's eyes glow with intense blue power. The Earth Mage's face stiffens as he curses, barely yanking his partner away from the kill zone. The grimoire touches his chin. A cunning and rapid response. Bloodied and sprawling on the ground, Dorothy shrieks, "You're crazy, Riley! That was a cowardly attack." Riley's expression goes cold. "We aren't knights," the short-haired girl retorts. "We don't give a damn about fair duels." Riley stands tall before the warlocks, throwing their own question back at them. Will you fight? Or will you surrender? April stares with intense focus. I choose the first option, Riley declares. I will win. Blue Eyes weeps in rage. While Olivia watches from the bushes, the grimoire owner points a finger at the enemy. Attack her, you bunch of losers. Meanwhile, a stone wall rises as Rebecca confronts Garen. The old man glares furiously. Do not speak my granddaughter's name with your filthy lips. The brunette touches her chin, mocking him. Hurtful words. Are my lips filthy because of my titles? Like psychopathic killer? She steps closer to the old man. Even if the others say it, you shouldn't insult me like that, Garen. Sharon looks up in shock as documents appear, revealing Rebecca was disqualified. Reason: killing half the exam participants. The brunette smiles manically. I avenged her. Flashback to 2 years ago at the selection test. A leg crossed the finish line. Rebecca finished first, cheering wildly. I won! Highest score. She pounded her fist to her chest in triumph. Turning around, she asked, Where is Sharon? What was her score? A participant muttered. My head feels like it's going to burst from all these doubles. Rebecca's eyes went wide. The ground shook. A girl ran, glowing with mana. the monster closed in. The girl narrowed her eyes, screaming for help, covering her mouth in terror. Rebecca screamed, "Sharon!" Her pupils dilated in fear. A man laughed cruelly while Sharon begged for her life. The monster's foot crushed down. The wind howled through Rebecca's hair as her face twisted in anguish. Her eye began to glow a sinister red. Back in the present, she points a trembling finger up. "I avenged Sharon. They left her to die. They abandoned her when they could have helped. Instead, they stood there and mocked her." Rebecca's voice breaks. "They laughed. They killed Sharon. So I killed them to avenge her." Garen's shadow stretches across the floor. "That is nothing but a convenient excuse for murder. You are defaming my granddaughter's name to cover your bloodlust." He recalls a foot stepping on a body 2 years ago. An elder of the 5 magic towers died on duty. The girl emits a terrifying red light. 1 year ago, dozens of mages from various schools were slaughtered. Rebecca smiles like a lunatic. Since that day, she has been known as a homicidal maniac. She grips the hem of her dress, smirking smugly. "Everyone believes the reason for my change was his granddaughter's death." Garen shakes his head. "Your actions won't bring Sharon back. You are only disgracing her memory." Garen clenches his fist, making a solemn vow that today he will end her life with his own hands and finally clear his granddaughter's name. A phantom hand rests gently on the girl's head. Rebecca's eyes light up with amusement as she asks again if he is truly lecturing her about honor. She mimics the gesture, touching the top of her own head, and asks him if honor is really the only thing on his mind after his granddaughter's death. The staff slams down at their feet. Garen declares that they are worlds apart, his hand trembling as he brings it to his forehead. He pulls his hand away, confessing that this question has tormented him for ages. How could a monster like Rebecca ever be close to his precious granddaughter? The girl looks at him with pure insolence, countering with her own question. How could a soul as pure and bright as Sharon possibly come from a bloodline like his? The old man clutches his head in agony, while the girl asks why he talks so much, her eyes cast an ominous shadow. Rebecca's pupils flood with a crimson light. She claims the warlock speaks through magic. Garen remains seated, tension radiating from him. She asks if he didn't tell his granddaughter the exact same lies. The old man raises his head as a blinding magical glow saturates the room. Garen presses his fingers to his temple, his voice dropping to a growl. This is his final warning. If she dares mention Sharon's name again, she would be finished. The girl lowers her gaze, then snaps her eyes wide open, feigning shock as she declares that Sharon was her absolute best friend, and his only granddaughter. That snaps the last thread of patience. A fist clenches, and light erupts from the old man's palm as a storm field blasts stones in every direction. A blue aura envelops the girl as heavy cobblestones rain down on her. A rush of raw energy crashing from above. Debris litters the floor. The hand glows with residual magic as the old man grips his staff, knuckles white. Garen grimaces, realizing it was a clone. The real girl touches her chest, chiding him that he really shouldn't insult her like that. Garen crushes the bundle of energy in his palm, mentally noting that it was a cheap parlor trick as the pile of stones settles on the ground. Shadows flicker from the opening in the ceiling. Grandpa looks up. Rebecca is gone. He realizes with a jolt that she is right behind him. The girl grins. Garen's eyes fly open in horror as a cold knife presses against his neck. He reaches for the blade, desperate. His mind screams that he must defend himself. He grabs his weapon, but the knife is already at his throat. The girl smiles smugly and casually points the blade sideways. Blood gushes from the wound. The mage feels time slow to a crawl, his entire world turning upside down in an instant. Garen grimaces in pain. Monstrous silhouettes approach in his vision, and he realizes this is the terror soldiers feel hundreds of times on the battlefield. Skulls rattle in the dark. The old man collapses to the floor, sweat pouring down his face, his staff clattering at his feet. Rebecca reports coldly that he is slower than Riley, having fallen straight into her illusion. The wind whips her hair as she crosses her arms in mock fright. She taunts that it took her only a second, while he needed far too long. Rebecca bites her finger, leaning in to ask with exaggerated surprise. She whispers the question, has he ever truly seen death? She stands over the old man, pressing for an answer. The commander's eyes bulge in shock. A memory surfaces a lady reaching out her hand. Garen lies paralyzed on the floor, staring at nothing. Drops of sweat roll down his hands. He reaches for his throat, sensing something is wrong. He glares at the girl, spitting out that he has seen through her cheap tricks. Rebecca taps his chin, retorting that they are just as cheap as the old man's, and at least she didn't start a fight like he did. As phantom hands reach for him, she asks if he started this battle on purpose. Rebecca closes her eyes, wondering if he wanted to lure her out. She looks away, smiling as she realizes he thought a massive brawl would force her hand. She knows he believed she would definitely come. Garen clutches the orb, admitting he deliberately activated the core magic. The commander lowers his head, muttering that in the end, there is no one worse than her. Rebecca places a hand on her chest. She claims she really wanted to go, but Riley stopped her. Garen waves his staff. She didn't come to him. He decided to come to her. The old man points his weapon at her throat, frowning as he takes control of the narrative. The tip of his staff ignites with magic. He brands Rebecca a homicidal maniac. The girl reaches for his weapon, then begins to applaud right in his face. She smiles, admitting the old man is impressive. He fought through all the candidates sent to kill her, but did he really handle everyone? A flashback reveals a young guy clutching his throat in tears. Rebecca presses a stick to her own neck, noting the contradiction in him calling her a maniac. Blood pours from Garen's mouth. A current of air sweeps between them as he addresses her earlier question about seeing death. The old man stares ahead, answering that he has seen it. His eyes snap wide. He has seen her death, and he is going to show it to her. Rebecca smiles silently. She closes her eyes, recounting what her mother once told her, as the scene shifts to a rock in the forest. She recites that 9 out of 10 herbalists die in the mountains, falling from the rocks while collecting herbs. A blow blasts the head off a warrior. Poisonous liquid spills from shattered bottles. She continues. A knight fights by the sword and dies by the sword. An alchemist dies, producing an elixir. A hooded wizard conjures a spell, and the lesson concludes with the mages. A whirlwind of energy swirls around them. She adds that mages die by magic. She challenges the old man to show the death he saw. In the vision, she lies on the ground covered in blood, whispering that she hopes her death will be worthy of a magician. Rebecca extends a hand, her voice steady. 27 years of magical mastery aren't about to vanish. She is ready for this. The girl reaches for his face, clenching her fist as raw energy surges through it. Garen's eyes go wide as the impact connects. Sensing the shift, Riley steps forward. She points an accusing finger, eyes blazing with fury. You bunch of losers. Shut your mouth, the guys scream back. The hero strokes his chin, noting that her taunt hit harder than Rebecca's dignity ever could. Dorothy snaps, instantly baited by the insult. The boy tries to hold her back, desperate to calm her down before she does something stupid. She is trembling with rage. You think landing one lucky spell gives you the right to look down on us? She growls, fists clenching as a massive surge of power explodes outward. Her grimoire floats into the air, radiating menace. Self-awareness is the core of a mage, but right now, it is just raw, dark energy lunging forward. Riley weaves aside, dodging the blast. Emotional magic makes you predictable. Riley ducks under another strike. The boy is panicking now, screaming at Dorothy to get a grip. The protagonist narrows his eyes. This isn't just about winning anymore, it is getting interesting. Suddenly, jagged, toothy vines lash out. Riley leaps. She dances through the air, barely evading the snapping jaws of the plants. Her eyes are wide, tracking every movement. The boy clutches his head, looking away in shame. Keep going, Dorothy shrieks. I can't, he shoots back. I'm tapped out. Arpel extends a trembling hand, ranting about inheriting the great Cromwell's magic. The hero just crosses his arms, unimpressed. 300 years since I've been gone, and your family hasn't advanced his magic a single inch. Pathetic. Black magic swirls around the sphere. The boy grabs his injured partner, but the ashen-haired girl is fading. Her mana reserves are critically low. The cost of shadow shift is taking its toll, and her wound is still bleeding freely. Yet Dorothy keeps casting, screaming like she has a death wish. The grimoire notices it. She is exhausted, body and mind. Even the shadow plants are starting to sluggishly drag. The boy raises a hand, gathering the last of his energy. The protagonist watches from the sidelines, calculating the odds. The only real threat here is that Stingwood descendant. But if he overexerts himself... Riley looks up, staring down the barrel of the incoming attack. It is dangerous, and they are running out of time. They stand frozen in the clock tower, seconds ticking away. Even if they win here, if they don't reach Rebecca before she dies, it is all for nothing. The grimoire spins around. Right now, Riley's eyes flare with electric blue light. She stares straight ahead as the protagonist lays out the plan. Sever the link between the mage and the summon. You have one shot. Can you do it? Riley launches herself. She dodges a vine, stomps on the stem, and rockets upward. Olivia gasps, totally caught off guard. Arpel and Dorothy look up, paralyzed by disbelief. Riley leaps from plant to plant, closing the distance, her palm glowing with concentrated magic. How is that even possible? What kind of technique is that? Riley sprints vertically up the main stalk. She reaches the apex, spreading her arms before clenching her fists tight. Her focus is absolute, laser locked on the target. She is in total control. The vines thrash uselessly below. Arpel's eyes widen, reflecting Riley's diving figure. The only way to break the bond is to take out the caster. She pulls back her fist, channeling every ounce of mana she has left. A direct hit. That is all she needs. Boom! Dust and debris blast outward. When the smoke clears, Arpel is on the ground, out cold. Dorothy lies beside him, completely disarmed. Riley raises a fist in triumph over her fallen foes. She lets out a shaky breath. "You okay, kid?" the protagonist asks. It was a fleeting moment of super concentration, a trance state. She replays the perfect strike in her mind. The hero watches her back. She is standing, but she is completely drained. Olivia peeks out from behind the bushes, trembling. Her fingers are crossed tight. Riley wipes the grime from her face. Olivia had been there the whole time, praying for a miracle. "She's safe," the grimoire confirms. The hero steps up behind Riley. "You managed to hold your own." "Not bad. Just a few scratches. Nothing serious." Suddenly, a noise from the ground grabs their attention. They look down, the creature is still there. The hero studies it closely. A puncture wound. Looks like the golem tore through the plants itself. Riley rushes over to the monster, placing a gentle hand on its cold surface. The golem just stares blankly ahead. She grabs the mana sphere, stashing it in her bag. But there is no time to celebrate. Rebecca is still in danger. She stands tall. "We're done here," the grimoire states. But the real fight isn't over yet. They have to save Rebecca from Garen. Riley pulls up the system window. Pathfinding activated. "I've got a lock on her signal. If we hurry, we can make it." A red cross marks the target on the screen. Riley's eyes widen. She tracks the dot anxiously. Rebecca's signal. It's fading. Suddenly, a shadow looms over them. Someone is blocking their path. They spin around, hearts pounding. It is him, standing there with his staff, looking like a nightmare come to life. Garen. The man bows his head, delivering the cold, hard truth. Rebecca is dead. He declares the test over. But the girl just offers a chilling smile. Grimoire averts his gaze. The presence that had been so strong just moments ago has vanished completely. Well, to be precise, he can still feel a faint trace of her. But it's the signature of the undead. Rebecca is effectively gone. The rules ring in his head. If even one team member perishes, the entire squad faces immediate disqualification. Riley hangs her head, the weight of their failure sinking in. Garen refuses to look up. He justifies the kill, claiming Rebecca committed unforgivable atrocities and paid the ultimate price for her sins. A student asks if he lost family because of her. The man shuts his eyes, whispering that he lost something far more valuable. "My honor," the old man explains from a distance. Riley's expression shifts, but she remains silent for a beat. Suddenly, her eyes glow a menacing crimson. She calls out his hypocrisy, pointing a finger at the robed figure who claims to despise mages who treat trials as slaughterhouses, or as a playground, she sneers. Garen rests his hands on his staff as she demands to know what makes him any better than the murderers he hates. The instructor bows his head, apologizing, claiming he has no defense. Riley stares him down, the hero and the girl flanking her. "This makes no sense," she mutters, a dark aura flaring around her. She stares at her own feet, trembling with rage. Her eyes snap open, overflowing with mana. The old man looks up, confused by the sudden spike in power. He braces himself, asking if she truly intends to fight an instructor. Garen is genuinely shocked when she nods yes. "Why?" he asks. "The test is already over." Riley locks eyes with him, her intensity lethal. "You killed Rebecca." The old man is baffled. Is she saying they bonded so deeply in such a short time? Is this about vengeance? Magic swirls around the student, enveloping her in a terrifying aura. "Vengeance? Don't be stupid," Riley spits, summoning a volatile sphere of magic. "Her death means I'm disqualified." She's not grieving, she's furious. She stares at her opponent. "I don't care about your history. I care that I just wasted a whole year." The boy behind her watches, realizing her logic. If she goes down, she's taking the old man's year with her so she can sleep at night. Garen frowns, admitting she's a handful, though he acknowledges her power has spiked. Arpel and Dorothy lie unconscious nearby. The commander analyzes the situation, but before he can finish his thought, the girl launches herself forward. Eyes wide with madness, she rushes the commander. Garen remains calm, even as a magic ball hurtles toward his face. Bright energy explodes between them. Riley grits her teeth, clutching the sphere, and unleashes 5 magic rockets from her palm. The recoil throws her back. She glares at the old man, who stands perfectly safe behind a magical dome. "You felt it too, didn't you?" he asks. "If my defense wasn't absolute, those rockets would have torn right through." From the sidelines, the young hero observes. Garen is right, she lacks the raw firepower to crack that shield at her current speed. Grimoire bites his nails, frantically searching for a solution. They are in the ruins. There has to be something they can use. He clenches his jaw and turns to Olivia. Rage builds. Is this coward still shaking in fear while Riley fights for her life? She hasn't lifted a finger to help, but then, the hero notices something. He looks closer. She's chanting in an incomprehensible tongue. She hasn't been frozen in fear this whole time she's been casting. Kneeling on the ground, sweat pouring down her face. She isn't muttering prayers for mercy. She has been preparing a spell from the very beginning. Grimoire shouts to Riley, realizing Olivia's fingers are crossed in a complex seal. The missing element, the decisive trump card, was right under their noses the whole time. It's ancient magic. The forest ruins are silent. The old man remains under his dome, insisting the test is done and resistance is futile. He suggests they save their energy. The hero flies behind Riley, whispering a plan. Stall for time until Olivia finishes. Riley starts rambling about surrendering. Garen pauses, calm, telling her she can take a second to think if she needs it. Riley looks down, hiding a smirk. Suddenly, her eyes snap open. Skill activated. Thought acceleration. The world slows to a crawl. Grimoire seizes the moment, flying toward Olivia. He needs to speed up her casting process. He hovers close to her. They are in the outer courtyard, safe from collapsing rubble, exactly as the Great Mother of Magic dictates. He analyzes her technique. Her pronunciation is flawless. Her grammatical structure impeccable. It's the first time he's seen a modern mage handle ancient runes with such proficiency. He recalls her refusing to accept failure earlier. She had every reason to be confident, but there is one critical error. The hero smiles wryly. Her spell lacks the prayer of dedication, the most vital component of the entire ritual. It's a common rookie mistake. As pages of grimoires float in the watery vision, he realizes time is of the essence. Prayers faded into silence. Riley stood enveloped in swirling mana, realizing the harsh truth. No matter how long she poured energy into the spell, it would never take shape without the missing verses. As she let out a defeated sigh, the young man just smiled, resting his hands confidently on his belt. He recited the teachings of the Great Mother of Magic. Let it burn, let it all burn. This was where the grimoire had been hidden all along, untouched by the ravages of time. Wondering if he himself hadn't penned this prayer thousands of years ago, the hero looked down and called out to Riley. She averted her gaze, listening to his command. Do it now. The instruction echoed in her mind, urging the apprentice to continue the incantation. But this lesson was for Olivia. She needed to figure it out herself. The girl turned, finally understanding that the spell was missing a crucial fragment. Grimoire pointed a finger, guiding her through the cadence. I'll feed you the lines, he signaled, and the student repeated them, word for word. Olivia's eyes widened. She didn't ask how he knew these lost words. Some secrets were better left unexplained. Her eyes snapped open. Should we try it? She asked silently. The protagonist glanced to the side and gave a sharp nod. Perfect. Riley looked away, then raised her head to lock eyes with the old man. If they struck together, they could take down Garen Theobald. The old man watched them with curiosity, scoffing. I thought you children were ready to surrender. Riley placed a steadying hand on her shoulder while the young man whispered the final verse into Olivia's ear. Her eyes flashed a menacing crimson as she resumed the chant. Garen's smirk vanished. They weren't giving up. Chunks of earth began to rain down on his barrier, forcing the old man to rush forward on the offensive. A massive blast of energy erupted, crushing the ground like a wilting flower. Garen narrowed his eyes, looking up at the hero amidst the chaos. The entire ruined complex trembled with magical resonance. What in the world are you doing? He demanded. Riley threw her hands up with a grin. Who knows? Why don't you ask her? She pointed a finger straight at Olivia. Olivia was ablaze, consumed by raw power. The old man stared in shock, finally recognizing the signature mana. The secret flame school? Could it be? Garen leaned heavily on his staff. You're attempting ancient magic? But how? How do you know the lost spells? Does it matter? The apprentice shot back. Riley extended her hand, weaving her own magic into the fray. You'd better stop her now, old man, because if you can't break through, you're dead. Garen clutched his head, his face twisting. Is this it? Is this your petty revenge? You really do have an unbearable personality, he spat. I know, she smirked. Garen raised a hand to shield himself, just as a blinding light erupted from the disciple's palms. She triggered the diffusion spell, thrusting both hands forward. Beside her, Grimoire remained calm, whispering to Olivia, steady. Everything is going exactly to plan. Now, the next verse. The man closed one eye, glancing upward as the temperature in the room skyrocketed. Seizing the moment, Riley launched herself into the air. Garen watched, dumbfounded, as she soared toward the dome. She drove her knee into his barrier with a massive impact, but the shield held, keeping the student at bay. Riley glanced back at Olivia. The mage had her arms thrown wide, channeling the torrent of mana, the glowing energy illuminating a triumphant smile on her face. Garen reached out, desperate. "It won't last much longer," he roared. Olivia placed a hand over her heart and finished the incantation. A massive magical rune manifested behind her, humming with power. The young man looked at his apprentice and spoke the final truth. As the great mother of magic decreed, she is no longer a fool chasing illusions. Olivia tensed, every muscle locked. This was the system the Great Mother had warned of magic, once abandoned and sealed away because its power was simply too overwhelming for mortals. A brilliant crimson light exploded outward in a shockwave. This was ancient magic, a forgotten legend. Olivia gripped her staff like a weapon of war. She drew the power close, smiling. Riley froze, dumbfounded, as she watched the cataclysm unfolding behind her. Olivia thrust her staff forward and screamed, "Ignite! Burn it all!" The inferno rushed forward like a living beast. In that moment, she was reborn before their very eyes. Grimoire lowered his head, a proud grin spreading across his face as the flames consumed everything. The vegetation around him turned to ash in seconds. He never imagined their first real battle would be this intense. Flowers withered into gray dust. The young man drifted back to a safe distance, thinking, she has an absolute genius for ancient magic. He looked down at the girl. "You alive down there?" he called, crossing his arms and scanning for injuries. Olivia looked horrified, checking her own trembling hands. Am I okay?" Before he could offer to heal her, she stumbled over a stone and collapsed. Olivia lay on the ground, trembling violently. "My legs," she stammered. "I can't feel my legs." The protagonist turned, his expression grim. "Your body is facing the consequences. That's the price of channeling that much mana." He looked back silently, crossing his arms again as he watched tears stream down her face. Concentration. Determination. Exceptional talent in ancient magic. She had the potential to climb to the very top. She would be useful later, even if she lacked experience now. Olivia looked up, relieved to see that her teammate had started to stir. The young man looked at Riley. "Can you move?" She gritted her teeth. "Yeah, I'm fine." Riley forced herself to her feet. She knew there was still work to do. Riley limped toward the old man, who was now sitting slumped beside Dorothy's lifeless body. Grimoire floated up behind them, analyzing the scene. Their bodies are completely charred. It's a severe magical backlash. The internal damage is catastrophic. The heroine looked away, horrified by the carnage. The young man closed his eyes and sighed. "We have a long road ahead of us, requiring weeks of recovery." Garen remains suspended within the protective sphere, his staff raised high above his head. The old man channels mana, maintaining the barrier. Riley realizes with relief that he managed to deploy the highest tier, defensive spell at the critical second. Without it, they would have been vaporized. She covers her mouth, acknowledging that only a high-ranking mage could neutralize such a catastrophic explosion. She averts her gaze, conflicted over why the man who attacked them chose to save them. Riley's eyes widen in sheer surprise at the sight. Olivia watches in horror, unable to comprehend why he took such a fatal risk. Grimoire rests his hands on his belt, stating the obvious. Even if the ancient magic wasn't targeting them, they are alive solely because of Garen's barrier. Despite the blast, the hero glares at him, questioning his decision to shield his own enemies. Garen clarifies, "Is it not obvious?" The wounded elder leans heavily on his staff. "I never intended to harm you." The apprentice stares, dumbfounded, demanding to know why he attacked with lethal force earlier. Grimoire points an accusatory finger. "You struck first, old man." Garen falls silent. Riley reaches out, touching the old mage's chest to begin the healing process, resetting his mana circuits to their original flow. The group watches as she performs the emergency treatment, noting it is just enough to keep him alive. Grimoire notes that the rest requires a temple healer or high-grade potions. Riley grabs the magical core, declaring she is confiscating it. She stares him down. "Don't take it personally, Garen, but I won't be able to sleep until I've settled the score for what you did." She suggests he retake the exam next year, then releases the sphere over the cliff edge. The students watch the artifact plummet into the abyss. Standing on the precipice, Riley calculates the drop. This cliff is incredibly deep. No one finds it down there, right? Grimoire looks up, agreeing. The core's energy is faint. With time running out, it's impossible to track. However, Riley reveals a second sphere hidden in her palm. Grimoire grins. "What about that one?" She smirks, replying it would be a waste to throw away something she fought so hard to get. She stashes it in her bag, deciding to keep it as a little souvenir. Turning to the others, she asks Olivia if they can walk together until the exam concludes. The ruins give way to a lush, outer garden, and the group moves forward. Passing giant flora and vibrant blooms, the heroes gaze upward. Grimoire notes they have been walking for quite some time, yet they haven't encountered a single monster or trap. Olivia marvels. It is strange to find such a peaceful sanctuary inside the ruins. Olivia turns to Riley, eyeing the staff in her hands. How did you know the final verse of that ancient spell? Riley rolls her eyes. You promised not to ask about that. Olivia lowers her head, admitting. True. Grimoire thinks managing her is too easy. Olivia looks down, hesitating before asking the heavy question. Is Rebecca really dead? Riley nods silently. Olivia squeezes her eyes shut, a single tear escaping. Riley exhales, lifting her chin, feeling the weight of the loss. She thought they would ace this exam, but losing a comrade she had grown attached to stings. Clutching the book, she admits it could have been worse. Flashbacks of their combat trial play out. Memories of the battle. Though they must live with the regret, they have gained invaluable experience by surviving a true crisis. Through this trial by fire, Riley's skills have evolved rapidly. Grimoire, manifesting through the book, reasons that 1 year is enough. They will retake the selection, dominate, and catch the attention of the 5 great magic towers. Their goal, enter the Tower of Orontes. The old man had held the sphere, but in the end, they will exact revenge on the fraud who claims to be an apprentice. Riley grips the grimoire, thinking of Ian Orontes, the Tower Master who stole Martha's dream of immortality. The hero, embodying the book, corrects her. Immortality was my time's dream. I asked her to create it for me. Riley asks why he desires it so much. A flashback to his old workshop appears. If my contractor never dies, he explains, I never have to waste time training new mages. We could research magic together for eternity. Grimoire points a finger, adding, and then, I can hunt down the bastard who turned me into a scrap of paper much faster. He reaches his hand out. Even before Martha, I made many attempts at immortality. Countless students assisted me. The ritual isn't a failure. It is the culmination of centuries of work with my disciples. Riley lowers her head, determination setting in. Then we have even more reason to crush Ian for deceiving your students. The hero crosses his arms, proposing a partnership. Just 1 more year of training. Riley closes her eyes, admitting it sounds nice. They can train at a relaxed pace. Suddenly, a dark liquid drips onto Riley's cheek. A high-pitched scream pierces the air. They spin around to see Rebecca hanging from the ceiling. Hey, if you can see me, cut me down this instant. The boys stood frozen in shock, staring at the girl standing right in front of them. Riley broke the silence, asking if she was actually alive, to which the lady shouted back, What kind of nonsense question is that? The heroine couldn't take her eyes off her friend, voice trembling as she asked if Garen had actually killed her. The girl frowned, snapping that the old man had simply lied. Riley looked down, lost in thought, while the student clutched her book tightly against her chest. Hearing him say it was all a ruse to make them surrender, Riley rubbed his chin. Makes sense. That's why they sold the story of Rebecca's death so hard. She had been hanging upside down in a cocoon, and Riley realized the dragon scales wrapping her body had perfectly camouflaged her magical presence. The lady spoke up. Since you geniuses figured it out, get me down already. All the blood is rushing to my head. She stretched her limbs as she landed, declaring that freedom felt much better. Rebecca spun around, marveling at how her bindings vanished. Your dispel magic skills are insane. How did you break a spell that complex so quickly? The lady shivered, remembering the helplessness of hanging upside down and screaming with no escape. Riley averted his gaze, mumbling that it was just the result of hard effort. Hard effort? Please. That was pure talent, the girl replied. The boys stared at her with serious expressions, making the student lower her eyes. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Riley leaned in, whispering in her ear while they watched the overly joyful lady. They discussed the oddity. She didn't have a scratch on her. It looked as if she hadn't fought Garen at all. They stood behind Rebecca, suspicion growing. The girl admitted she knew the old man lied, but she was deflecting. Riley looked up, eyes sharp. Why did he spare you? The lady pressed a hand to her temple, hesitation thick in the air. She exhaled a long sigh. He said that even if he killed me, it wouldn't change anything. So, he forgave me. Garen had left the chained lady behind, claiming that in return for her life, she had to drop out of the exam as a sign of repentance. Frankly, it's ridiculous, she laughed, but the student just stared at her in silence. The girl lowered her eyes, unable to hold the gaze. You're not telling the whole truth, are you? Riley challenged. Garen just forgave Rebecca just because he didn't want to be cruel? That's a stupid reason. Magic flared around the memory of the commander as the main character analyzed the situation. Riley knew that murderous intent didn't come from simple dislike. The girl had been in the giant's grasp, and it was clear Rebecca must have inflicted an unforgivable injury on him, one that should have forced him to kill her. The lady stared ahead, hiding the reality that, instead, she was standing here, spreading her arms wide, safe and sound. It was obvious Rebecca was covering up the reason with a blatant lie. Even the grimoire seemed to look away, sensing she wasn't ready to reveal the heavy truth right then and there. But they weren't alone. Someone was watching from the sidelines. Riley realized the supreme mages of the 5 great towers were observing every move of the selection exam. He linked his hands behind his head, deciding that if she wanted to keep it a secret, they would play by her rules. The student nodded, agreeing that the most important thing was that Rebecca was still breathing. The lady rested a hand on her belt. Well, since you're alive too, I guess you gave up on the test? She assumed the old man had forced them to hand over the core and surrender since she was presumed dead. The girls exchanged a knowing glance. Rebecca nervously straightened her hair. She realized what this meant. Guess I'm taking the test for the 4th time, she sighed, trying to act glad about repeating the year. The girl slumped down, head hanging low. The student noticed the brave mask crumbling. She was clearly upset. The lady looked at the ground, whispering, I secretly hoped you'd escape the old man, but I knew it was impossible. The student stepped forward, revealing the glowing orb. What is that? Rebecca's eyes went wide. She screamed, throwing her hands up in pure ecstasy. You got it? She was bouncing off the walls, pointing wildly, and firing questions. Did he let you take it? How did you escape? Tell me. She pestered Olivia to speak, asking why she was stuttering. But the student wondered if their team just loved chaos. Burnt plants lay around them, turned to ash. Dorothy held out a hand, apologizing profusely for the mess. Arpel composed himself, telling the girl to calm down. He hoisted the old man onto his shoulders, assuring everyone that Garen was fine. The guy looked down, voice heavy with regret. Arpel dragged the commander's weight on his back. I underestimated that girl. If I had used my full power, right from the start, I could have defeated her. This is entirely my fault. The man looked down, listening to the apology. He thought that Arpel and Dorothy should have been enough to handle her. The ground was scarred with craters from explosions, proving that they had given everything they had. The flashback revealed the shocking truth. The elite team had lost to a girl who was supposedly just a low-level magician. Riley opened his book, as the old man muttered about the battle. Garen couldn't believe she had fought him on equal terms. A true genius, who surpasses all levels. The commander put a heavy hand on the guy's shoulder. I knew she was a monster, but I didn't think she was this powerful. He told Arpel he was fine, and tried to walk on his own. The guy tried to support him, insisting he needed more rest, but Garen brushed him off. I said I'm fine. Dorothy watched Garen with concern. It's my fault, he muttered, closing his eyes. It's a damn shame. I had a real reason to enter the 5 great towers this year. The guy promised there would be an opportunity next year, but Garen shook his head. I'm not as young as I used to be. I don't know if this old body will survive another year. The girl exclaimed that he would succeed, and as the guys led him forward, he whispered a quiet thanks. The man looks up, realizing his path is blocked. 3 figures loom over him. The girl with the glowing red eyes, it's Pamela. He weighs his options. His mana is drained, his stamina gone. Facing her now would be suicide. Dorothy steps forward, announcing herself as the leader of the Explorers Guild. Arpel chimes in, pointing out that she's a top-tier mage who has already mastered the middle levels. The old man bows his head. He realizes the smartest move is to avoid a massacre. He needs to make it clear they aren't fighting, at least not until the confusion is cleared up. He opens his mouth to speak, but the girl smiles with malicious intent. Suddenly, she face-plants into the dirt, screaming at the top of her lungs that they surrender. Pamela shoves the sphere into the old man's hands, practically begging him to take the win and spare them. The man blinks, a memory surfacing. It feels exactly like the time the guildmaster surrendered. Her teammate points a shaking finger, shouting in disbelief. He can't understand why they are handing the victory to a decrepit old man who can barely stay on his feet. The girl snaps back, pointing a finger at him. Do you want to fight Garen? The guy freezes, refusing to believe this old man is the legendary commander himself. The man looks up, realizing they had been baited. They thought they were tracking the core, but it was a decoy. A student raises his hand in panic. If it ends like this, we'll all be disqualified. The lady checks her watch. Relax. Everything is fine. We still have 10 minutes on the clock. Pamela grins, asking if it's even possible to locate another nucleus in that time. In 10 minutes? She laughs. Nothing is impossible. Cut to a woman sitting at a desk, reviewing a document. She smiles, amused by how interesting things have become. The paper lists the candidates who passed the second test. The names are confirmed: Rebecca, Riley, Olivia, Garen, Arpel, Dorothy, Pamela, Darren, and Gilbert. The system chimes, the second qualifying exam is complete. The group steps out into the open air. Riley takes a deep breath, fresh air at last. Welcome to Wilhelm, the city of magicians. Rebecca rubs her eyes. The Reapers healed their injuries, and she spent 2 days recovering in the temple. But the deep fatigue hasn't left her. She stifles a yawn, covering her mouth. The final exam is in a week, right? She recounts the briefing from her memoirs. The final test isn't a battle royale. She holds a sphere in her hand, explaining the format. It's a one-on-one interview with the masters of each tower. The specific details are still pending. Grimoire looks away, calculating. A one-on-one setup isn't bad. It's the perfect stage for Riley to flex his true power. The hero frowns, his thoughts drifting to his grandfather. He realizes Ian is the priority. He will finally see him in the flesh. Rebecca yawns again, announcing she's heading to bed. The girl asks where she's staying. Rebecca smiles. She knows people in this city. I'll be crashing with them. She rolls her eyes playfully. Did I not mention it? I recommended the Sky Whale Inn. Riley tenses up. That name sounds familiar. You guys should really come by, she says, turning to leave. It's amazing there. She waves goodbye, promising to see them at the final exam. The guys wave back as Riley turns to his friend. Where is Olivia headed? She replies that she's checking into the Stigmag Grand Hotel. The other girl nods, saying she's doing the same. Olivia beams, mentioning she wants to hit the Arcadia Library first. The girl clutches her book tightly, but internally, she's screaming. She just wants to get to her room, collapse, and do absolutely nothing. Her plan involves ice cream and a hot bath. Riley hears her inner thoughts and nods solemnly. Rest is very important. They arrive at the hotel gates. Riley grabs the door handle, dreaming of the peace waiting inside. But as he looks in, he sees Garen and his crew standing in the lobby. Riley stares at them in dead silence. The old man notices him. Oh, you're staying here too? The student silently tries to back out and close the door, but a hand slams against it. Dorothy's eyes glow crimson as she leans in. She stares him down, then bursts into laughter. Pleased to meet you. What's your name? Before he can answer, she hugs Riley tight. We haven't been introduced. Let's be friends. The heroine asks the burning question. Did you guys pass just because that team handed the win to Garen? The answer is a sheepish yes. Riley is outraged. He can't believe it. 10 minutes before the deadline, a superfan literally handed victory to their idol? The man glances at the group, noting that they scrape by as well. Dorothy grabs the girl's hand excitedly. Are we taking the final exam together? Since it's just Tower Master approval, we don't even have to fight. Riley looks at her, confused. Why are you so obsessed with us? Because I beat you a few days ago, she teases, and I have a soft spot for cute girls. Arpel sighs, asking Riley if he wants to grab dinner. We're heading out now. Riley shakes his head. I'll just order room service. Suit yourself, the guy says. Though, they are serving special dishes prepared by the former royal court chef. Riley freezes. I'm coming. The table is loaded with ribs and chicken. The heroine is dual-wielding forks, devouring everything in sight. Grimoire watches, amused. I couldn't tell you were such a foodie. Riley talks through a mouthful of food. I'm still growing. Suddenly, the guys look up, asking if anyone knows where the final core was hidden. Pamela gestured dramatically towards the horizon, describing the foot of the cliff as if it were a bottomless abyss straight out of a nightmare. Riley casually grazed on her dinner, ignoring the theatrics and thinking that the exam organizers were incompetent maniacs for hiding a core on Plum Cliff. She barely resisted the urge to demand the head of the idiot who designed this stage. But the main character wisely decided to keep her mouth shut. The old man dabbed his face with a napkin, praising the team for locating the cannonball relic a mere 10 minutes before the deadline. A student chimed in, claiming the title of Wilhelm's best detective was well earned, but Pamela cut him off, leveling a sharp finger at the young man across the table. It wasn't him, she corrected aggressively. It was Gilbert, the pride of my guild. The young mage simply closed his eyes, soaking in the unearned glory. As the girl introduced her precious disciple, Gilbert extended a hand, mana flickering as he conjured a display, while Pamela boasted about his discovery. He found nearly every golden golem in the ruins. Gilbert sliced his steak with surgical precision, feigning humility while fishing for more praise. Gilbert kept his eyes shut, listening to the claims that his mana affinity was unrivaled. He didn't even twitch, letting the arrogance radiate off him in waves. Even the apprentice noted his swollen ego, while the grimoire whispered a grudging truth. If this guy actually made an effort, his talent would be terrifying. He would become a high-level magus before his time was up. Pamela flashed a thumbs up, shifting the topic. Do you know how fast he found the administration office? She closed her eyes, confidence brimming. I am ready to bet everything that no one passed the first exam faster than my Gilbert, Dorothy interrupted with a smirk. Didn't Rebecca clear it in 4 hours? Pretty sure she beat him to the punch. The guild leader stiffened instantly. Rebecca sent dozens of clones across Wilhelm. We aren't counting people who cheese the system with cheap tricks. She leaned over the table, arms spread wide to emphasize her point. Garen took a full day to pass the exam back in his prime, she argued. And to be precise, she said, holding up 2 fingers, Gilbert is in second place. 2 days. That is all it took him. Commander Garen frowned, planting his heavy hands on the table and shattering her narrative. Unfortunately, Pamela, he is not in second place. The guild leader scoffed, eyes shut tight. It is hardly fair to compare a legitimate pathfinder to someone like Rebecca who just spams clones. Garen looked down, his voice calm but dangerous. You misunderstand. I wasn't talking about Rebecca. He turned his gaze sideways. Riley, how long did it take you to clear the first exam? The young man grinned. He knew the answer would sting. Riley continued chewing silently, knowing the truth perfectly well, while the students around them sat stunned by the implication. About half a day, she murmured. 6.5 hours, to be exact. The old man closed his eyes, savoring the reveal. The hero stared at Garen in disbelief. Is she your granddaughter or something? Where is all this pride coming from? Pamela looked like she had been slapped. 6.5 hours? A fork clattered onto the table. Gilbert shot up from his seat, chair scraping loudly against the floor. That's absurd, he shouted. How could a low-level magus locate the administration office in just half a day? I have serious doubts about this. The young guy pointed an accusing finger directly at her, trembling with indignation. Does this candidate even deserve a place in the finals? He reached out, voice cracking. A low-tier mage? Half a day? Impossible, he spat. Breaking through those magic barriers is no simple feat, certainly not for someone of her rank. The residual magic alone scrambles standard spells. Countless attempts have failed there. The hero gestured to the side, watching the meltdown. Gilbert wasn't stopping. She cheated. There is no other way a weakling gets this far. Riley blinked, asking why he was so incredibly hostile. I don't know, Riley replied flatly. Dorothy raised an eyebrow, stepping into the fray. What's the matter? Let me ask you one question. She held an orb in her hands, her gaze turning icy. Do you think you could defeat her in a real battle? The apprentice looked frightened, realizing this was Dorothy, the graveyard mage. She was a veteran intermediate mage. Gilbert ground his teeth, unable to answer. Dorothy smirked, hugging her student. Then, keep your mouth shut. She took down both me and our pal over there simultaneously. Gilbert looked confused. What are you talking about? He looked to the young man for confirmation. It's true, the man replied. Miss Riley passed the second test with better results than anyone else. Gilbert's jaw clenched. It was pointless. The evidence was right there on the plate, even if he kept screaming that she was just a low-level magus. The man looked at Gilbert with pity. We understand your feelings. The lady looked away. The low-level excuse was getting old. If a novice of her age passed the second test that fast, it naturally arouses suspicion, the man admitted. A memory surfacing. He remembered thinking the exact same thing about Miss Riley when they first met. The apprentice closed her eyes, recalling her own hubris. I underestimated her too, she whispered. And I paid for it. Arpel grinned. He was in the same boat. Doubt is a magician's basic quality, the man said, staring Gilbert down. However, Garen's voice dropped an octave. Couldn't you find a more suitable place to express your doubts? This is a celebration, not an interrogation. Gilbert scowled, shrinking under the rebuke. The protagonist watched him, thinking, Asterisk, is this really necessary? Asterisk. Asterisk. We just finished the second test. Why show such open hostility in front of the more experienced magi? Asterisk. Pamela put a hand behind her head, laughing nervously. My student. Well, he made a big mistake. He has got nothing but training on the brain. She decided she would discipline him properly later, delivering a hard smack to the guy's back. She shouted, demanding to know what on earth he was doing. Apologize. Immediately. The young man bowed deeply, stuttering out an apology for his rudeness. Garen waved it off, saying everything was fine. Just don't let it happen again. Gilbert lifted his head, his eyes narrowing. If you doubt Riley's skills, stop talking and challenge her to a duel. It seemed like the perfect solution. Gripping her fork tightly, the girl realized this was no time to joke around. She closed her eyes, letting the question hang in the air before admitting he was right. A duel is an excellent decision, she replied. Suddenly, the MC loomed behind her. Did you really have to make that face at the end? He teased. Riley scoffed. It's infuriating. They keep challenging me without knowing their place. At least everything went smoothly. He frowned slightly, nodding in agreement. You have a point. Just when things seemed to be calming down, a knock echoed at the door. He muttered under his breath, I have a bad feeling about this. Glancing sideways, the magician asked, Do we have guests? He called out, Come in. A girl peeked into the room, greeting them. The staff directed me here. The hero smiled, almost as if he expected the chaos. I knew something was coming, he remarked as he heard the cries for help. The lady responded quickly. Realizing a quiet meal was officially impossible, she watched as the teachers escorted the troublemakers out. The student waved back to the crowd as he was carried away. Riley stared at her hand in silence as they walked. Finally, she asked, Is it possible to hasten the second awakening? The protagonist looked at her sharply. How do your abilities feel right now? She gave a knowing nod. Suddenly, a crystal materialized between his hands as he began to explain. The second awakening is a blessing, he recited. It arrives the day a magician reaches adulthood, the final stage of their evolution. An attribute blossoms, and your power skyrockets. Crossing his arms, the MC added, But, of course, it wasn't hard to find so many magicians during the second test. Riley countered, In terms of utility magic, I think I have enough experience. But as battle memories flooded her mind, she realized the truth. Her offensive magic was severely limited. Pathfinding and dissipation were merely support tools. In reality, her only true attack was magic missile. She froze as his words sank in. To move forward, you need to speed up the second awakening. Just as you asked, the hero said, floating forward casually. It is possible. The only problem is that it is excruciatingly difficult. The crystal in his hand began to glow. What is usually called an early awakening goes against the natural flow of magic. Therefore, it is a highly complex gathering process. He stretched his hands out. The protagonist warned, It will be painful, hard, exhausting. So far, only a few of my students have survived it. Turning his head, he locked eyes with her. Moreover, your talent won't save you here. This depends entirely on your perseverance and effort. The disciple's eyes went wide. She realized she would awaken naturally in 5 years anyway. Why create problems for herself now? Why not just spend the time training normally? But seeing the look in her eyes, he reached out a hand. If you still want it, then I won't stop you. Riley looked him dead in the eye. I'll do it. Lowering his gaze, the hero murmured, If you want something, then no one can help you but yourself. Internally, he smirked. Asterisk. Even if she refused, I would have forced her to do it anyway. Asterisk. Asterisk. But knowing her, she'll do it out of sheer spite if I provoke her. Asterisk. Clutching the book in her hands, the girl sat on the bed, determination setting in. She read aloud, Inside, the mana heart lies the attribute seed. When the amount of mana exceeds a critical level, the seed naturally blooms. The apprentice buried her face in the book, absorbing every word. She read that the easiest way was to increase mana capacity. The protagonist closed his eyes, sighing. She didn't understand. Early awakening is meant to compensate for the mana capacity, he corrected. He looked at her to ensure she was listening. But I need a large amount of mana to awaken in the first place, don't I? He nodded. Exactly. That is the contradiction of early awakening. Stretching his hand forward, the MC revealed the trick. From now on, you just have to lie, he smiled mischievously. You must increase your mana by cheating your mana heart. Riley's eyes widened as she processed it. Convince your heart that it already possesses that massive amount of mana. Deceive it until the attribute seed blooms on its own. Your capacity will increase without waiting for the second awakening. She raised her hands, trying to visualize it. It clicked. When the seed blooms, the body will perceive it as a second awakening, instantly shifting her into the stage of a fully awakened magician. She clutched her chest, imagining the process. He continued. The mana chains will expand forcibly, and the mana heart will grow to match the lie. Trick your heart. And it works. Riley looked up at him. Is that actually possible? Of course. Nothing is impossible. He paused. If nothing goes wrong, it will take about 5 weeks. She flipped a page in the book. She asked again, skeptical. The hero tilted his head. Well, actually, considering the sheer volume of work, it will take much longer. He swept his hand to the side. You need to build a mana barrier inside your body to temporarily spike the pressure. You have to maintain it long enough for your heart to recognize the changes. It involves many complex processes. Riley gulped. That sounds incredibly hard. She looked away, realizing he wasn't exaggerating. He said it would feel like death. This might be the hardest thing they had ever attempted. The protagonist raised a finger, a dark smile playing on his lips. But the size of the reward is proportional to the pain, isn't it? The girl stared at him in silence. Slamming the tome shut, she declared she understood perfectly. A brilliant, blinding glow instantly materialized before her, causing the young lady to frown in confusion. Watching her closely, the instructor warned her to brace herself. The student clenched her jaw, grinding her teeth as the weight of his words sank in. Your next 5 weeks are going to be absolute hell. His eyes widened as the reality hit. The process of early awakening wasn't just difficult, it was going to be excruciating. Crushing mana pressure clamped down on the body. Standing amidst the spectral flames, it felt as though every internal organ was being incinerated by invisible fire. Tears streamed down the girl's face, the agony far beyond anything words could capture. Looking down at her trembling form, the hero told her to steel herself. Like I said, hell. The student glared at him through her tears, furious. Collapsing onto the floor, she demanded to know why he had repeated that cursed phrase. The protagonist looked taken aback. Did she think he was just trying to scare her? That he was exaggerating the difficulty just to pump her up with motivation? I wasn't bluffing, he replied, a frown crossing his face. But regardless of her misunderstanding, it had worked. She had completed her early awakening in record time. He insisted it wasn't some psychological trick. Rubbing his temples, the MC sighed, trying to process what just happened. He needed to know how she possessed the insanity to absorb all that agony in a single burst. The girl had practically writhed in pain, yet she pushed through. A process meant to last 5 weeks was conquered in just 5 days. That was 7 times faster than the standard early awakening rate. Stretching out her hand, Riley shrugged. Turns out I could control it. So what was the point of dragging the suffering out for 5 weeks? The hero shook his head in disbelief. Because most people can't. My other students passed out cold from the sheer intensity of that pain. She lowered her head, voice grim. Compared to the Thieves Guild training, this was nothing. That pain, it was a walk in the park. The protagonist looked aside, disturbed. That crazy guild again. Just what the hell did they do to you? To endure such agony at her age? The young lady looked up, her eyes dark. They called it mental training, but it was just torture. They tied me to a post, she continued, and feasted on roasted chicken legs right in front of my starving eyes. I begged for just one bite. They just kept chewing, completely ignoring me. Then, for a whole week, they fed me nothing but dry chicken breast and plain water. She closed her eyes at the trauma. The MC stared blankly. That's what you wanted to say? It was way more painful than this awakening, Riley stated, with absolute seriousness. The hero stared at her, thinking, she is completely out of her mind. Glancing away, he muttered, well, anyway. Good work. Suddenly, violent arcs of lightning crackled around her arm. Your attribute is lightning, he announced. Is that good? The girl asked. Yes, the protagonist replied instantly. It is exceptional. The lady extended her hand, watching the sparks dance across her fingertips. It carries the destructive power of fire and the agility of wind, a flaw-free attribute. Closing his eyes, the protagonist made a silent vow. I will teach you to wield it to its absolute limit. A broad smile spread across his face. We're going to cultivate every aspect of your power. I'll make you a lightning mage with 0 weaknesses. Frowning thoughtfully, the MC added, by the way, you've never been struck by lightning, have you? The scene shifted to the wider room. Sitting on the floor, the hero pondered the mysterious origin of this power. The nature of one's mana isn't random, he explained, gazing forward. It's shaped by a wizard's entire life path. Personality, memories, environment, and trauma. All these coalesce during the second awakening to form an attribute. The girl stared at her crackling hands. For instance, the voiceover continued, a mage who nearly drowned might awaken the water attribute. Someone who grew up on a high, windy mountain ledge would likely inherit the wind attribute. Your attribute is incredibly potent. So I have to wonder, do you have a history with electricity? The protagonist studied the crackling sphere. She shook her head. She'd never even seen a lightning storm in her life, let alone suffered an electric shock. Well, he mused, maybe it's just a reflection of your innate nature. Watching her, he knew power like this didn't just appear from thin air. It was an anomaly. But smirking, Riley said she was satisfied. I feel full. Like I have way more mana than before. She was eager to test her new toys. The MC nodded inwardly. Confidence was good, but a little practical application wouldn't hurt. We've been cooped up here too long, he said, stretching his arms behind his head. Let's get out of here. Problem is, we need a target dummy to test your output. Maybe we should head into the city. Could hunt down another shady guide like before, though that might be a hassle. The MC looked away, then paused, surprised. A young man stood there, mumbling something. The grimoire spoke up in the MC's mind. Is this idiot talking to us? Gilbert stepped forward, arm extended. I challenge you to a duel. They stared at him, eyes wide with disbelief. "Excuse me?" A crowd began to gather in the hall, buzzing with excitement. It seemed everyone was up for a little spontaneous entertainment. One student whispered worriedly, "If this gets out of hand, we should probably get some protective barriers up. Shift them to the right." Spectator seats were arranged in record time. Riley smirked, noticing that even the test administrators had come to watch the show. "This won't impact the final test," someone muttered. Gritting his teeth, another student wondered, why doesn't she just refuse? Lying in bed, he replayed his victories. He had crushed the first test, and in the second, he had hunted down every single golem core himself. Gilbert clenched the blanket between his teeth. As he stalked down the corridor, he told himself he had absolutely no reason to fear that child. She had asked for a duel? Fine. Crushing her in combat would be the perfect way to wash away the irritation he felt every time she looked at him. Rumor had it Riley hadn't left her room across the street for days. She was holed up in there, and nobody knew why. Was she even in there? He grinned as he knocked on the door, convinced she was hiding inside, terrified of facing him. She was obviously scared to face a genius of his caliber. He checked the handle locked, just as he suspected. Only a coward hides behind a closed door. His eyes snapped open in delight. Yes, everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. But he couldn't shake the nagging fear of losing her. Suddenly, he saw her talking to a man, and he wondered why they were staring at him like that. Were they plotting something? During the second test, they were ready to tear each other apart. So where did this sudden friendliness come from? Panic began to set in. What should he do? Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder, and the teacher turned to him with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry," the teacher soothed. "She is just a low-level mage with a pathetic mana reserve. She hasn't even awakened an attribute yet." Meanwhile, the hall filled with spectators, their murmurs buzzing through the air. The elites of the magic world and envoys from the Five Towers were watching. But luckily, his opponent was hopelessly weaker than him. The mage extended a hand. This was his moment to prove his worth. Gilbert smirked. He was a genius after all. The official gestured to the crowd, thanking them for their patience. The preparations were complete, and the stage was set. Raising a finger to silence the room, he announced the duelists. The woman looked away as the announcer revealed her opponent was the secret protégé of the greatest traveler. The young man crossed his arms as his name echoed through the hall, while Garen stood motionless, observing everything. He was facing a rising star, hailed as the shield of the Empire and the greatest mage of his generation. Finally, her name was called. The disciples stood face to face, tension crackling in the air, until the command rang out. "Let the duel begin." Gilbert smirked, the master's assurance banishing his fear. As the lady raised her hand, the young man smiled, thinking this was too easy. It was time to demonstrate the massive gap between low-level trash and a promising mid-level talent. The rivals rushed toward each other. The wizard gasped for air, throwing her arms out in shock. "Unbelievable," the girl stammered. The apprentice held out his hand. Had he really done it? Had he defeated Riley? The lady lay sprawled on the ground. She couldn't believe it, taken down in just 2 blows. Gilbert smiled triumphantly, realizing the master had been right all along. This duel was paying off beautifully. Arpel stared at him, admitting he had no idea Gilbert possessed such exceptional talent. Even Dorothy apologized for her rude comments at dinner, to which he coolly replied that he was just surprised by how easily she went down. Then, the unthinkable happened. Garen took him by the hand, asking if he would consider becoming his personal apprentice. Gilbert's eyes went wide in amazement. The disciple of a living legend? It was a tempting offer, but he closed his eyes and shook his head. Raising his hands, he politely declined. "I am flattered, but I am a disciple of Pamela, and I cannot serve 2 masters under the same sky." The teacher reached out, impressed. "You are truly a man of conviction. Just because you are not my student doesn't mean I won't support you," he vowed. The girl covered her face, murmuring that the final test seemed unnecessary now. They begged him to join one of the magic towers immediately. The young man took a confident step forward, listening to them fight over him. He frowned, then burst into loud, manic laughter. Opposite him, the lady lowered her head, staring at her opponent. "Why is he laughing?" she asked. The hero replied dryly, "Maybe he's dreaming something funny." Riley looked ahead, bored. "How dull. I expected more from him," she sighed. "He's not even at the level of a training dummy." Suddenly, lightning crackled around her hand. Riley lashed out. Gilbert collapsed to the floor instantly. In reality, he couldn't withstand even a single blow. Riley looked away, uninterested. "Despite that," she said, standing firm, "it seems our goal of getting noticed was a success." Whispers exploded in the crowd. Did it end in one hit? Was that attribute magic? I thought she was a low-level mage. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. "Just look at them," he muttered. "They're staring at her like she's a monster. But this is exactly what we needed." Garen stood beside him, stunned. I can't believe her attribute has already blossomed. How did she manage to make it bloom so quickly? The two stood silently facing each other, hands extended. The main character spoke up. So, we were just rehearsing? Riley shook her head. No, I had an enlightenment. She threw her arms out wide. During the duel in the second trial, it hit me a sudden enlightenment. I couldn't let it slip away. That's why I spent 5 days in deep meditation, and my attribute blossomed. The teacher nodded, impressed. My instincts didn't fail me. She is indeed a genius. He reached out toward her. But don't stop here. Never let laziness get the better of you. Let him keep going like that and hone his talents, the girl said with a satisfied smile. This turned out quite well, didn't it? A lightning attribute. It perfectly suits her chaotic, absent-minded personality. She extended a finger, adding, by the way, she wasn't just fishing for compliments, she was demanding credit. The lady claimed she was the reason everyone was gathered here. Gesturing dramatically to the side, she insisted the Early Awakening promotional campaign was a success solely because of her. Riley looked at her and countered. So, by your logic, I only passed the test thanks to you? Exactly. So you should thank me first. Dorothy grabbed his hands, beaming. You were amazing. My expectations were fully justified. Such beauty, and such a skilled magician. A young man commented, clearly intrigued. I must congratulate you. He was dying to know how she managed to awaken her characteristics. Closing his eyes, the hero thought, their reactions are so predictable. What a bore. He took a step forward just as the smiling teacher announced, it is just perfect that we are all here together. The protagonist crossed his arms. Someone asked if she could use this chance to make an extra announcement now that the test was over. He replied that they were finally getting some attention she had to earn brownie points somehow. Raising her hand, the girl agreed. Good. Smiling broadly, she added, I will now make an additional announcement. She stretched her hand out toward the crowd. The lady declared. As previously stated, the final test is an interview with each tower master. She held up a document. Each tower has the right to nominate candidates, she explained. The students at the table listened intently as she continued. A candidate who receives a nomination will proceed to an interview at that specific tower. The wizard stood before them. A thought flashed by. If a candidate passes an interview, then all subsequent interviews are cancelled. Placing a hand on his face, the main character mused, I see. The towers pick the candidate they like, and the nomination confirms their choice. Riley then asked, so a nominated mage is basically already accepted? He was told that was correct. A student raised her hand and asked, what if someone receives more than one nomination? How do we determine the interview order then? The teacher replied that, in such cases, the choice remained with the candidate. The hero noted, the towers must have strategized carefully. He glanced to the side as an objection was raised. He asked for clarification. The word was that if nominations were being announced now, the lists must have been compiled days ago. She was probably right. They didn't just scribble this down 10 minutes ago. The protagonist turned his head, realizing the earlier duel had been pointless. He replied, damn, she's right. I should have pushed her to awaken the attribute much earlier. He sighed. Well, what is done is done. The mage looked straight ahead, hearing that it didn't matter if they got a nomination or not. Their only interest lay in the magic tower of Arantes. Extending her hand to the side, the lady announced, now, I will announce the candidates each tower has chosen. Holding the list, she added. First up, the Blue Magic Tower. An image of the castle appeared. This was the first tower, erected at the very founding of the empire. Together with the school, it cemented its status by training the Archmage. The man froze when he heard the name. The candidate nominated by the Blue Tower was Garen. Looking at him, Riley remarked, that was expected. The main character replied, yes. All the towers are looking for perfect mages. A view of another building appeared. It was announced that the candidate for the White Magic Tower was also Garen. As a tall building came into view, the phrase flashed, the third, the Purple Magic Tower. The candidate was the same. Frowning, the girl asked, is that old man going to take all the nominations? Smiling, the lady announced, the fourth nomination is from the Red Magic Tower. Olivia's eyes widened in shock when she heard her name. She exclaimed in fright. Rebecca hit her arm and asked, why the surprise? You're from a prestigious family. Clearly, you're talented. Closing her eyes, Rebecca added, but it is strange to practice ancient magic with such a bloodline. The man replied. Olivia actually succeeded in losing her ancient magic. Looking at her, he added, but how could the tower know? She wasn't there. The girl closed her eyes at the question. He was trying to deceive them? She said, we should forgive him for getting involved. But Garen was telling the truth. The mage smiled broadly. It turned out Olivia had used ancient magic, which piqued the interest of the Red Magic Tower's master. Eyes wide, Rebecca asked if it was true. The hero smiled. The Red Tower specializes in fire magic. It is logical they noticed her. They made the right call while everyone was fighting over Garen. The lady closed her eyes and declared. And finally, the 5th nomination. The colorless Magic Tower. She stared at the list in silence. The protagonist looked at her in disbelief as the image of a man appeared. The words rang out. The master of the Magic Tower of Orontes, Yen. Standing before the student, the girl said. She used her right to nominate in favor of Riley. The room went still. Olivia lowered her head and asked, Is that true? She was clearly impressed. She was told, Of course. She was surprised to learn that the other elders had also recommended him to the Tower Master. Word is, you absolutely cannot show fear when meeting the master of the tower. Riley just sits at the table, dead. She picked up a cookie, turning it over in her hand. The tension in the room had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere that suggested everyone here had already passed. Standing behind her, the hero observed the crowd. The final test is tomorrow, yet look at them. Based on this relaxed vibe, you'd think the celebration had already started. The 5 magic towers have already selected their prime candidates. He crossed his arms, his voice low. Meeting the tower owner now? It's likely just a formality. So there might not be a final test at all, Rebecca mumbled, clutching her glass. The magician turned to watch her down the rest of her wine in one gulp. She slurred, asking if they had spoken to the tower heads yet. The girl replied non-committally, but the protagonist noted that Rebecca was completely wasted. Eyes fluttering shut, the lady declared. Doesn't matter. My tower is the best, anyway. The student raised an eyebrow. Is that true? Rebecca nodded vigorously. Oh, yes. The other towers avoid me like the plague. She reached blindly to the side. Well, considering my track record, it's not surprising. Riley leaned in. What exactly did you do? Rebecca giggled. That's the thing. I still have no idea what happened during the previous selection tests. The man held out a plate, his expression apologetic. Forgive her state, he said, offering the cookies. I assume you're planning to enter the tower as well? Well, yes, the teacher replied, her voice softening. I'm just following my mother's path. The student blinked, surprised. Your mother was a magician? The girl stared at the potion in her hand. More accurately, she was a famous alchemist. She had deep connections with the tower. Hearing that she was joining the tower to be with her mother, the lady looked down, her mood shifting. Not really. We couldn't work together at all. She lowered her gaze when asked if it was because potion making and magic were different fields. No, she whispered, lifting her head to meet their eyes. It's because my mother passed away. That was 11 years ago. She forced a bright smile, waving her hand. Don't give me that look. Everyone always apologizes right about now. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Rebecca slammed her hand on the table. Forget it. How would a kid from an orphanage understand that kind of pain? Riley's expression didn't waver. I lost my entire family as a child, too. The table went silent, people staring in surprise. Suddenly, the lady snatched her glass back and downed the wine. Raising the empty vessel like a trophy, she shouted, In any case, I've been visiting that tower with my mom since I was in diapers. I'm so close to the master, I basically call her auntie. The student narrowed her eyes. Is it really okay for a candidate to be that close with the highest ranks? Riley looked up. You stayed with your aunt during the test? If the administration had a problem, they would have said so earlier. She shrugged. I stayed at the tower master's house. Fair? Maybe not. But look at it from this angle. Plenty of mages play dirty, Rebecca said, stretching her hand forward. For example, see the guy talking to Arpel? That's his mentor. The guy smirked. He also happens to be the administrator of the selection test. The student frowned, looking at the pair. That's his mentor? He looks so young. The young man closed his eyes. That's because he runs the Orontes Tower. Their administration maintains eternal youth thanks to a specific immortality ritual. The hero stared silently ahead. Leaning her chin on her hands, the lady muttered, See? I'm not the only one with deep connections to the great towers. Even that old man over there was a classmate of the renowned tower master. The magical world is smaller than a closet. The protagonist crossed his arms. She's telling the truth. The wizarding world is smaller than it seems. Moreover, any mage who reaches the final stage of the trial inevitably has high-ranking acquaintances. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The question in the air was whether these connections rigged the results. The MC smiled. No, absolutely not. She is the perfect example, he gestured to Riley. A sudden newcomer with zero background, yet everyone is interested in her. They're all waiting to see which tower she picks. That is proof that the test is based strictly on merit. He covered his mouth, hiding a smirk, and turned to the apprentice. You're planning to pay a visit to the magic tower of Orontes, aren't you? Riley looked at him silently. Rumor had it that Master Yang had personally exercised his nomination right in her favor. The magus glanced at the teacher, who was studiously looking at the floor. Watching him, the sorceress narrowed her eyes. Sir, you have a very strange expression on your face. Do I? The hero replied innocently. She pressed on. Yes. She plans to visit the tower. She received a nomination. Garen looked away, avoiding her gaze. Maybe you should reconsider, he muttered. The girl touched the student's shoulder, beaming. I think it's a great choice. Rebecca froze. Hearing the magic tower of Orontes mentioned, a woman glided over, hand extended. Do you mind if I join you? I need to clarify something. She swirled the wine in her glass. Apologies for the late introduction. I am the chief administrator of this screening test. The young lady gasped. You're from the Trevisard family. Isabella nodded gracefully. Correct. She closed her eyes for a moment. I am Olivia's great-aunt. The hero raised an eyebrow. Great-aunt? That would make you the same age as Olivia's grandmother. The elder ignored the jab, focusing on her glass. You mentioned the magic tower of Orontes. She looked past them, eyes gleaming. Yes, that's right. I am one of the 7 elders. If you choose our tower, you will not regret it. They sat facing the window, the tower looming in the distance. Isabella launched into a story about how they had risen to power. In just 300 years, we became one of the 5 great towers. She spoke of reputation and appearances. It sounded like she was reading a prepared marketing script. Raising a finger, the mage declared, Everyone knows what lies within our walls. She stretched her hands out dramatically. We perfected the immortality ritual, a legacy inherited from the Archmage himself. The student rested her hands on her book. Asterisk. This story. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk is getting completely absurd. Asterisk. Closing her eyes, the administrator purred. The Tower Master is very interested in you. Enough to nominate you personally. The protagonist listened intently. He asked me to convey a message. Come to our tower, and we will provide every ounce of support you need. Smiling, the administrator stood up. You'll receive detailed information tomorrow during the interview. Have a nice evening. Back on the bed, the realization hit. As an elder, she must know that Yang was never her disciple. The protagonist slammed his hand on the book. She lied. Straight to my face. He clenched his fists, trembling with rage. She's in cahoots with Ian. If I wasn't trapped in this paper form, I would have punched that bastard right in the face. Riley looked at him calmly. Do you want me to do it for you next time? The MC shut her down immediately. Closing his eyes, he sighed. No, you don't need to do that. The banquet is over. Go get some rest, we need to focus on tomorrow's interview. Their heads snapped toward the entrance at the sound of a sudden knock. Who would be visiting at this ungodly hour? The hero turned, eyes narrowing. Who is it? The door creaked open to reveal Rebecca, grinning from ear to ear. The man massaged his temples, already annoyed. You're blocking the hallway, he muttered. Go away. Can I come in? She chirped. The protagonist glanced sideways, assessing the situation, while Riley bluntly asked, Why are you here? But the teacher was already reaching for the door. He crossed his arms, listing off the spell work, silence detection, tracking blockers, even a magic lead barrier. Just what kind of secret meeting are you planning? Garen turned to face them. Well, that should be secure enough. The girl stared at him, reacting to the shift in his tone. Standing beside her, the mage dropped the bomb. You should not go to the magic tower of Orontes. The hero face-palmed, letting out a breath. I know I was ambiguous about the tower choice before, he admitted. But to be this direct about it. What's with the sudden change? The student asked. The man stared straight ahead, his voice grave. War is coming. A war between mages. The lady's eyes went wide as she stood before him. Yes, the teacher confirmed. And I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean a literal, bloody war. And I assure you, once the dust settles, the magic tower won't even exist on the map. The protagonist raised a finger to emphasize his point. The Tower of Orontes will fall. Riley looked confused. What do you mean? Rebecca slapped a hand to her forehead, spinning around. Garen watched her antics. What's wrong with her? She scoffed. He really doesn't seem to know, does he? She thrust her hand out dramatically. The tower isn't on the Empire's map times now, asterisk. It's in the demon world. It's not on the classic maps. The man stared at her blankly. Are you drunk? If you're hammered, don't interrupt. Don't you understand metaphors? She frowned, slurring slightly. I don't even know what that is. He sighed, and placed a hand on her head. Asterisk. Zap. Asterisk. He hit her with a psychic cleansing spell. Riley sat at the table, watching. Better? Now that your brain is working, what did you want to say? The girl blinked. Ugh. It's harder to think when I'm sober. She glanced away, pouting. Fine, I'll spill it, you mischievous old man. She closed her eyes, composing herself. You have a positive impression of the Tower of Orontes, don't you? Don't deny it. The elder smiled knowingly. You got a nomination from the Tower Master himself, and a personal offer from an elder at the banquet. Anyone would be tempted. The student looked at her skeptically. Are you trying to say you times don't times like the Tower of Orontes? The hero cut in. Let's hear her out. He looked away. We might actually learn something. Rebecca raised her hand like a lecturer. The tower has skyrocketed in power over the last 300 years. A new force bringing fresh waves to the magical world. She lowered her gaze. From what the elder said, the internal atmosphere seems benevolent enough. No one clinging to archaic rules. No one rejecting new trends. People were mingling, talking. It sounded like a utopia. It adapts to change, welcomes new opinions, and develops at an alarming speed. That's why it's the rock star of the current magical era. They froze. The atmosphere shifted. But the reality, she said, voice dropping, is completely different. She gestured to the side. Do you know how times they became one of the 5 great towers? In just 300 years? The mage at the table leaned in. Is it because the owner, Ian, calls himself the Archmage's apprentice? The old man grinned. Exactly. Since the Archmage died, no one has claimed that title in 3 centuries. Calling himself the sole disciple, shook the magical world to its core. The lady looked down. Well, that's not times wrong asterisk. But there's a darker, more critical reason for their greatness. The MC frowned, sensing where this was going. He crossed his arms, reflecting on his own life. Asterisk. The very thing I researched my entire life but failed to achieve. Ian managed to pull it off. Asterisk. Or at least, he corrected himself, the world believes he succeeded. He looked up. The ritual of immortality. Rebecca covered her face. Yes. That's it. The old man cast a spell, visualizing the history. Ian bestowed immortality upon the 7 elders and high-ranking officials. In exchange, they swore eternal loyalty. It's a dictatorship. The man extended his hand, grim. Thanks to the ritual, the owner of the tower will never change. Not ever. The mage stood rigid. Usually, towers shift with politics, but with one immortal ruler, the tower moves in a single, unyielding direction. The girl smiled humorlessly. There's more. Many nobles support the tower, hoping for a taste of that immortality. Which means the tower has 0 financial problems. Riley nodded. So, the prosperity is built on this ritual. Rebecca looked down, her face shadowing. But something is wrong. Images of creatures flickered in their minds. Undead who defy death. The sorcerer smiled grimly. Necromancers. Those who use dark magic to cheat death and defy the laws of heaven. They are always marked. An indelible stain called demonic energy. The disciple frowned. But why don't the mages using the immortality ritual show it? The girl sat next to him, finishing the thought. They don't radiate demonic energy. Rebecca smirked. Nobody knows why. Scholars are still debating the merits and flaws of the ritual. It's the only reason Ian isn't officially recognized as an archmage yet. The hero rubbed his face. Why no demonic energy? He raised his hands in a shrug. I don't know either. The apprentice stared. Wait, even you don't know? Mr. Living Grimoire doesn't know? The protagonist nodded. I really don't, and since I don't know, he glanced to the side. I'm convinced Ian is a fraud. A ritual I couldn't crack in tens of thousands of years. And some commoner solved it? Please. The problem was proving it. How do we expose him? The MC smirked. Good thing that in the 300 years I was asleep, the world didn't become completely comprised of idiots. You couldn't have found all this alone. That implies others are opposing the magic tower besides us. The lady looked down. Correct. 3 main forces stand against them. Images of nobility materialized. First, the imperial family. They're terrified that nobles using the ritual will hold on to power forever, completely bypassing the laws of inheritance. Second, the Great Temple. A thought flashed through their minds. They fear that breaking the cycle of life and death will shatter the laws of heaven. The view shifted to towering spires. Finally, the other 5 great towers. They fear Oronte's rapid, unchecked growth, so they've all taken measures to keep it under control. The girl sat at the table, looking exhausted. Must be a lot of pressure. It is, the MC agreed, but the tower still thrives. Rebecca looked down, her eyes cold. Because the Tower of Orontes doesn't hesitate. It removes any obstacle in its path. Sir Garin stood by his pupil's side, reminding her that they shared a common tragedy. Both he and she had lost the people they loved most. The girl gripped the potions in her hands, her knuckles white. The lady ground her teeth, her jaw set in stone. Visions of painted faces flashed in her mind, the bastards who had slaughtered her mother. She stared dead ahead, eyes burning. The hero knew that emotion all too well. A crimson aura flared around the crowd, a physical manifestation of the incandescent rage directed at a single target. Elsewhere, an old man sat upon a throne, his gaze silent and piercing. He was the object of their vengeance, the man they intended to destroy. The view shifted to the open sky. Rumors swirled that he needed to question her. A magical window materialized in the room. Seated at his desk, the teacher gave a grave warning. Do not join the magic tower of Herantes. The student turned to face them, slamming her hand onto the table. She demanded to know exactly what they expected from her plan. Meanwhile, a man lingered by the window. He stared out in silence, a smirk playing on his lips. Isabella asked what he was doing there so late. The banquet had ended hours ago. He simply replied that he was taking a stroll. She raised a hand, pressing him further. She wanted to know his thoughts on her student. It had been ages since they last met. He deflected, asking about their mutual friend. He had grown up. The girl pressed, asking if that was all he had to say. Closing his eyes, the young man scoffed. Of course not. The apprentice let out a smirk. He was the second son of the Stingwood bloodline, a house founded by an archmage. His family's specialty was plant magic, a discipline where he showed exceptional skill, aided by Aaron. The master smiled, admitting he was proud of how much the boy had grown. He believed the lad would easily reach a high rank. Isabella asked if he was serious. He confirmed it at his current pace. He would become a high-level magus within 10 years. Isabella extended her hand, asking for his current age. The guy replied that he was 29. She noted that meant he would hit high rank before 40. Wine flowed into a glass as she mused that even he had only reached that level after 50. An image of a man flickered into view. She continued, pointing out that even the Empire's greatest shield didn't achieve high-level status until 43. She swirled the glass in her hand. Isabella dropped the hammer. Didn't this imply his student was a genius? She looked aside, acknowledging that few could achieve such heights so young. But then, she gestured dismissively. What would he say if she told him this genius lost to a mere 15-year-old child? The young man looked away, silent. He gazed into the crystal ball. The thought crossed his mind, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have called it absolute nonsense. Looking down, the lady invoked the name of Archmage Martha. The image of the legendary sorceress appeared. She had reached middle rank at 21, and the highest rank at 30. She set the age record for the entire empire, a genius among geniuses. Isabella's eyes went wide. But today, that record had been shattered by a novice averaging level 15. The master looked at her, forced to admit it was impressive. The girl's gaze locked on him as she heard the question. Did she think this child had the talent to become an archmage? Could she claim the throne that had sat vacant for 300 years? Hand to her face, she replied that anything was possible. In principle, the girl had every chance, but becoming the successor to Martha's legacy wouldn't be a walk in the park. Raising the wine to her lips, the lady reminded him of a crucial fact. There was someone else poised to reach the rank of archmage before the child. An image of an old man rippled in the wine. 3 months, the voice echoed. 3 months left. The glass shattered on the floor. Aaron looked aside and sighed. Standing by the window, he muttered that, as usual, he was left to clean up her mess whenever she vanished into thin air. She always came and went as she pleased. He wiped his glasses and slid them back on. At least for now, he muttered, extending his hand. He could enjoy the view. A star manifested in the air. He realized the blue shadows painted across the sky were Wilhelm's 10 key positions. At the center lay the Selection Control Office, forming the boundary of magic. Aaron analyzed the structure. The inverted pentagram, the core and foundation of all magic circles. Despite concentrating a massive amount of mana, a high-level spell concealed its circulation. The pentagram glowed. He marveled at how many decades it must have taken to construct this. A beautiful, deadly star. Taking a step forward, the man noted that everyone had gathered. Arms spread wide, the elder announced the commencement of the final test. The tower owners waited beyond the gates. Pointing to the portal, the girl demanded entry. Riley held her hand out before the gate, staring into the abyss. She asked if she passed through, what would she find? Ian confirmed her suspicions. An image of a man appeared. Jan, the swindler posing as Martha's student. He was their target. Vengeance incarnate. Flashbacks assaulted her mind. It had taken her and Riley 6 months just to stand here. Such a short time, yet it felt like an eternity. The protagonist wondered why the fraud was pretending to be Martha's apprentice. How had he fooled everyone? By stealing the glory of the ritual of immortality. He sighed, hand covering his face. Clutching the pen, the MC decided they wouldn't rush. Today was just the opening move. a single dot on a vast canvas. Frowning, he vowed that if they couldn't punish Jan today, another opportunity would arise. The grimoire smiled at the girl. Stepping forward, the student declared her readiness. Extending her hand, she commanded them to move out. Riley stared ahead, silence wrapping around her. The hero stood at her back. Looking up, she whispered that the world had lost its color. She began to walk, but suddenly, her eyes snapped open. She froze right before the border. The lady asked what the line was. Standing at attention, she realized this boundary wasn't drawn in chalk or ink. It was a construct of pure instinct. The line of death. The sorceress raised her head, realizing they stood in the center of a colossal hall. Her eyes widened in surprise. The old man grinned, praising her as a very attentive child. He noted darkly that one more step would have cost her her head. The hero frowned, glaring at him. Ian looked down, urging himself to focus on the bastard. But then, the old man's gaze locked onto them. The girl's eyes went wide as he asked what kind of book she was holding. The realization hit, his eyes were fixed directly on Ian. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized it wasn't his imagination. The old man could see him. The MC shuddered. The student froze, paralyzed by fear, hearing the observation that she seemed nervous. Stepping forward, Riley tried to deflect, claiming this book. Her hands trembled. She told herself to calm down, to keep it together. Holding the book out as a shield, she spoke. She claimed it was a memento of her mother. The old man looked at her, surprised. Fingers brushing his face, he asked if it was truly the diary her mother had bequeathed to her. It had morphed into more than just an object. It was a magical anchor for her sanity. Clutching the book tight, the girl admitted that, simply feeling its weight in her hands, washed a wave of calm over her. She frowned, thinking she had crafted the perfect excuse, and asked if he could actually sense it. The hero's voice echoed in her mind. He didn't think that was possible. The man extended a hand. Supposedly, only his direct disciples could sense his aura, and while there were exceptions, those few had taken vows of silence. It should have been impossible. The student challenged him. Then why ask? The protagonist sighed. It wasn't about sensing auras. It was obvious. Memories flashed by. She had been physically carrying him around through every single trial. He had seen everything. It would have been weirder if the mage hadn't asked. The mage rested his chin on his hand, eyes lowering as he muttered, "Makes sense. Let us continue the assessment," he proposed. Ian sat across from her and asked a simple question. "How are you at chess?" The MC, mentally lounging with hands behind his head, grumbled. Why chess of all things? Who doesn't know how to play chess? But when she admitted she had no clue, the mage asked again, genuinely surprised. Throwing his hands up, the hero exclaimed, "You're from Renal Mas. Miss, doesn't everyone play during breaks? Don't you have lunch tournaments?" The student looked up, her voice small. I didn't have any friends to play with." The hero paused, wondering which was the sadder truth, her lack of skills or her lack of friends. "Fine," he declared. "I'll play for you. I'm actually pretty good at this." The magician smiled, amused that she was willing to play. "Very well." He snapped his fingers. Cubes levitated, and the protagonist watched as figures began to rise from the board like soldiers from the earth. They weren't just carvings, they were miniature knights. Riley's eyes went wide, and she froze. The man on the throne commanded, "Begin." The tiny knight swung his sword. Steel struck stone with a visceral crunch. The MC observed, "These look like real soldiers." Staring ahead, the girl whispered, "That one, the one that just died, was ours." The hero crossed his arms, smirking. "You never said you were actually good at this," she hissed. "Quiet," he snapped back. "I need to focus. We can still win this." Lightning crackled around his spectral fingers. Commands rang out. Pawn to G3, knight to D2, bishop to C7. The protagonist rested a hand on his hip. Finally, he muttered. The chaotic board was starting to make sense. He realized he had barely scraped by with a draw. Rubbing his temples, he thought, "Asterisk, this is intense. Asterisk." Across the board, the wizard was smiling. The MC realized something chilling. Ian had suggested chess, yet he wasn't even watching the game. His eyes were locked entirely on Riley. The girl shuddered under the scrutiny. Leaning his cheek against his palm, Ian asked, "Do you know the meaning behind the colors of each magic tower?" The grimoire whispered a prompt. "Yes, tell him." "Of course," she replied, regaining her composure. "I studied this at the academy." Multicolored particles swirled in the air as she began to recite. The colors represent their core philosophies. An image of a kneeling man appeared. The white magic tower of Dwight explores pure mana. Their color is white. The magician tapped his finger on the armrest. The red magic tower of Yaden focuses on destructive power, she continued, imagining the crimson explosions. and the purple tower of Gaia values elegance and aesthetics. A figure stood at attention in her mind. They follow the path of beauty. Then there is the blue tower of Eucria, dedicated to principles and order. They follow the strict path of magic with resolute discipline. She raised a hand, her voice steady. Their color is blue. The man smirked. All true. But our magic tower has no color. The old man lowered his head, his gaze piercing. We are colorless. However, that absence of color means we can become anything. Sometimes as pure as white, as destructive as red, as elegant as purple, or as principled as blue. He gestured to the chess pieces. Riley realized the truth: they had survived for 300 years by being shapeshifters. She watched the fragments of the broken pieces. She clenched her jaw. Adaptability. Yes, it is all about adaptability. Faceless figures blurred in her vision. That was the secret. That was how they reached the pinnacle of power. In just 300 years. Riley froze. Her mind screamed, asterisk, liar, asterisk. She stood rigid, listening as he told her it was her turn. Asterisk, make your move. Asterisk, the protagonist covered his face. He's not looking for victory, the MC realized. He's not evaluating strategy. He's trying to see times through this game. Debris littered the checkered floor. Every move is aggressive, chaotic. A figure stood at attention, terror in his eyes. It felt as if both kings were in genuine, mortal danger. It is a good thing this is just a game, Riley said, staring him down. Is it? He countered. It is no different from a real battlefield. The MC's imagination ran wild. What if this times was times reality? Their eyes snapped open. The old man raised a single finger. A chessboard takes many shapes, depending on who is looking at it. The broken dice lay scattered. To some, a board game. To others, a microcosm of war. He looked up at her. Tell me, child. What do you see? She took a step forward. I see ruins. The ruins from the second test. Ian nodded slowly. So that is your perspective. Good. And what did you think of that second test? That was 5 days ago. She met his gaze. He continued. People reveal their true nature only in extreme situations. That is how I found a pearl like you, but dozens of mages died for it. The wizard smiled, undeterred. Do you believe we can assess real ability through peaceful methods? Is there another way to prove one's worth without life and death on the line? The student remained silent, staring ahead. The man's eyes widened slightly. I would like to hear your opinion first, she said. What do you think? He narrowed his eyes. I asked you first, but you are brave. He extended his hand, answering a question with a question. She watched him closely. Yes, the reason I ask is simple. The hero raised an eyebrow as she spoke. The final test is meant to align the candidate's values with the towers. The magic tower of Arandus values one thing above all: the ability to adapt to any situation, to change color. She extended her hand. Therefore, your answer is my answer. Ian froze. He leaned back into his throne. The student didn't blink. The mage broke into a broad grin. Now times is something new. He rubbed his chin. Some magic towers. Images of other mages flickered. They believe they can measure quality peacefully, like in the first test. Red crosses marked the faces of failed students. Out of 42 mages who passed the first round, the memories were bloody. How many survived to the end? Riley listened intently. Ian raised a hand. You asked for my opinion? I believe the second test was the only real-time selection. A mage's true potential is only revealed on a battlefield saturated with the fear of death. He smiled coldly. That is why the slaughter was necessary. Selecting the final candidates. She wondered if the criteria were too harsh. The protagonist scowled. Of course it was harsh. The old saying goes, sacrifice the few to save the many. But here, they sacrifice everyone just to elevate a handful. He raised a brow at the thought. That was the nature of high sorcery. The game was rigged from the start. A sphere of raw mana materialized before the girl. Only those with perfect control and an iron will could endure it. Standing in the brilliance, they were hailed as Mana's blessed. Entry is rare, but the injustice doesn't stop at the gates. He tilted his head back, looking away. Every mage eventually hits a wall. The student stared at her palm. Some barriers are absolute. Only innate talent can break through. The old man looked down. Magic isn't fair. For some, it's a jagged cliff. For others, a smooth highway. Some walk the path alone. Others rely on teamwork. They leaned in, listening intently to his lesson. Talent dictates everything. Call it irrational, but it's the truth. Clutching the book, she nodded. You're right. She spread her arms wide. Magic is just a series of injustices. A hero's corpse rotted on the ground while she sat on the steps. Long before the Empire or the Five Towers existed, He made his first pact. A man named Findel. The grimoire smirked at the memory of his transformation. I was broken, lost. Findel brought me back. Suddenly, a blow struck his head. His eyes snapped open. The memory of his death was vivid. Terrified, he screamed, "I'm dying! Someone help me! Is anyone there?" But the world just chatted happily, ignoring the screams coming from the tome. She looked down, absorbing his pain. Thousands of years of silence followed. That trauma made him refuse disciples. He couldn't bear to lose anyone else he cared about. He stopped saying, "apprentice." They were just contractors, soldiers. They wanted power. He wanted vengeance. Purely transactional. No emotional bonds. Riley listened as he admitted to using them, pushing them into lethal danger for his own goals without a second thought. He stood over a circle of corpses. Their deaths were just data to improve the next batch. A bloody, endless cycle. Her eyes went wide. Then, he met someone special. The man held the blood-soaked book. It was her, the first Archmage. History forgot her name, but he didn't. She smiled in the memory, even though he'd subjected her to horrific experiments. She nearly died 1,000 times. Her life was agony, yet she survived to claim the title of Archmage. He slammed his hand on the table. "Do you know her last words?" She had smiled at him. "Thank you, for making me an Archmage. For never giving up on me." Violet energy swirled around the book. He knew the truth. He'd been selfish. He never cared about her safety. That was the breaking point. Lying in a pool of blood, he realized his thirst for vengeance had turned him into a monster. His path was paved with corpses. He rushed forward, haunted by the foolish, bloody legacy he couldn't erase. Atonement was impossible, but he changed his methods. No more sacrifices. The grimoire hovered. "Say my name." The book snapped open. "Fine, I'll remember." She wanted his name, and suddenly, the hero was reborn. He smirked. "I am the great grimoire, and I will make you an Archmage, the perfect curriculum, forged in blood and trial and error. Because of those past sacrifices, his students now succeed." The old man reached out. "Call it cruel, but it works." "Yes," the protagonist admitted. "Magic is unreasonable." She stared at the book, resting on the branch, stunned. Her eyes went wide. "Potential Archmages die if they engage before they're ready." He frowned. "However, I'm not the only one at fault." The wizard smiled bitterly. Ian had stolen the results of those sacrifices. It was a direct insult to Martha. He stood tall. Ian mocked the path he walked, the soldiers he sacrificed, and the madness he endured. Grimoire in hand, Riley listened. That fraud reached the top through lies, yet dared to judge the grimoire's methods? She looked down. She couldn't stand it either. Sitting on the steps, she whispered, "I know how it feels when they mock your struggle." She turned, fist clenched. "I don't care about right or wrong. Let's make a vow." She closed her eyes. "I'll kill Ian for you." He smirked, approving. "Finally, someone to bring justice to the man who trapped him in this book." "Deal," he replied. "We'll destroy that bastard." He stepped forward. "I will win. I'll rot him from the inside out." She gritted her teeth, faces blurred in her mind. He would pay for his crimes. Meanwhile, on a throne, the old man asked, "Do you know of the Round Table?" 3 months from now, Riley nodded. The royal family, the Great Temple, and the 5 Towers. The 3 superpowers convening. They're meeting to discuss your Archmage status, aren't they? Ian covered his face with his hand. Correct. He stood before her, images flickering. "I plan to eliminate all 3 powers." His eyes went wide. "Before they can eliminate me." She stared, eyebrow raised. I don't understand." A magician's image materialized. Silence spell or not. The woman sat before Garen. "Did you really think I wouldn't hear? I heard everything in that room." Riley froze in fear. Sitting at the table, Rebecca asked, "Do you know why the Herantes magic tower exists?" Her mother had stared straight ahead, a grim smile playing on her lips. She placed a gentle hand on her daughter's head, warning her to listen closely. "Live as fate dictates," she had said, stretching out her hand, "and meet a dignified end. That is a human's true calling." She insisted that, at the very least, she wanted a death worthy of a magician. But as people gathered around her corpse later, slamming fists on tables in grief, they remembered her words. She believed mortals shouldn't defy the flow of life and death. She despised the ritual of immortality, calling it a violation of the natural order. Because of those strong convictions, she became the ritual's greatest opponent. Then, the girl's eyes snap open in horror. Her mother had gone to fetch a rare ingredient one day, only to be found months later, a broken body in the northeastern mountains. Mourners stood in the cemetery, muttering that it was too late to do anything. A tragic end. But standing there, clutching an umbrella in the rain, A young man had asked the obvious question. Isn't it strange? She wasn't some low-level mage. Rebecca looked up, the rain masking her tears. The official story was a gang attack. Bystanders stared at the muddy puddle, shrugging. What can we do? Investigations closed. A snowstorm that day? Running out of mana? The excuses piled up. Standing before the crowd, the young Rebecca listened to the whispers. Just bad luck, they said. Stumbled on bandits at the wrong time. Rebecca kicked the puddle, screaming denial. She wasn't weak. She was an alchemist, Rebecca shouted, eyes wide with rage. She knew her limits. She would never run out of mana. You're lying. They didn't see the truth. Someone was behind this. But a woman placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. Stop it, Rebecca. Rebecca looked at her, betrayed, tears spilling over. With a cold smirk, the woman delivered the final blow. No evidence found. Case closed. She was forced to accept her mother's murder as a mere accident. Sitting across from her now, the disciple listens as Rebecca recounts the years of silence. She suffered for a long time. And then, she met Time's him asterisk. Her eyes widen in surprise at the mention of a name, hands pressing against the table. Riley asks the crucial question. Was she Sir Garen's granddaughter? Rebecca nods, reaching out. I realized long ago. I remind you of her, don't I? Yes, she whispers. I was that old man's granddaughter's best friend. A memory surfaces another death, another cover-up during the selection test, 2 years ago. The mage covers her face, trembling. The first test was held in a massive arena. Candidates rushed forward, thinking it was a standard exam. Reached the finish line, dodged the obstacles. Simple. The young lady recalls raising her hand, signaling she was clear, but then she looked back. A student screamed, fleeing from a giant. She can't make it! The realization hit Rebecca like a physical blow. The girl had stopped, trying to hide behind a rock. The golem stood silent, staring, waiting. A candidate stumbled, falling in terror, thinking he was dead. He ran so hard he didn't realize. The golem ignored him completely. The monster's gaze was locked on one target. The disciple asks from the floor. She survived, right? Rebecca crosses her arms, expression dark. No. That golem was programmed to kill only times her. I screamed at the admins, but they ignored me. She remembers slamming her fists against the barrier, screaming that the golem was acting abnormally. Shut up, the mage in charge had snapped. Not your call, he said, looking away. Rebecca frowned, demanding they drop the barrier to let her save her friend. Access denied, came the cold reply. The crowd watched, eyes gleaming with morbid curiosity. Once you cross the finish line, you can't go back. Some even laughed as she tried to break through. Rebecca looks down, voice hollow. I collapsed from exhaustion. That was the end of it. She took her revenge later, of course, but it left her empty. No goals, no drive. Just a mage wandering aimlessly, sitting on her bed, waiting for the end. The longer a mage drifts, the closer they get to their inner demons. Rebecca was on the edge of being consumed entirely. Then, a voice cut through the darkness. Wake up. The man standing before her revealed the truth. I found the one who killed your mother. Rebecca sits at the table, eyes sharp. We've reached the dark heart of the tower. After an 11-year investigation, they confirmed it. Her mother was assassinated by the Tower of Herantes. Rebecca freezes. But that's not all. Countless accidents were orchestrated by the tower. Garen's eyes go wide. His granddaughter wasn't just unlucky, she was a target. The image of the golem flashes. It was under the tower's control. The entire trial was a hit job. They wanted her dead from the start, the magician says. Garen stands tall, the weight of the revelation crushing him. He was the Empire's greatest shield. He guarded the Western Front not for patriotism, but to keep his family safe. He closes his eyes. It's my turn now. When his granddaughter died, something in him broke. He gave up. The people watched their hero crumble. He knew he had to leave before he completely fell apart. But the moment the shield vanished, the fearful Western nobles turned to the ritual of immortality. The Tower of Herantes had planned it all. The old man looks down, ashamed. I didn't know the whole story. He had wandered in grief until he heard rumors about Rebecca. He thought he had a new goal: execute the maniac, dishonoring his granddaughter's memory. He had gripped his weapon, ready to strike. But just as he moved to kill her, his eyes went wide. She pulled him into a realm of illusions. In that world, safe from prying ears, Rebecca told him everything. The truth about the murders, the truth about the tower. Garen speaks, voice grim. That brings us here. We will expose the Tower of Herantes. We will name the users of the ritual as the forces of evil. The plan is set. 3 months from now. The round table. The hero stands behind the girl, grinning. This conference was never about testing Ian's qualifications. It's an execution. The Archmage's voice drops low. Yes. It was all a charade, a massive deception designed to blind the Tower of Orontes and every one of their backers. The upcoming Roundtable Conference? That was supposed to be Ian's execution ground. From his throne, the old man spells it out. The three main forces plan to end him publicly, or so they thought. The protagonist stares, wide-eyed. He knew? He knew everything and still tested them? Riley scoffs. Denying it now would be pointless. Yes, the stage is set exactly as he predicted. Ian smiles darkly. He knows the three great powers plan to brand him a villain, to corner him in a place where he stands alone. To him, that's already old news. The student freezes, stunned by his composure. If that's the case, he'll just have to show her the truth. The Archmage extends a hand. Aren't you curious? Curious how he plans to obliterate three global superpowers? She covers her face, overwhelmed, but the command comes sharp. Open your eyes. Look around you. He spreads his arms wide, encompassing the world. This is the grand design. The protagonist looks down the city of Wilhelm, lies beneath them, but there's something massive hidden there. A colossal pentagram ignites. It's not just lights, it's a magic circle. Her eyes widen as the realization hits the grimoire. This circle is just the cornerstone, Ian explains, urging her to look further. Expand your vision. He closes his eyes. This isn't just a city, it's the entire continent. While the three great powers spent decades cobbling together makeshift schemes, Ian was operating on a different dimension. The level of completion here is absolute. The hero looks down, breathless. These aren't just drawings, they're dimension-shifting fields. A star flares in the distance. The mana of these circles has already fused perfectly with the natural world. It took hundreds of years of integration. That's why no one noticed it covers the entire empire, yet remains invisible. The protagonist frowns. This magnificent bastard planned this from day one. Ian spreads his hands, basking in his masterpiece. 343 years. His life's work. From the moment he built the magic tower, his goal wasn't just magic, it was total domination of the continent. Visions of the future flicker. He intends to slaughter the leadership of all three great powers before the conference even begins. The student turns, processing the sheer scale of the madness. Clutching her book, she hesitates. She hasn't agreed to join him yet. Until the trial ends, she can still walk away, choose another tower. She stares ahead. Why tell me all of this? The old man glances down, and snap reality shifts. They're instantly back in the auditorium. He confirms her shock. Yes, high-speed teleportation. The mage points a finger forward, and a chess piece moves on its own. The protagonist frowns, shouting, "Why didn't you take your turn earlier?" He's insane, a complete lunatic. Ian simply gestures, "Your move." Her hand reaches out, but she realizes his previous move broke the rules. Her king is trapped. That was his answer all along. Riley realizes the truth. She's the king on his chessboard. From the very start, she never had a choice. Flashbacks flood her mind. Ian's voice echoes, "You are a born strategist. Even in hopeless battles, you find a path to victory." He smiles. "Someone like you." He takes a step closer. "You knew this magic tower is destined to fall at the Roundtable Conference in 3 months. Yet you still came." He gestures to the portal. "Did you not feel it too? The hunger?" The wizard presses on. "The desire to dominate this world. Didn't you come here to rule by my side? To shatter the limits and open new horizons of magic? Isn't that why you're here?" He extends his hand. "Come, take it." Riley stares, stunned. If she joins the magic tower now, the entire continent will bow at her feet. New horizons of magic await. She steps forward, seduced by the power. But then, the skeleton interjects in her mind. Wouldn't it be smarter to join a rival tower, control them from the outside? The logic is sound. That was the original reason they tried to infiltrate Orontes. Garen frowns in her mind. "You know the truth, and you still want to join him?" Rebecca adds, "You're actually crazy." Ignoring them, the student takes another step up. She doesn't stop. She doesn't listen to the doubts. Riley reaches out and firmly grasps the Archmage's hand. She smiles. "We will destroy the Tower of Orontes. With our own hands." Ian turns, satisfied. A glowing mark burns into her skin. "Welcome to my magic tower." She inspects the mark on her hand. It's a proof of loyalty. She is officially a member of the magic tower now. "Now," the wizard says, raising his hand, "we conclude the final test." He points to the exit portal. "You may return through this gate." But the protagonist smirks. "Wait. We have one last thing to do." She leans in, whispering in his ear. The young lady grins. The master, back on his throne, listens. "I get to make the final move." On the board, a piece slides forward. A pawn to gate. Ian looks down. a pawn that reaches the final rank, has a special privilege. Magic swirls around the figure. She clutches her staff. It's time for promotion. The pawn becomes a queen, just like Ian did to her. She sends her message through the game. She raises her staff, and the chess piece mirrors her, pointing its weapon at the king. Checkmate. Through pain and hardship, Riley, the sacrificial pawn, has ascended. She is the queen now, and she delivers the death blow. She smirks. Game over. Time for me to go. She reaches for the portal. The old man chuckles, impressed. Strong. She walks out the gate. Like I said, I checkmated you. Back in her room, she wonders if that was too arrogant. No, the hero muses. He'll like me even more for it. She has proven her strategic spirit again. Ian has no idea she plans to betray him from the inside. Suddenly, the sky erupts. Boom! Fireworks? She looks up. A fireworks spell? The elder smiles. Magnificent, isn't it? A display to celebrate the end of the final test. A pity the others missed the spectacle. She closes her eyes. She was the last one standing. She touches her face, exhausted. The mark on her hand throbs. She has joined the Tower of Orontes. Riley looks away as the welcome speech continues. The teacher hands her a stone. Rest well for the next 2 weeks. Use this return stone when you are ready to enter the tower for real. Your luggage will be transferred. Worry about nothing. Convenient. Scrolls materialize around her. The probationary period has officially begun. From the moment she steps back in, the clock starts. 2 tasks stand between her and becoming a true member of the Magic Tower. She turns her head. Ready. Isabella drops the ultimatum. Riley has exactly 3 months of absolute freedom. He can do whatever he pleases, provided he doesn't tarnish the Magic Tower's reputation. But she warns him once that time is up, the rules of the game will change. Riley glances sideways, realizing the timing is no coincidence. It aligns perfectly with the upcoming roundtable conference. It's not just internal politics shifting, they are plotting to subjugate the entire continent. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy. The consensus is clear. Finish business here, and the moment they leave. This year's selection test is officially concluded. As they exit the building, the heavy doors close on 2 weeks of hell. Thank you for your hard work, a voice echoes. It hits him, the test is finally over. The dynamic has fundamentally shifted. They are no longer candidates, and an administrator. Now, the power balance has tipped in favor of the Magic Tower members and the Elder. Riley turns at the dismissal, told he is welcome in the tower anytime. Standing outside, he vanishes into thin air. The protagonist rubs his face, noting the similarity to Rebecca's illusion magic. But this isn't a mere trick, it's a mystical attribute he's seen before. The lady turns to the group, noticing the tension. Garen admits the truth. He's worried sick. She has been gone far too long. The mage explains that she tried to wait inside, but the administrator forcibly kicked her out. Suddenly, with a sharp snap of her fingers, she materializes instantly in a back alley in Wilhelm. Raising a hand, she breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God, it worked. But the sorceress's eyes go wide. They need to return immediately. Clutching the grimoire tightly, the student tells her to wait a damn minute. The girl looks terrified, asking the impossible question. How is she still standing after taking the oath of allegiance? She stretches out a hand, clarifying the chaos. She claims she wouldn't join the Magic Tower, that she would only attend the interview and then defect to another tower. Riley stares her down. So, he starts. Rebecca raises her hand, shouting the unbelievable truth. Not only was she taken to Orontes, but she survived the oath of allegiance unscathed. The heartworm did not kill her. A spectral heart appears in the air, explaining the horror. The heartworm is a curse engraved on the heart the moment the oath is sworn. It is a predator that devours the traitor's heart the instant they harbor thoughts of betrayal. The masters of the 5 great magic towers implant this parasite in every single member. Basically, if a mage isn't killed by the heartworm, their loyalty is absolute. The girl raises her hand, but suddenly crack. She slaps the student across the face. The mage's eyes widen in shock. She hangs her head, asking how she could betray them like that. Rebecca breaks down sobbing, asking what choice she had as faces of the people paint the air around them. She screams that even after learning the truth, she was helpless. The sorceress waves her hand, shouting her defense. Garen grabs her arm, his voice cold. Stop it. The lady freezes as he snaps. Don't be an idiot. He refuses to just let her walk away. Let go of this foul traitor, he roars. He can't stomach it. He's ready to execute her right there in the alley. Riley steps in, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. The child's mind is already twisted, Riley says darkly. She's just a stranger to us now. The sorceress spins around, warning Garen to never come near her again. As she retreats, she throws a final threat. If he follows, she'll do to him exactly what she did to those bandits. Riley lowers his head, suggesting they return to the hotel. The hero nods in approval. Turning away, Riley feels the phantom pain of the severed bond. He can feel her suffering. He hates how this is playing out. Crossing his arms, the protagonist faces the next question. Since they have a long journey ahead, they suggest packing some beef jerky. Riley agrees instantly and tells them to grab the cookies, too. If everything is packed, it's time to move. Olivia peeks into the room, relieved to be on home turf. Standing by the door, she notices the look on his face and asks what's wrong. The magician vaguely replies that something happened. Placing her teacup on the saucer, the girl observes them closely. They are leaving, and she decides not to interfere. Sitting across from her, Riley clarifies that, no, she was planning to say goodbye regardless. She nods, eyes widening as she realizes everything is actually falling into place. She notes that Olivia looks strangely excited. The MC grins. Come on, that stupid smile makes it obvious. You passed the final test. Cupping the warm tea in her hands, the sorceress beams. She has been accepted into the Magic Tower of Irantes. She waits for his congratulations. Her test finished early, so she knows everyone's results except her own. The lady asks how the others fared, her curiosity piqued. She breaks down the intel. Images of the students float in the air. Arpel and Dorothy have both joined the Gaia Magic Tower. It seems they plan to leverage their connection and keep working as a team. After the second level, Rebecca looked away. She and Garen have entered the Blue Magic Tower of Eucria. The teacher looks away, visibly rattled. Even Miss Pamela and Sir Gilbert have managed to join the White Tower. Olivia raises a finger to emphasize the point. Finally, Olivia says, only one student failed. The guy stares ahead silently. The MC rubs his face. He expected many to pass. But this is a surprise. Even that scarecrow Gilbert made the cut? During their duel, the guy couldn't handle basic combat. Riley muses that while Gilbert is trash in a fight, he must have other uses. Rumor has it, Gilbert's tracking ability surpasses even Miss Pamela's. Riley admits it's true if you really think about it. Flashbacks flood his mind. He was the man who found the coin 10 minutes after they chucked it off a cliff. He has to admit, the guy has a god-tier connection to mana. As for me, the girl shouts, eyes wide with excitement, I hit the Yadong Red Magic Tower. The student replies that it's absolutely amazing. Congratulations, he says. You seem perfect for it. She looks at him in surprise, admitting that without him, she never would have passed the exam. Olivia closes her eyes, shaking her head. Before the test, her life was a nightmare. She comforted herself with the fact that she could use torture spells. Despite them taking a whole month to recharge, people pointed fingers, calling her worthless, incapable. She was stuck in her own fantasies, drowning in self-doubt, until she began to question her own sanity. The young lady trembles at the memory. A thought flashes through her mind. Was she on the right path? Did ancient magic even exist? Or was it all an illusion? The questions had tormented her daily. The hero steps up beside her. Leaning against the table, the mage says, "But then, you changed my life." The sorcerer smiles broadly. One demonstration was enough to prove her entire journey wasn't in vain. Taking the girl's hands, she vows to continue her research on ancient magic. Relying on the initiation prayer he shared, she will unlock more spells. Olivia closes her eyes, hoping that one day, when she becomes a master mage, she will be strong enough to help him. Riley smiles. Thank you, I'll remember that. The scene fades to a snow-covered road. A question hangs in the cold air. Do they really need to stop here? Closing his eyes, the man speaks gravely. There are rumors of a massacre nearby involving a maniacal magician. Wouldn't it be better to pick up the pace? She asked. I am a magician, you know. If trouble finds us, I can protect you. The young lady glanced back toward Wilhelm. Walking alone like this made her a target, or perhaps, a lure. She checked the sky. Is it time yet? We're running out of time. The man turned, blocking her path. To an outsider, she looked frantic, but he just stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Who are you talking to? He demanded, feigning shock. Her eyes went wide with theatrical terror. Rebecca extended a hand from the shadows. Come on then. A smirk played on her lips as he shouted, Stay back. She played along perfectly. Fine, fine. Just calm down. The lady watched the student's expression shift. How was my face? Believable? You actually hit me, Riley hissed, rubbing her arm. That still stings. You owe me an apology. The sorceress chuckled softly. It was a necessary sacrifice, my dear. To fool the chief administrator, they had to sell it completely. Wilhelm was crawling with spies. Every shadow had eyes. The sorceress raised her hand. The Tower of Orante's signature spell, she explained. Shared vision. It's how they control every candidate. Back at the safe house, the tension finally broke. Garen leaned forward. Being a mole inside the tower is suicide. Even if you bypass the heartworm, that's not the only leash they have. Rebecca nodded. Once you're connected, shaking their surveillance is nearly impossible. So, did it work? Riley asked. The girl closed her eyes, sensing the mana flow. I can't feel their gaze anymore. They bought the performance hook, line, and sinker. You were convincing, the hero admitted. Could have fooled me. Riley grinned. All thanks to my brilliant coaching. She gestured to the empty space. But why send a clone? Why not come yourself? Seems like a waste of mana just to chat. The lady crossed her arms, her expression serious. That's not the only reason, and you know it. Wilhelm is still watching January. I can't risk drawing heat. She glanced at the old man. We'll lay low in the city for now. The hero rubbed his chin, looking at Riley. I still think you hit me too hard. Water under the bridge, she dismissed. Riley looked away, changing the subject. By the way, how is she so resistant to the heartworm? It's unnatural. She has a trick up her sleeve. A soft glow surrounded the grimoire. The protagonist realized the truth. The heartworm can't take root because that times thing is already there. It's their bond, Riley said, tapping her temple. Think about it. The heartworm was designed for a single host. It tracks one mind, but the grimoire distorts her consciousness. The worm gets confused. It can't function properly with two souls in the mix. The others stared in stunned silence. Rebecca and Garen had been dead set against the tower infiltration. But knowing she was immune to the mind control, that changed everything. They visibly relaxed. What? The MC asked, noticing their stares. Why are you looking at me like that? The lady frowned. I still don't like it. Keeping secrets like this. It's suspicious. A double agent, she mused. Yang really is a bastard. Riley repeated the sentiment with a nod. The sorceress stepped forward, cutting to the chase. Does this mean the heartworm problem is solved? Not exactly, she replied. The hero crossed his arms. It's a temporary fix, Riley added grimly. The moment she starts actively spying, it will burrow straight into her heart. A sinister red glow pulsed around her chest. We have until the roundtable meeting, the sorceress warned. You need to extract that worm within 3 months, the lady scoffed. That's impossible. An image of the parasite floated in the air. Even the greatest archmages need decades to remove one. Neutralization alone takes 20 years. The image shifted to a withered corpse. Most don't survive the weight. Spies usually crack before the cure does. The 5 great towers don't forgive broken oaths. The girl smirked, confidence returning. Don't worry, I know a guy. A skeleton sat in the dark, swirling a glass of wine. Magical energy hummed around him. Who goes there? The coachman turned, as the carriage halted. Are you sure this is the place? The driver asked nervously. I'll wait here. Easy to get lost in these woods. The sorceress stepped out. Don't bother, I know my way. She moved with unnatural certainty. As the carriage departed, the driver wondered how anyone could navigate this hellscape. Suddenly, magic flared in the sorceress's palms. Light blasted through the gloom. The skeletal figure spun around, his jaw unhinging in a grin. Well, I heard footsteps, but I never expected this. Master? And Riley? How've you been? The hero asked casually. It's been ages, Riley added. The skeleton tilted his skull. Indeed, but why return to my humble wasteland? The lich shuddered, a sudden fear gripping him. Don't tell me. You're here for another year of training? Did you fail the qualifiers? No, the protagonist said flatly. She passed. Ian accepted her oath of allegiance. It actually worked? The lich clapped his bony hands. Congratulations. Then, why are you here? Riley stepped forward. We need a favor. Can you remove a heartworm? The MC asked. The lich froze, terror radiating from his empty sockets. The MC narrowed his eyes. Why are you flinching? You're hiding something. A memory resurfaced. 5 years ago. The incident. A rogue lich had breached the Empire's eastern borders. Those chimeras. The ones used in the selection tests. The two stood in silence, the realization hanging in the air. The hero lunged. You absolute moron. We haven't seen each other in years and you start with insults? The skeleton wailed. You tried to conquer the Empire while I was gone? The protagonist roared. How are you any different from Jan? No, Master, wait. It's not like that. The lich frantically pulled out a map. I didn't want the Empire. I just wanted this tiny city in the east. Just one. That's the same thing, you idiot. It's not even on the official map. Who cares if I take a piece of nowhere? He pointed a bony finger at a speck on the parchment. Riley squinted at the map. Wait a second, Rebecca pointed. The hero's face went blank. Is that where the magic tower is built? He grabbed the lich by the collar. You tried to invade the magic tower? I had to start somewhere. Shouldn't a mighty lich be able to conquer a tiny plot of land? The skeleton cowered. Are you really lecturing me on ambition right now? The protagonist kicked him, sending bones rattling across the floor. That's not just some place. If you'd actually captured it, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. It wasn't my fault. I sent minions. If I had gone myself, I would have leveled the place. The protagonist stopped, eyes widening. Wait, that gives me an idea. He looked down at the pile of bones. It's time for a little mind renewal. The skeleton rattled in pure terror. Master, if you want to live, the hero whispered, you're going to teach her that trick. He cracked his knuckles. Or we can go back to the mind renewal, the lich screamed. The process involves purging the lich's consciousness of an excessive buildup of black magic. It is critical to stabilize the life force source, a burden far too heavy for the undead mage to shoulder alone. The young mage extends her hands, focusing intensely. A realization flashes through her mind. This is exactly why the professor brings his students along to act as living batteries for the ritual. The skeleton groans, its voice rattling. This is agonizing. Necessary, yes, but absolutely excruciating. It pauses. Not my first time, and it never gets easier. The main character just shrugs. Well, suck it up and endure it. As Riley stabilizes the core, holding the creature's metaphorical heart in her hands, the lich signals completion. A voice notes that, by the way, the girl's affinity with mana is terrifyingly impressive. The lich gives a bony thumbs up. First time anyone's managed a full mind refresh in just 30 minutes. The hero smirks, crossing his arms. Not bad. Her mind is crystal clear now. Time to repay the favor. The undead mage looks aside, sockets glowing. So, about that request. You want the heartworm inside her body destroyed, correct? Simple enough. A grin stretches across the skeletal face. Excellent. Now, strip naked and stand in the center of the cave. Riley blinks, confused. Excuse me? The skeleton explains she needs to inspect the mana currents across the girl's skin. Only then can she concoct the perfect antidote recipe. The protagonist raises an eyebrow. Bit creepy for an ancient elder to demand that, isn't it? The lich's eye sockets widen in genuine offense. What? I am the same sex as her. The main character nods casually. Oh, right, she's a woman. Riley freezes, her brain short-circuiting. Apparently, nobody realizes the huge, terrifying skeleton is a lady until she explicitly spells it out. To be fair, determining the gender of a pile of bones isn't exactly intuitive. Holding a flask, the undead mage eyes Riley. Who taught you? You handled that mana beautifully. However, the creature turns. This heartworm spell is nasty, overly complex. It will take me until tomorrow night to solve it. The protagonist checks the time. That is a long wait. Maybe Riley and I should train in the meantime? The skeleton shakes her head. No can do. I have already pulled some mana from her core. Training now would wreck the stabilization. She pauses, tapping her chin. You look bored. How about... She throws her hands up theatrically. Since you have time to kill, why not do some light reading? Welcome to my personal archive, the lich announces. I have amassed quite the collection of rare tomes during my 300-year absence. The main character raises a skeptical eyebrow. You have been a shut-in for 2,000 years. How did you get new books? Minions? She replies casually. The hero sighs. Stop lying. An image of a beating heart appears in the air. The question remains regarding her true nature. Her main body acts as a spiritual vessel. The hero nods, hand behind his head. Right. My spirit vessel was imprisoned for 2 millennia, the creature explains. So, technically, even when I projected myself onto the continent, I never actually left this cave. Makes sense. The protagonist cracks his knuckles. God, my hands are itching to smash some bones. Riley intervenes, looking between them. So, what should I do? They browse the shelves. Sitting on the cold floor, Riley admits, I used to hate the library. Now, I spend all day with my nose in a book. Gotta fill that 300-year gap somehow, the main character notes. But looking closely, the only things the lich collected were trashy novels and comics. Riley picks one up, reading the title. Do erotic comics count as research? The lich leans in eagerly. Oh? You appreciate that genre? The hero stares, judging silently. You know, the sorceress muses. Some perverts draw books making love to other books. The hero snaps. Calm down. And remember, you can take human form if you want to act like a degenerate. He frowns deeply. And why are you talking about that filth in front of a student? She has seen your skeletal form a dozen times. Have some dignity. Just saying. She shrugs. The world is full of diverse tastes. The protagonist blinks in shock. You are actually serious? I have seen fanfiction about people banging their spiritual weapons, she says. Nothing shocks me. The hero steps forward. May I remind you, there is a minor present? I am 15, Riley pipes up. The main character clutches his head. Why is a child reading this trash? I bet the Thieves Guild corrupted her. Hey, Riley protests. I did not read it. I just saw the cover over there. Suddenly, the skeleton interrupts, hand outstretched. Antidote is ready, the Lich announces cheerfully. Drink up. Then, she freezes, sensing the hero's murderous aura regarding the smut books. Stay back. It is not mine, she screams, pointing at a smaller skeleton in the corner. It belongs to my subordinate. The protagonist rolls his eyes. Right. Blame the intern. Seriously, just wait, I can explain. Ignoring the panic, the apprentice looks at the vial in her hand. So, I just drink this? Why the hesitation? The alchemist recovers her composure. I added strawberry flavoring just for you. Take a sip. Riley takes a cautious gulp. Her eyes widen. She licks her lips. Wow, it is actually delicious. See? I put effort into my craft. The Lich nods satisfaction. The heartworm is significantly weakened now. The main character smirks. Good. Only thing left is to shatter the spell. And the Oath of Allegiance, he adds. If we start the deletion process now. Suddenly, the alchemist interrupts. Wait. An image of a man manifests behind the mage. There is a feedback loop, the Lich warns. The image of Ian flickers. If the heartworm dissipates, the caster will know immediately. The skeleton spreads her arms. The potion masks the parasite, so it will not act as a spy anymore. But if she tries to attack Ian directly, it will trigger a backlash. The hero sticks out his tongue in disgust. To hell with that bastard. He frowns, calculating. We avoid a direct fight with Ian for now. But we need to be ready for anything. So, what is the plan? Riley places a hand over her heart, determination in her eyes. When the time comes to strike, I will be ready. Can we not just purge the worm right here? The Lich waves her hands frantically. Impossible. Even with my power, destroying it takes half a day. Riley smirks, raising her hand. I think I can handle it.